trying to stay alive at the moment. Rescue on Sam to get a fear on the flame. Rosita gets interrupted fire. Brett channel by Zito, and that's going to close it.
Hammer of Justice lands, and that's going to be game 1 to Luminosity.
The dragon will succumb to the temptation. And unleash the aspect's darkest nightmares.
Control sends the damage. Huge damage coming in. Double kill. That's it. Good night. A lot of devastation right now. Full blind onto Asgraf. Zeepai could easily go down. Can they purge the blessing of protection? They do manage to. There's the kidney shot. Are they going to be able to take him down at the same time, though? Waz gets disarmed. He's down to 1% health. Can he survive? No, not this time, Waz.
Well, Drake, I don't think he survives the next crowd control on Brain. He's trying to run away. He's just dying. Jellybeans is absolutely blasting, and he's got the Sentinel out. He's shooting through the fence line right now. His entire team can shoot through pillars. Insane usage of that spell right there, and they managed to close it out. Here comes the Spear Bastion onto Waz. He's got no evasion. He's caught in this. Bladestorm is cutting him down here. Here's the double stun. They need to keep the massive stun. Can they take Drake down in a scatter shot? They can!
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 4th and final cup of the 2nd season of AWC here in Dragonflight. I am so excited to get started here. We're starting off in the European region, and Zico, they have been fighting long and hard to get to this point, and today is the final weekend.
Yeah, we are in the last weekend now. This is your last chance to be making it into those standings. And in Europe, the top 3 is already kind of solidified here. You can see the standings right now. You got Echo, Admiral Esports, and the Agents. Those are all secured to be going to the finals. So people are playing for the gauntlet. People are playing for the standings as well. You know, that entire top 8 is basically wide open. You can see anybody really on this list could still be making it into that top 8. And not just that, it's also, of course, about the position in the bracket. You want to be placing as high as possible because that'll mean that you'll have to play as little games as possible, because any one of these teams could rise up in the gauntlet. So you definitely want to try to at least grab, you know, a high position.
Yeah, most definitely. And just, you know, here's a look at sort of how far we've come, and into the grand finals, of course, will be those qualifying teams that Zico was mentioning. So it's been some tough competition over the last 4 weeks. Also, something to mention about the points with EU in particular, the Fiends and Caster Meta both did not make it to the broadcast this week, but they did make top 12. And this means their points are basically frozen at 84 points each. And they're the gatekeepers of that 8th place position. So that's going to be kind of where I think the intensity is going to lie today within the European region, because they do have the potential to get knocked out if International Feeding or Bonjour BRUV do make a deep run into the bracket. So we'll definitely keep everyone posted as we go along here. Here's a look at the bracket as well. And Ven, how are we feeling about today's matchups?
I mean, it's going to be interesting. You have some very familiar teams in that upper bracket. Obviously, Echo so far has really been the team to beat. They've been absolutely dominant in Europe, picking up 3 cup wins in a row. I'm curious to see if they can get all 4 done. I feel like that sets a pretty solid precedent for them going into the finals. They're going to be going up against BAMBOOZLE. In addition to that, we have MYWAY and Admiral Esports, 2 more teams that have been constantly, you know, in that top 4, looking really good. So the upper bracket at this point is really stacked. And then in the lower bracket, you have some teams that have been pretty consistent as well. So our first matchup of the day, of course, is going to be NICEBEAM going up against International Feeding. Both of these teams have a fairly solid roster. International Feeding, we haven't seen too much from them. But we have Procket, which I do believe plays an Elemental Shaman. So they should hopefully have some solid compositions that they can play here, Zico.
Yeah, Procket's going to be playing that LA Shaman. They got mainlined, which plays DK as his main, and then Borug going to be their healer. And Suniki, I believe, is actually going to be playing Warlock, but he is a bit of a multi-classer. He used to be a Windwalker main, so could be some options. You know, they could be they usually like to play Windwalker DK, and then they got NICEBEAMs, which of course is going to be Aritros, Numlis, Corki, and Tren. We've seen a lot of different things from these guys, but it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. They actually had a couple of deep runs already so far in the tournament, and we are wasting no time today. We are getting right into the action here.
Goodness, that was very quick. All right, well, here we go. Game number 1. We are down here in the lower bracket. It is elimination round for this team. Best of 5. It's NICEBEAM versus International Feeding.
Yeah, so NICEBEAM versus International Feeding, and these are two teams, that definitely want to be grabbing these points. I wouldn't say that, like we said earlier, nobody is really safe in this situation. So you want to try to get as many points as possible. And of course, we are in the lower bracket. So if you get knocked down, or if you lose here, you get knocked out of the tournament. So there will be no more opportunities here to actually grab any more of these points. Let's see what they decide to do here in the opening pick. Are we actually going to see Tren tagged in on the Demon Hunter? No, it looks like Tren will stay on the bench. We're going to have Aritros and Corky and Numless playing Warlock and Boomy, and we're going to see the Windwalker there, Van.
I am super happy about that. We haven't really seen too much Windwalker. Suniki on the Monk. Let's see what he can get done here. This isn't that bad of a composition, playing the double Shaman to back him up. Should be fairly durable if he can rotate through his cooldowns. Aritros getting blasted, though, in the opener. International Feeding getting really crazy here. Numless might have to trade up that Life Cocoon. There's a lot of initial pressure. And that Elemental Shaman Windwalker is a composition we have seen in the past and provide a lot of consistent damage. Of course, on that Monk, you can be quite flimsy, but if you rotate well and you kite well and port well at the right times, I feel like they might be able to last a while here. But a double leg sweep setup does come in with a Cyclone here on the Borug. Nice setup here from NICEBEAM as they get the pressure rolling.
Yeah, good pressure here on the Procket. He's not out of the woods yet. Finally ducking around the corner, gets caught up by the Axe Toss. Procket already had to use his Trinket and his Astral Shift right there. And now Sunki in midfield here, kind of getting blasted a little bit, but he's trying to stay in. He trades out the Dampen Harm, and now here comes the big damage. He's got the Strike of the Windlords coming in, but look at that damage coming in from Corky. Corky Cyclones him on low HP as well. Really nice Cyclone here. Can they chain it, though? Can he get something onto Borug here? Corky's trying to look for it, but Borug realizing the situation, ducks around the corner. They're really good positioning there from Borug, but now gets caught up in the bash. There's the Cyclone. Nobody to shut it down. Corky actually got rooted there, and Procket tried to knock him to interrupt the Cyclone, but because of the root, he wasn't actually able to stop that. So they're getting good control here. Nice paralyze as well, but look at Sunki, meanwhile, taking a lot of damage here in the back line as well. They'd have to use his Touch of Karma, though, in that exchange, so good pressure from both sides.
Yeah, definitely solid. Let's see if they can hold on. Mana still in favor of International Feeding at this point. Suniki's just going to be rolling back to the pillar. A lot of damage here available for Corky. Aritros now under fire. Big Fist of Fury going to be landing from Suniki. Does he have a leg sweep? Doesn't look like it just yet. So there's going to be no stun. Aritros might be able to get away, but he's kind of just pinned here at the pillar. There's a nice ring of peace there by Suniki. His cleave damage has been solid so far. Numless has been able to heal through it, but is burning through that mana really quickly. Good pressure here on Corky. And Procket on the Elemental Shaman. If he can just sit in the back line and basically just throw out fire, it is a lot of pressure that Numless really has to handle. And it's not looking too bad here for International Feeding so far. Mana's looking good. The pressure's been good. They have some cooldown, so he needs to be careful. He trinkets, might need to port. This is a very scary moment. Trades out the Diffused Magic, but after that, there's really nothing left here for this Windwalker Monk.
Yeah, Sunki might need to try to go away here with his teleport because he's going to be taking a lot of damage here. Corky has the Incarnation as well active right now. Full Cyclone on Suniki. They're trying to chain it here. They stun up Procket. Actually, Procket triggering the stun into a full Cyclone. Nice clone there from Corky. But look at Suniki still trying to stay in right now. And he's got no defense here for a couple of seconds. He's going to have Touch of Karma in a couple of seconds coming back up. But meanwhile, Borug is getting swapped through here. A lot of damage coming in onto him. Procket as well. Does have the Astral Shift to trade, though, so I'm not too worried about Procket right now. Borug getting full Cyclone. Aritros, though, in a lot of trouble right now. That's going to be the unending resolve coming out for Aritros. Namli's caught up in a Lightning Lasso. They got the leg sweep going there as well. Really good pressure here from International Feeding. They do have the Karma as well, so Suniki really doing a good job here, trading his defense to kind of stay out in open field. But right now, they've done the hit. They've got the cooldowns, and I feel like they need to run very shortly here. Procket taking huge damage here. Aritros, meanwhile, trying to kite around here in open field, trying to make sure that he's dragging this Windwalker out in open field where Corky can get some work done here. But Aritros not feeling too confident right now. Big damage coming in here. The Serenity is active for Suniki. Big leg sweep. Huge damage coming out, but so far not really feeling the heat here. But there it is, huge hits coming in now. Aritros with no portal. The coil was grounded there, I believe, for Aritros. Actually, he might just go down here. Namlis saves the day there with a Life Cocoon, Nice cyclone there onto Sunki as well.
Yeah, really nicely done. Eritros right now in a paralyzed. Good pressure here onto Procket and BRUV. Corky really getting some damage rolling. He's been able to free cast in this matchup for quite some time. Procket, though, getting blasted with a full cyclone. This is dangerous for international feeding. Now the cyclone does land. Procket trying to get to the pillar. Eritros going to be portaling. Not offensively, though. It's Suniki causing a lot of pressure, forcing him to kite and try to get away. Mana still in favor of international feeding. So if they can survive, they can hold on a little bit longer and keep up this pressure. They might be able to win on mana alone. That remains to be seen. We have an axe toss here, and Procket does get interrupted. Huge damage available for Corky. Procket's in so much trouble. He needs to run. He needs to hide, but you can see the Burning Legion just chasing him down behind the pillar. That was a really close call.
That was an insane ring of peace by Numlis. It was such a nice try there. He almost knocked Procket out of the link before it got dropped. That was insane, but Procket does manage to survive. Now Sunki, though, is taking a lot of damage here as well. He's got the touch of karma. He's got a little bit of defense here to work with. He gets coiled, actually, at the pillar. He does trade out the touch of karma, though, and now getting cyclone. He trinkets out of the cyclone here, looking to stay aggressive, and so far doing a lot of pressure here onto Eritros, but Numlis has somehow regained mana. It's going to be BORG, actually, who's going to be behind on mana right now. Double leg sweep coming out here for Numlis, doing a great job here, and he's got the life cocoon here for Eritros as well. Unending Resolve seems to be rotating up for Eritros as well in about a minute. Lightning Lash coming out though onto Numlis. BORG doing a good job here, locking him down. Meanwhile, Corky's getting blasted. Life cocoon gets traded there onto Eritros, but Corky as well taking a lot of damage here now. They're trying to swap to him. Big Axe Storm though coming out onto Sunki. Needs to be careful. Numlis is just free casting right now with the Soothing Mists, and I think he's going to be able to sustain everybody here on NICEBEAM. Sunki gets Cyclone on low HP and could be in a lot of trouble here. BORG has no Trinket, no Spirit Link. If they can get a crowd control onto him, they could potentially close it out here for NICEBEAM. There's the stun onto Sunki. Here comes the damage. Can they deflect it though? BORG is not in crowd control, and he is able to save the day for now, but everybody right now is starting to really take that pressure here from those wizards. But look at Eritros almost going down here. He's behind the pillar. I think he's dead here. The burrow comes in and the Earth Shock. Eritros teleporting to the wrong side of the tracks here. Just in the wrong neighborhood right there towards the end. Numlis actually was kind of free. I feel like that was a big miscommunication coming through there.
That is crazy. I mean, international feeding, they take in the Windwalker Monk with the double shaman. And I can tell you, Windwalker Monk right now, they die to sub-rogues. Like, that's their big problem, right? Like, the sub-rogues are kind of like oppressing them right now in the meta. But in these type of matchups, you have high mobility, you have really good damage, you have good cooldowns you can rotate through, and you can stay on a Warlock really well. Like putting your Transcendence on their portal. Suniki in this game was just on top of Eritros the entire match, really made it difficult for him to survive and burn through a lot of Numla's mana. Obviously, this was a really close call here. Look at Procket barely holding on. This is the incarnation for Corky. Luckily, he's able to get to the pillar, but I mean, that was honestly a little bit lucky to survive there. So obviously NICEBEAM had a few close calls here to actually pull out a win. But it's at this point, I do believe, where Eritros really doesn't have that many cooldowns left. You can see Suniki still under pressure, and BRUV doing a great job on that shaman. Not easy to heal through this kind of spread pressure. At the same time, Numlis, he's constantly being paralyzed. His team's getting bursted down. Look at that huge rising sun kick on Eritros, and it's Procket who burrows in. It's not very often you see the burrow for offensive moves. I mean, that is rare. So that's some of the new, normally that ability is used defensively, but you could just move in, pop it offensively, paired with the Earth Shock, and Procket's able to close out the game. So I think for a game one pick, I really like what international feeding is bringing. And I honestly feel like NICEBEAM, maybe the big map is enough for them, but I feel like this is not a good matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see the Windwalker actually tagged in and pulling out wins. So definitely nice. But look at his Ring of Peace here on Procket. Look how close that is. He's pre-doing it, and he drops it as the Spirit Link comes down there. So Numlis so close to actually pre-knocking the Link there. If he did that and they killed it off, it wouldn't actually have healed him, and I think they would have been able to kill him. I think that's what he was going for there. But Numlis, I feel like played a really great game there, sitting down multiple times like this for drinks to make sure that he has the mana as well. I feel like he's really been a player that's been doing a phenomenal job here. But towards the end, he has Trinket for this Paralyze, but he didn't really need to Trinket. And then Eritros just got hit by a big chunk of damage, and Eritros also poured it out of his line. So definitely some defensive miscommunication there. But at the same time, Really good pick coming out here from International Feeding. And the good thing about them is that they also get to play their mains, because that's what I said in the pregame as well. Sunki, he was listed as a Warlock in our notes, but he is a Windwalker main. So it's nice to see him on that Windwalker. And Windwalker Ellie, he's kind of been one of those comps that's like, you don't see it too often, but when you see it, it is so unbelievably scary. And we are going to see Tren tagged in.
Yeah, Tren on the Demon Hunter. So we're going to have a little Demon Hunter, a little Windwalker, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Going to Maldraxxus Coliseum, though, so a very large map. I think it's going to be more difficult for Suniki to actually stay on target. I do feel like International Feeding, they can go after Corki in this matchup. We have a double Druid setup coming in, so that's another interesting adaptation. I feel like Numla is going to be looking for drinks, essentially wanting to set up the late game, but also double high winds. Like if Numlas can actually get Cyclones off in this game, because I feel like, I don't know, it's interesting because International Feeding, they have so much range support for the Windwalker Monk with double Grounding Totem as well as the double Wind Shear, double Lightning Lasso, for example. It actually makes it so as a Windwalker Monk who's kind of limited on stuns, like both of your DPS or your healer as well as the other DPS on your team being able to lasso people really sets up a bunch of like opportunities for swapping around. So yeah, it's interesting compositions from both these teams. A bit strange to see, the double Shaman versus the double Druid.
Yeah, definitely. Double Shaman versus double Druid. But this, I think, is the first time we see on broadcast now is actually bring out the Resto Druid as well. So far he's just been opting in for the Mistweaver Monk, but he does play a Resto Druid quite a bit as well. He's gotten rank 1 on it in the past. He is well versed on it. So it's going to be interesting to see how this actually does play out. They got the Coliseum, and I wonder why they actually swapped out of the Wizards, because I feel like the game was kind of close, but maybe International Feeding has the better matchup there. So we'll see. Windwalker, if they can get it done here, that would be huge here, because NICEBEAM, I don't remember off the top of my head here exactly how many points they have, but International Feeding definitely don't have too much points here to work with. International Feeding, actually, they are not in the top 12 at all, whereas NICEBEAM are sitting at 5th right now. So NICEBEAM actually is tied on 5th with MYWAY right now. So they want to try to get as many points as possible, because they are only 8. If NICEBEAM gets 8 more points, literally, if NICEBEAM wins this game, they will climb up 2 points in the standing and become the final boss of the gauntlet, which is huge for them. And then here, International Feeding, they have an excellent opportunity to actually try to knock them out of that running and knock themselves into that top 12 and try to potentially go for that top 8.
Here we go. Double Druid versus double Shaman. Let's see how this goes down. Suniki on the Windwalker Monk and Tren on the Demon Hunter. Here's that Lightning Lasso I was talking about. Paralyzed. Big setup here onto Tren. Looks like that will get shut down. Quirky actually trades out his Trinket. Wants to help out his team. Double Chaos Nova coming in. Let's see what Tren can get done. Can they get the damage rolling? Looks like they are going after Suniki, but Suniki with that Serenity has a huge hit of damage, and he is going after Quirky. Very back and forth. Both these teams just ripping out their offensive cooldowns, trading out the defensive cooldowns to survive, and we'll have to see who comes out ahead at the end of it all.
Yeah, we're going to see Procket right now trying to trade fire with fire, but so far it looks like he's the one taking the brunt of that exchange. Tren getting leg swept right there, but does manage to sit through it. Numness here powering through with the heals, but you can see Tren, he's got no life blooms, he's got no rejuvenation, he's got basically no hots here, and that's because they're just spamming out those purges. So Tren's going to need to get that uptime here on Demon Hunter, and if he can, it's going to be very dangerous here. Procket already using that burrow here, trying to get away from Tren, but look at Tren, he's just all over him right now. Procket has no cooldowns to trade. Borg sitting through a clone. Borg has no trinket here. This could be the Spirit Lake. Quirky, meanwhile, as well, getting blasted here on the other side, and it will be a nice recovery here coming out on Procket. Borg finally manages to pick him back up there. Earthenwall Totem is going to be expended there as well. Quirky doing a good job right now dealing with Sunki, and there's a double Chaos Nova from Tren. Huge damage coming in. Now he's pushing in there for the Cyclone, and they managed to find it. Procket in so much trouble right now. Might just go down here. Can he stay alive? Sunki trying to save him there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 1% HP. Oh my god. The save coming in from the Windwalker there with the Soothing Mist, buying Borg enough time to get that Spirit Link Totem, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Tren is just doing so much damage. It's unbelievable, this damage coming out from the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, he's just going to glimpse out of that disarm, too, and just continue this pain train onto Procket. See what they can do. I mean, Procket's separated right now from BRUV. This is an absolute nightmare. If they catch a stun, I mean, this is dangerous Rocket gets caught into the bash. Trend's all over right now. BRUV, how are you going to heal through this? Beautiful ring of peace there by Suniki, trying to help out just a little bit, but they're not really utilizing it. And unfortunately, this cleave damage from Tren is just devastating these two shamans right now. Procket just might outright die. This is the incarnation from Corki. Procket's trying to run, but there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from Tren. He's just going to chase him down. Lightning Lasso shuts him down for just a moment, but Tren is just there to continue this push. And this is so deadly. At the same time, though, Suniki trying to get some damage rolling onto Corki, but I get the feeling NICEBEAM is coming out ahead in these exchanges.
Yeah, definitely. Another triple Chaos Nova into a full cycle of the BRUV, and I think that's going to be it for Procket right now. Once again, sub 20% HP, catches a couple of healing surges, but definitely not feeling confident. He's been running this entire game here, trying to get away from Trent. I feel like they need to go on Trent right now and try to line up sight Corki a little bit, because so far, it's just Procket trying to stay alive. They're not winning these exchange with both of them kind of training the Wizards, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Finally, Suniki making his way over there to try and go for a swap onto Trent, but Trent has Blur active right now, reading the swaps, reading the situation. Lightning Lasso, but it's on DR here onto Trent now. He's going to have full uptime here. Corki, meanwhile, also casting out the Cyclones in the back line. Fell Eruption coming out here onto Procket, catches another heal here for BRUV, and so far BRUV is managed to keep his mana up somewhat decently here with Numlis, but I feel like Numlis could just go for drinks here as well if they decide to try to pull back here from these pillars, but I don't even know if they're going to need to with the pressure coming out from Trent. There's a full bash on the BRUV. He's got the Trinket, but no Spirit Link to combo with that, so he needs to keep that in mind. Doesn't get the fear there on the BRUV, but they do get a full Cyclone. Nice double leg sweep. Suniki trying to carry the team here on his shoulders, trying to get some damage going, but it's going to be a Cyclone there onto Suniki, shutting it down, and that is going to be the Serenity now out of the woods here, and now Trent coming in for the big hunt, and the Procket once again dropping to 10% HP. Full fear there onto BRUV, actually breaks there, and Procket once again dancing with death, but manages to stay alive.
Yeah, nicely done there, barely holding on multiple times in the match. Mana is relatively even between these two healers, but NICEBEAM has two innervates available. Procky gets interrupted, and I feel like this has been kind of a nightmare for Suniki, because he's being left behind with these two Druids to just get bash cycloned consistently in the match. You have Procket and BRUV, they're just running and trying to live, but unfortunately, they're not really allowing Suniki to get aggressive in the match, and now that they're grouped up and going after Tren, they all kind of just get cleaved down. So that's why I like this composition here from NICEBEAM. Cyclone lands on BRUV into a bash. Can they take down Procket? Do they have the healing to keep him alive? Beautifully done there with that totem to give himself just a moment to breathe, but Tren's able to just get on target once again, just dashing right through that ring of peace, and Procket still just, he's been healing more in this match than actually dealing damage. It's been a real struggle here for Suniki and Procket to get any pressure roll. I mean, look at damage done. Basically doubled here by Trent and Corki are just getting so much cleave pressure out. Procket's just forced so defensive. He gets interrupted. Suniki doing what he can with Soothing Mist, but I'm telling you, as a Windwalker Monk, when you have to sit back and just channel out Soothing Mist, that is not a situation you're really happy with.
Yeah, definitely. And you're talking about damage. Oh my God, we need to table that comment for a second here. Look at Sunki getting absolutely blasted here once again. He's got his Tiger out right now, trying to get some work done, but gets Cyclone here actually, and Procket once again in a lot of trouble. Nice kick there on the BRUV by Tren. Procket's going to use that burrow here. Tren now pulling back here, feeling not too confident right now. He's got the blur if he survives the stun, but Tren actually dropping extremely low right there, but now finally manages to catch a couple of big heals now, feeling confident to push in. He's got the darkness, he's got the blur, he's got everything he needs to try to close this one out, but nice static field totem tech coming out there. Sunki, meanwhile, trying to solo here Corki and Numlis. Nice leg sweep there coming out. Corki's going to trinket out of that one, looking for the Cyclones here on Sunki. Actually swapping Sunki right now. He's got no defensives there. Actually just has the touch of karma, but meanwhile, Tren now getting blasted here. The double shaman. Have they survived long enough here is the question. Tren once again dropping very, very low there. Activates the blur now, looking to get on target once again. Full Cyclone there onto Sunki. Procket is getting blasted by Corki on one side. Tren on the other side. There's a hunt once again. Can they get some crowd control? Nice knock there by Corki, and that's going to be the Trinket Spirit Link coming out for BRUV, who now has 0 mana left. The Healing Tide Totem is the only healing left that they have. If they can kill that, that's going to be no more heals for Procket, and I think we've hit the enrage timer here. Tren trying to close it out right now on the Demon Hunt. They get stunned there. Procket trying to get a couple of more heals here, trying to stay alive. The Astro Shift comes through, but I don't know how much it's going to be able to actually do here in this situation. Tren looking to close it out, and it is going to be what? Procket, how is he staying alive right now? Unbelievable right now. Procket actually manages to stay alive. Another close call right there, but look at BRUV there. He's hit the enrage timer. He's just going to get tabbed, targeted, and finally, NICEBEAM manages to close it out. But look at Trent, actually, almost a 2v2. What in the world? Almost actually took him down there at the end. It was nicely fought there by international feeding, but just too much damage coming out from NICEBEAM.
And NICEBEAM. I mean, Trent in this matchup looked like Illidan himself, just pushing forward every single time he got that metamorphosis. He was able to just cleave and really cause havoc. And I really just felt like Procket and BRUV were just forced in this position where they really couldn't back up Suniki. And as a Windwalker Monk on these large maps, when you're being pulled into the open and cycloned by a Resto Druid, cycloned by a Boomkin, I mean, that really shuts down your offensive pressure. So I just feel like Trent in this particular matchup is enabled so much more by having the double Druids that can actually crowd control the melee. Whereas Rocket and BRUV, they're just getting cleaved down. So it's definitely a really, really difficult matchup. When Suniki comes back to help, he's met with like a triple Chaos Nova. I do think that they could potentially go after Trent a little bit more, like maybe set up positions where Suniki could, drop a Transcendence behind the pillar and they could Transcendence back and do a setup that's a little less obvious, just like kind of instantly be there. But in general, I feel like NICEBEAM, they picked a really nice composition. This is the end of the match. Procket barely holding on. I mean, this has just been the story of the match. Procket 1% health. How is he still alive? Doing what he can, but ultimately landing those healing surges. And the healing surges from the Elemental Shaman are surprisingly powerful. So they can actually channel out those heals. It is quite potent, and that is probably the only reason why he was able to last that long. But inevitably, Trent's able to get there. They close it out. You can see the damage was pretty one-sided in this matchup in favor of Trent and Corki. So I do wonder if Suniki, Procket, and BRUV have something else in store for us for this game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, look at the healing done there as well. 7 million healing done from Procket. This guy was basically playing Resto Shaman this game. I can see right there, 11 mil damage, 7 million healing. He's just spamming out healing surge after healing surge, just trying to stay alive, but it's just too much damage. Like this is the thing, as somebody who's had the unfortunate, situation of running into Trent on the ladder in solo shuffle. This guy does damn, man. He does a lot of damn. He does the most damn of all the Demon Kings out here. It's just not fun to play a wizard into this guy, because this is how he plays. He just uses all of his defense to try to stay on target as much as possible, and he just rides you down the entire game, just tunneling, never really stopping. And aside from a couple of moments where he pulled back and swapped to the Windwalker, that's exactly what happened to Procket here. So NICEBEAM going to be locking in the same thing now. What are international feeding going to do? Because they have some options here. They have Maylined on the sidelines here.
Almost went Misgiver.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
I wonder why. I wonder what they're afraid of. Like maybe they feel like on this small map, the Resto Druid's too susceptible to going down. Something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Interesting line to play. I feel like that opens it. Like, for me, like if I was international feeding, I would lock in the same comp. Like just play the double Shaman Windwalker now, because you don't have the threat of the double Cyclone. So I feel like what I would do if I was international feeding was just run at Corki the whole game and don't group up, don't run behind the pillar. I know it's scary, but I feel like you kind of have to have an offensive presence in this match. And okay, all right, Windwalker Decay, something is old school.
That's what I was saying. They have Mayline on the bench. He plays a DK, and this is gonna be interesting because this is also a Frost DK. So we're getting mains now from international feeding. This is main territory right now coming out. I mean, Procket is main LA Shaman as well, but they don't want to have the Procket versus Trent matchup. Which, to be fair, it didn't look that good. Like this is the swing match. This is an elimination series. Like, do you really want to put the LA in that situation again? I feel like Procket, he did a great job staying alive, but it just wasn't. It just didn't seem that fun for him, just running the whole game. So tagging in Mayline, I don't know honestly how well this is going to work. This is also with the Dragon Healer, so I wonder actually how scary those setups are going to be when you add in Deep Breath as well into like the kind of grip, blinding sleet, double leg sweep, deep breath combo. I feel like it could be a lot. And if you also have Tip the Scale, Fire Breath in there as well, like you could have a lot of damage. Like if you can just get enough setups, I feel like they can actually just delete the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really scary. The nice thing is, as the Mistweaver Monk, you do have, access to Restoral. You can portal while in stun. So there's a few things you can do to actually escape the setups. That being said, if he gets caught into silences, then all of a sudden it becomes a lot more difficult. So I'm curious to see how they do set this up. If they can actually get on the Mistweaver Monk for long enough, force him to portal, and then maybe do the setup, it can be really deadly. It's like you mentioned, having that Evoker healer really adds to the offensive capabilities of these setups. I feel like Devastation Evoker Frost Decay is an absolute nightmare, but it's a similar nightmare when you bring in, a Preservation Evoker, because you still have that Deep Breath. You have the AoE Dispel with the Fire Breath, which is really, really potent. We'll see what International Feeding can get done here and what they're going to be able to do. It looks like they're starting off very early on. Double leg sweep coming in. Here comes the damage. Trend into a sleepwalk. Massive damage on Corki. Needs to be careful, but it looks like Bark Skin will be enough with the Frenzied Regeneration. Now getting aggressive here for some counter pressure. So it's going to be about just weathering that storm and then making sure you can try to get International Feeding on the back foot during the downtime.
Yeah, BRUV actually sitting through a root beam there for a second, but manages to escape from that. Now, Sunki here taking a lot of damage. Mayline sitting through a Cyclone. So far, not too much is happening here. Numble is now finally getting caught up in a stun. Asphyxiate into the Syndragosa Breath, taking a lot of damage there. Numble is going to be in some trouble right there. Does manage to get that Life Cocoon. Now, Sunki on the back foot here. Going to be actually pulling back to the pillar. They got the Life Cocoon. They got the cooldowns, and now they're just going to be waiting here. Mayline already using that Anti-Magic Zone earlier on, so he's not going to have that defense for when they are at the pillar. They're just hitting Corki here in the downtime, but I feel like when they play like this, their setups are going to be pretty scripted. Mayline, once again, could be in trouble right now. Activates the Anti-Magic Shell, still not out of the woods yet. BRUV sitting through a Cyclone right now. Mayline has to activate the Icebound Fortitude. They're going after Corki. There's the Blinding Sleep. There's the double leg sweep. They're going on the DPS. Can they find something onto Numbless, though? He's free healing here in the back right now. Finally do manage to connect there with the Sleepwalk. Really nicely done there by BRUV, and that's going to net them the Trinket of Numbless. So far, 2 setups and 2 cooldowns being used.
Definitely not too bad. What International Feeding can do. It's just all about those setups for their team. They are going after Numbless right now. He gets caught into a string. They can take him down. There's a lot of incoming pressure. Numbless goes for it. Can he actually survive? Got the Ore Mastery up right now. Looks like he will be able to connect to Soothing Mist. He does have the Restoral, so that is his most important defense at this point. There's going to be no darkness here for Tren, but Tren could honestly just go down as well. They have so much pressure. When Serenity's off cooldown, which it is, I feel like Suniki can just absolutely delete Tren, so he needs to be very careful here. I don't know if he's going to be able to pre-glimpse the setup or what, but I feel like International Feeding is potentially just one setup from closing it out, unless Numbless can really stall here. So it's going to be all about stalling. You see Numbless right now, just out of line of sight, wants to avoid Mayline at all costs, does not want the double setup to land. Mayline gets caught into the stun. Big burst here by Tren, really trying to punish this aggressive setup. See what they can do. Beautiful Blinding Sleet. Tren comes in, gets caught by the leg sweep. Do they have the damage to take him down? Huge Serenity, but looks like Tren will be able to hold on. That Restoral paying dividends for Numbless, and now it's going to be up to Nicebeam. Can they get aggressive, or can Tren even survive? I mean, I thought they weathered the storm. They get the defensive cooldowns at the same time. Mayline is low. Numbless rolls away. He's doing what he can, but Suniki is all over him. Looks like he does not have the damage to potentially finish him off. Does he? I mean, Numbless, can he hold on just a little bit longer? Soothing Mist comes in. Corki with beautiful peels there, really saving the day, but this is really unstable for both teams.
Yeah, Mayline could go down right now. He's in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have any coolers for a couple more seconds. He gets stunned right before his Anti-Magic Shell comes through. And now finally does manage to connect the Anti-Magic Shell. BRUV sitting through a Cyclone, but Mayline has defense to trade right now. And they don't have too much mana here on BRUV. They need to kill with the next setup. They have about a couple of seconds here before Numbless is going to have his trinket once again here. And can they do it is the question. There's the Anti-Magic Zone right now trying to set up here. Do they have the leg sweep? Do they have the damage? They have it, but I don't think they're going to be able to connect it before Numbless has his trinket, and he will have it back now. So Numbless has defense to trade right now, and I think he's going to be able to actually stay alive through the setup. A nice counter there by Tren actually staying back, but now here's the double leg sweep. There's the damage coming through, and they're swapping to Corki of all people right now. Corki taking a lot of damage there as well, but he does have the Bark Skin and the Frenzied Regen. Corki stays alive. Numbless using that Transcendence there while he was stunned, manages to hold on to his trinket, and that was what they needed on the side of NICEBEAM. Now they're going to have Restoral, now they're going to have Life Cocoon, now they're going to have everything, and meanwhile Mayline right now might have ran out of time. BRUV sitting through a full Cyclone there, potentially. Nice interrupt there actually on that Cyclone there onto Corki. That was the Emerald Communion coming out there for BRUV, so BRUV's going to have a little bit more mana to trade here, a little bit more defense, but Mayline's got nothing right now. They grip him out of line. They're going for Tren right now. Tren almost going down there. Nice defense once again here from Tren, just kiting around here, trying to stay alive, realizing that he was getting a little bit too aggressive. And where are the openings now on NICEBEAM? I feel like there's no openings, international feed, and they need to find a huge setup here where they can force multiple cooldowns. Otherwise, this game is going to slip through their fingers.
Yeah, mana is really unstable for both teams too. I don't know if we're ever going to see a drink, but setup here is now available. Mayline looking for it. Can they get the double life sweep they need to? Suniki gets there. Here comes the damage. Corki trinkets immediately. Trend's in trouble. Gets a life cocoon. There's no way he can die through that. That's impossible. It does look like they're just going to turn their attention here onto Corki. Numliz, how's he going to handle it? He's caught into the Strangulate. Crowd control is still just never ending here for international feeding, but it looks like NICEBEAM has weathered the storm. They get a Cyclone here onto Mayline. Corki doing a great job with control, and this is his incarnation. Looking to get aggressive and might just wipe out Mayline, and does. NICEBEAM, they handle the setups, and they eventually are able to take down the Death Knight. They're now up 2-1 in the series, winning the ever so important swing match.
Yeah, really nicely done there by NICEBEAM. It wasn't looking too good for them, in the start, but they managed to do efficient trading, rotate their cooldowns back, and managed to grab the win here in the end. There was really no mana left there onto BRUV, and NICEBEAM, they're gonna take it here. I feel like I would have rather seen this matchup on hook point, because on Dalaran it's so nice to have the ZY axis. It's so nice to have the boxes to kind of teleport behind those. I feel like on hook point it's a lot harder to actually get away as the Mistweaver. And there was a couple of close calls where Sunki actually almost soloed Numliz after some of these setups. And you see here in the opening stages, they forced out Corki's Trinket, and they also, I think, forced out Trend's Trinket. Here actually almost took down Trend. This was a little bit later in the match. Here was one of those last setups here as well, where they forced everything from Corki, but Corki's kind of the tank for international or for NICEBEAM, sorry. So having him using his cooldowns defensively and not trading a trinket is exactly what they want on the side of NICEBEAM. And then here, Mayline just in so much trouble. BRUV, no mana left really. Not too much that can be done at this point. Strangulate comes through onto Numliz. They grip him back in, and he's going to teleport out from that Apocalypse. Nice Cyclones here from Corki. And at this point, Corki has control over the match. He's got Cyclone on Sunki, out of that Cyclone onto Mayline, and they managed to get the root beam, actually just the beam there onto BRUV. But BRUV really with no mana left, can't access too much healing there. It doesn't have any big emergency cooldown, so they're going to be able to take it on the side of NICEBEAM.
Yeah, these type of compositions can really catch you off guard if you're not prepared. So the Frost Death Knight with the Evoker, like if you aren't ready for what's about to happen, your whole team is just immediately dead. But if you do rotate properly, you say, you know what, I'm going to trinket, I'm going to port. Or, hey, I'm Corki, I'm going to trinket, I'm going to separate, I'm going to get away. Trend, you're the one that's going to be tanking the damage. You get Life Cocoon. Like, as long as you know exactly how you're going to handle the setup, like right now, Corki immediately trinkets, he gets away, he goes for the Cyclone, he gets interrupted. But if they're able to just give the Life Cocoon over to Trend, that means he's going to be completely fine. Corki trades out his Bark Skin. So they're just rotating exactly how they need to. Now the next setup, Numliz is going to have Restoral available, potentially. So they just have like a good way to rotate. As long as they don't mess it up, there's good ways to rotate through these setups pretty consistently, I find, in these matchups. So I think NICEBEAM did a really good job here. Unfortunately, for the side of Suniki, Mayline, and BRUV, they weren't able to really get it done. But this does mean we will be going to another small map, more than likely. I kind of wonder if they did like this setup composition. Like if this is a setup that they're comfortable running, then I can guarantee you now that this is why they didn't lock in the Resto Druid. The Resto Druid
I was thinking
is
the same thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, like as a Mistweaver, being able to portal away when you're in stuns, and not only that, also use your Restoral while you're stunned, is quite massive in order to survive. The kind of all-ins that international feeding has available. But also Corki doing a really good job on that Moonkin. Like Moonkins right now, obviously Cyclone is very powerful. But if you're landing Cyclones and applying high winds to somebody during these kind of one-shot moments, you really can shut down their swap potential.
Yeah, no, you are absolutely right. I feel like Trent also did a really good job kind of pre-ducking out of the setup. So you saw that a couple of times in the early game when they didn't really have that many cooldowns, because there was a bit of a defensive overlap on the trinkets early on. And we saw Trent kind of just try to not stack. And then as soon as they do the setup, come in with the Chaos Nova and just kind of AoE stun the setup. So it's a really nice way for Trent as well to use that kind of offensive ability defensively there to buy his team more time on those setups. And we're going to see the exact same thing here coming out from international feeding. And I really like what Numliz is doing here. Again, like you mentioned, playing that Mistweaver. If he was on that Resto Druid, especially if he gets caught out of form just once, like he's just finished. So having that Mistweaver, this is definitely why he locked it in. So I think that the thought process is kind of, well, we win against the Windwalker Ellie, even if I'm on Mistweaver, even without the double Cyclones. And now I just can't lose to Windwalker DK, because that is something that they most likely know that International Feeding has. I mean, Mayland's been a DK for a long time in the EU scene, so they've definitely done their homework here. NICEBEAM coming through with a lot of versatility, actually. I really like this roster. I feel like this could be, Trent, he always shows up, with like, a roster and actually does really well. He's always the one demon hunter that kind of represents in Europe. And I feel like he's got himself a really solid team here. Everybody on his team. He's got a top-notch Warlock. He's got, arguably the best Boomkin, or at least, top 3, I think, by anybody's standard. And Numlis is just such a versatile healer. He's come a long way from his priest-only days. He plays every healer now on a top level, and he's really able to perform here. So I think NICEBEAM are definitely looking good in the competition.
Definitely. And this is one of the frustrating things about this composition International Feeding is running. Against certain teams, like you said, if Numlis is on Druid, it's good night. You're dead. Like, you basically can't do anything about the setups. But when you have the Mistweaver, as long as you're prepared, they're not overlapping, then they can live a really long time. So we'll see. All this comes down to is International Feeding just forcing mistakes. If they can force mistakes, you can see right now, Suniki is going to drop his portal on top of Numlis. So when Numlis portals away, Suniki is going to be able to chase him. Big damage here on the Numlis. They're just going after the healer. Suniki, can he get the Transcendence? Why isn't he dropping it? Just going after Corki, maybe kind of faking them out here in that situation. But seems like they should be able to hold on. Numlis taking a lot of damage. He preemptively pops the Dampen Harm, but is that going to be enough to live? It looks like it will, and I feel like that's a really good opener here for NICEBEAM. Not a single one of them used their trinket.
Yeah, really, really good stuff here. And Mayland, meanwhile, has used all of his defense. He might just die through it here. Nice Ring of Peace coming through there. Can they stay alive here? Look at that Ring of Peace doing work here for Numlis. Low Cyclone by Corki right before he got stunned there. Can he chain it, though, is the question. If they can, they might just take down Mayland right now. He's so low. Nice Emerald Communion coming out there for Borug. Such a close call right there. If they could have connected there with a touch of death, that might have just been it for Mayland. He was so close to being in range, but he might just go down through it. Look at it. Where's this damage coming from Corki right now? Just blasting Mayland. But they need to get aggressive here on the side of NICEBEAM. There's a full root beam onto Borug. It doesn't look like he has a way out of it. Full Cyclone connects. There's double leg sweep now. Offensive setup coming out from the Windwalker DK. Trent is going to immediately respect the trinket and trade, a counter Chaos Nova there. And that's what I was talking about in the pregame. Trent just using his trinket and his Chaos Nova as a kind of a counter go to stop a setup. And that's going to allow Numlis actually to save his trinket, which is their most precious defensive. They also still have that life cocoon to rotate where they have Corki's trinket. NICEBEAM right now doing a great job rotating here, but Trent could be an exposed target. If he overextends, he could definitely get gripped behind the pillar and stunned, so he needs to keep that in mind here. We saw it almost happen on Dalaran. Look at Mayland. He's trying to bait him right there. There it is. Grip, stun on Trent. Into another one. And he's going to go down. Unbelievable. International Feeding coming through there. Trent, man, I knew it, bro. I could feel it. I was like, bro, don't chase. Don't chase. You're going to get gripped. I could feel it, and there's no restore all, and life cocoon, it doesn't work through pillars, so Trent definitely. No, he didn't.
It must have just came up. That is so unlucky. Like, International Feeding. I mean, that, I'm gonna be honest, that was crazy. Like, pulling off that win there, that was a bit of a surprise. That was honestly a feed by the other team. So I feel like NICEBEAM, they had such a great start. Like, this game was looking perfect for them. Everything was going according to plan. They're rotating perfectly. Like, they had a ton of pressure here on the main line. Look at these beautiful low cyclones just really causing a panic here. But at the end of it all, it's Trent just getting a little bit greedy. And it's after that moment. I mean, you saw it. You were literally a fortune teller there. You knew exactly what was going to happen. And we'll see it. It's like, at this point, it's like, okay, Trent, you don't have to forget. You're the only one that can die. Okay? Numlis, he has Restoral in 15 seconds. Now, it's a it must have come up within like a second of Trent dying. So this is where you're saying it. It's like, okay, Trent, this is the only time you can die. Just don't run behind the pillar. Don't go behind the pillar. Don't die in a stun, out of line of sight. Don't get gripped. Oh, no.
Oh, he had it.
Oh, no. I know this. He actually had Restoral, too. Like, could have used it. He greeted. He wanted the life cocoon. Numlis, that was definitely a misplay. Both of them greeted. So, first misplay, Trent just, I mean, overextending a little bit and basically a situation where they're almost guaranteed to win. And then Numla's also just being a little bit too greedy, not using the Restore. Because even if he had to trade it out there, which isn't ideal, you still have Transcendence, you still have Trinket and Cocoon for the next setup. You have Corki who can peel. Like, the game's not over. You just have to make the trades.
Yeah, definitely. Little bit of a feed, but you got to give Mayline a little bit of credit there as well. That's the best line of play that he could have gone for right there. Going for the double grip there as well. I think let's see it again. I think, is he using Apocalypse to actually get that double grip, or exactly how does he even do that? Because that was really, really nice how he actually comboed it. Oh, he just has double grip. Okay. So he uses the first grip right here to bring him out of line. And Borug is there as well. Look at Borug as well in the setup here. So they grip him, and then he just does a second grip while he's stunned. Sunki connects, and look at Borug here as well with the tip the scales fire breath. Actually, it's just a regular fire breath, a good old-fashioned one right there. Gets 2 charges on it. Sunki connects there as well. And everybody's just on the same page there on international feeding. But I gotta be honest, it's not looking too good here. I feel like international feeding, they're gonna need a miracle to win on this next map, because that was definitely a bit of a throw from NICEBEAM. Like, it was a nice play to kind of capitalize on that window there on the trend, but at the same time there was answers for NICEBEAM. So I think NICEBEAM, they're just gonna shake that off. They have their map pick right now, they have their comp pick, and if you are international feeding right now, what do you actually do here? Windwalker DK, I guess, is what you do, because we are already through the draft international. You know, I like this because Windwalker DK is one of those matchups that you have a chance to beat everything. Like, even if if everybody trades efficiently and plays really well, they can always, kind of survive and outlast you. But there is always that, kind of Windwalker DK factor where somebody just unexpectedly gets deleted. Like, you just get one of those setups where Numlis is out of his port range, or somebody messes up and doesn't react fast enough, or somebody teleports out, but then you swap because you have so much pressure and the other guy dies. There's always that overwhelming damage factor.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And I mean, it compounds, especially when you're playing that Frost DK, because not only can the Windwalker Monk kind of one-shot you with all his cooldowns, so can the Frost DK. So we'll see if they can find that setup, something from nothing, like we saw Mayline really set up there in that last game. NICEBEAM, that's one of those games you really just have to shake off. Like, I feel like they played it well. They're going to just be going for a wizard setup here, which is in itself a little bit of a nightmare. I feel like not having the Elemental Shaman to back you up. I think NICEBEAM, they're playing this one intelligently. Like, there's not going to be that Demon Hunter you can really abuse in the match. So we'll see what they can do. And it is going to be difficult for international feeding to actually get away. Eritros on the Warlock is going to have a lot of peels as well. So if he can actually disable the crit from Suniki with that amp weakness, that's going to be really powerful. Barug's going to have to make sure he gets really well-timed dispels on that. So little outplays in the match can definitely have a huge impact. But I feel like in general, I like this pick here from NICEBEAM.
Yeah, putting their faith in the Wizards, going to Empyrean Domain. They're going to have, a lot of tankiness here. And also, I feel like they also should have the late game advantage in terms of mana. Numlis is going to have drink advantage, in between the resets as well. So as long as they don't, mess up their defensive rotation, NICEBEAM have set themselves up here for a win, I feel like. But there is that Windwalker DK factor. If they can get those triple setups, if they can manage to actually connect with the damage on multiple members, that's when things can kind of get dicey. I feel like when Windwalker DK works the best is when the enemy team can't just trade one thing at a time. Like, okay, this go is going to be Numlis Trinket. This go is going to be Corki's Trinket. This go is going to be Arrow's Trinket, and you can just kind of rotate through everything like that because Leg Sweep has such a long cooldown that usually those come back up. I feel like the Windwalker DK works best when, you got Numlis Trinket and Eritros Unending Resolve in one setup. And now all of a sudden, you have a big, big window where if the first leg sweep doesn't kill them, you can force out the rest of the cooldowns with that. And then the next leg sweep is going to give you a little bit of a window where you could still potentially close it out. So international feeding, I'm not going to count them out, but NICEBEAM, they're definitely looking like they have the advantage here. And in terms of standings, they're in a great spot right now. NICEBEAM sitting at 92 points right now. And if they can win this game, they are going to be actually overtaking the casual granddads and MYWAY in the standings. So this is definitely a big game for them. They want to stay alive in the tournament and get as many points as possible. Try to make sure that they try to grab that 4th place. MYWAY still in the upper quarter, so MYWAY definitely going to be, trying to get as many points as possible as well. But did the casual Grandas actually make it into the tournament this weekend? I don't think they did.
No.
Yeah, I don't think there's no casual Grandads here. So there's really an opportunity here for NICEBEAM to really become that final boss of the gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if they can do it. I feel like it's all it's perfect for them right now. They get to play into a melee cleave as one of the best wizard setups you can into a melee cleave. So not only do you have the Mistweaver Monk, who is really powerful with healing, this is some of the most HPS you can really put out on any healer. You also have a Balanced Druid who's going to be really tanky. If you go after basically what you want in this matchup is both wizards to really cause havoc. So if you go after Eritros, Corki is going to be able to basically just spam out Cyclones. He's going to be able to deal a lot of damage. And if you go after Corki to try to limit that, then Eritros is, building up the Demonic Legion. He's getting these big tyrants out that, can just kill you through your cooldowns. Becomes really scary. So I'm curious to see what International Feeding decides to do here. Like, who are they going to really go after in this matchup? Eritros can do things as well, like play the Soul Rip, which is a really effective peel. He can play the Long Gateway. So I'm interested to see what talents he decides to go with, because I feel like there's a lot of ways you could approach this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. As I've been talking up the instant gateway a lot as well. He really likes that. So it's going to be interesting to see what Eritros decides to do here, how he decides to use it. And going to be interesting to see here what international feeding can actually get done. They're going to need to, I like that they're just putting all of their eggs in kind of the offense basket. They're just going with their mains. Windwalker DK, not really something that we've seen too much. We saw, was it Liquid that ran it one time in North America, I think 2 weekends ago. And that's the only time we've seen it. So international feeding really bringing in kind of a blast from the past. And I feel like I want to give some props to Borug as well, because he's somebody who's primarily playing a Holy Paladin, and we've already seen him, on the Resto Shaman. We've seen him on the Dragon. We've seen him on, multiple healers. And so far, I feel like he's been doing a good job keeping his team alive. And even in that last game, adding a lot of kind of damage into the kill, getting it done for his team. They barely had enough damage to actually kill Trend there before that stun expired. So really nice to see him on the Dragon, adding in a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And he can be really impactful, landing proper sleepwalks, dispels at the right time with the flame breath, the extra bit of damage as well. Those deep breaths can be really potent. So he can actually get there at the right time. I feel like Baru can really be a playmaker here for this roster, but it's going to be all about those setups once again. What are Mayline and Tsunagi going to be able to get done? How can they force an overlap in defensive cooldowns? We are at Game 5 between these two teams. This is an elimination series and their last chance to earn points. Both these teams want this. We'll see who comes out ahead.
Yeah, let's see it. Right now, the gates are open. We're in Imperial Domain. Game number 5. Both teams want it. Who is going to take it is the question right now. This is where, mistakes can happen. And there's a lot on the line for both of these teams in national feeding, trying to sneak into the gauntlet. NICEBEAM trying to become the final boss of the gauntlet. Only one of them will succeed. Corki right now already in a lot of trouble here. Huge damage coming through. And they get the Life Cocoon and they get the Bark Skin there from Corki, but no Trinket. Finally, you get Eritros Trinket right now. Big heal coming out there by Numlis onto Eritros, ready to deflect the situation. Nice Cyclones coming out here from Corki. And here comes the damage. There's the beam. He actually interrupted a Spirit Bloom right there onto Borug. Huge damage onto mainline. Corki right now, 1v9, getting a beautiful Cyclone there on the Trinket of Borug. Can he get a Cyclone onto mainline as well? That would be absolutely massive. Corki, what is going on right now? Huge plays coming out. They get the Trinket and they get the Emerald Communion right there from Borug. He still has the Rewind in his back pocket though, but they get a low Cyclone onto mainline, and the Corki is not done just yet. Needs to be careful though. Doesn't have that Bark Skin for 10 more seconds, but might not even need it right now. Mainline has the Anti-Magic Shell, and that's going to be his last line of defense. He's trying to hold on to it though for a later time.
Yeah, Corki right now going for a Cyclone. He gets caught into the Blinding Sleet. Tsunagi right now gets the double leg sweep. Big damage available. Corki, how are you going to live this? Eritros might get one shot. Big healing come from Numlis, who does use that Restoral. So getting that big heal out of the way, but Corki's still in danger. I mean, he's got the Bark Skin rolling, but Numlis finally gets the heals out, and that will be enough for him to stabilize. But the setups from International Feeding still looking good, and mana is even, so not out of it yet. And Eritros has traded out his trinket as well as his major defensive cooldown. But they're just going to go after Corki. They grip him in behind the pillar. It worked once against Tren, but not going to work a second time. Corki is able to escape.
Yeah, that's going to be his Heart of the Wild, though. That's a huge defensive cooldown, but Corki is playing a full tank Moonkin right now. He's got Heart of the Wild. He's playing Renewal. He's playing all the tanky towns right now, and it looks pretty good so far, but they don't have a trinket on Corki. They don't have Unending Resolve on Eritros, so that next push could be cooldowns coming out from Numlis. They don't have Restore as well. Should be Numlis, Trinket, Life Cocoon here if they can secure a clean enough setup. If they can buy some time, though, Eritros might have enough, his Trinket might come back, and he might be able to Trinket Coil or something to try to stop that setup before he gets going right now. And let's see what they decide to do. They're hovering behind the pillar, just waiting for their cooldowns. Now they're looking to make that push here. Corki already preemptively kiting. Now they're sitting down for a drink. Borug down to about half mana so far, and Corki's making it really difficult for them. They do manage to get a blinding sleet here onto Eritros. Huge damage coming in, but nice bash there onto Suniki. And Eritros, it looks like he's going to be able to stay alive here. He gets stunned into a stun behind the pillar, but huge Dark Pact Shield. Also gets the Life Cocoon. Numlis doesn't want to greet it here. Actually preemptively trades it, so he won't have to use his trinket. Really nice read by Numlis, and now they're swapping to Borug, and that's going to be the Rewind and the Obsidian Scale coming out from Borug here. And the mana is not looking good for Borug. If they can just stay alive like this on the side of NICEBEAM, continue to rotate and continue to have this wizard formation with Eritros on one side and Corki on the other, they might just be able to take the win before that happens. They will potentially get the win like that on mana, but right now it's looking like they might just kill somebody outright here. So much pressure coming out here from NICEBEAM.
And that's the nice thing about that Demonology Warlock. You just have the pets chasing behind the pillar. It makes it really unstable here for International Feeding. They feel the pressure. They need to make a push. They do grip in Eritros, but the Dark Pack is there immediately. Sleepwalk here on a Corki. Good setup, but there is just no damage. They do get the Dark Pack, but I mean, that is kind of nothing at this point in the game. Numlis slowly but surely is getting that Life Cocoon back up. Almost impossible to kill through that cooldown. So once that's available, I feel like NICEBEAM is going to be in a prime position. Set up here, though. Cyclone on Borug. Line might just get dropped. Will be the anti-magic cell as well as that Icebound Fortitude doing what he can to survive. They are trying to get something going in this match, but Numlis is just healing through it so easily at this point. He's just sitting in the back line. Finally, a full sleep lands. Borug trying to be a playmaker for the team. Eritros uses his portal to escape, trying to just kite, trying to get away. He's caught into a Strangulate. Needs to be in line of sight of Numlis, but I think does have the healing to keep him alive, and that should be more than enough. Holding onto the Life Cocoon, holding onto the Restore, and that is not good for the side of International Feeding. They needed to try to get some cooldowns there.
Yeah, and now once again, they're going to have to run back here and try to stay alive. That was the Emerald Communion as well from Borug, so really no cooldowns left. Corki now feeling confident to push in, but he gets kicked into a grip, so he can't use the bark skin. Finally, he uses it late there. Eritros still saving the day with a beautiful Shadow Fury coming through right there, and Corki definitely feeling scared there in a moment like that. Numlis sitting down for a drink in the back line. Pets are going to be keeping Borug here in combat, and that was a really close call, actually, onto Corki. If they just had more damage in that go, he could have actually gone down because he was kicked and he couldn't use that bark skin during that stun, and he was also out of form. So Corki needs to be careful that he doesn't get too aggressive, but Suniki might just have might just drop here, honestly. Suniki actually does have the Touch of Karma. He does counter setup here. Here comes the damage. It's looking good. Fire Breath coming in as well, and the Deep Breath. Huge damage. There's a full Strangulate onto Numlis, and Numlis is actually going to be able to activate that Life Cocoon right there. Manages to get out those big heals. Corki now with the Incarnation here, looking for the damage. Full beam connects here onto Borug, into a Shadow Fury, into a Cyclone onto Borug. He's got no trigger for 20 seconds. Mayline, though, already beautifully positioned. They're swapping to Numlis. He's out of port range. Huge damage coming in onto Numlis, but Numlis will be able to manage to escape there with that roll. And Numlis definitely getting a little bit too aggressive right there. He's going to relay his portal here in the middle because, a mistake like that could definitely cost him. Everybody needs to be extremely careful in a situation like this. If you outrange your port, if you can't access your defense in time, all it takes is 2 seconds for International Feeding to be able to close it out. But NICEBEAM right now building up a huge advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is just looking so solid. Their cooldowns are rotating back up. Restoral's available. 20 seconds on Life Cocoon. International Feeding, they are running out of time. Before they can even get on target, they're already all 50% health. This is an absolute nightmare. Baru going for a sleepwalk. He manages to find it. Can they take down Corki? Does just pop the... Look at him. He's in bear form. He's got bark skin. If he needs it, he can pop that Heart of the Wild as well to even make him stronger. Big setup here on Anomalies, though. Is he going to trade anything? No Fort Brew, nothing. Playing a bit greedy, but it looks like he will be able to hold on, portaling behind the pillar. But Suniki and Maylan are there in hot pursuit. Anomalies, don't throw the game. Don't be too greedy. Portals back to the middle of the map, and expertly holds on to those cooldowns, and now they're going after Corki. He's got the life cocoon available. Look at Mainline. He's caught in the middle of the map. There is nothing left, but at the same time, they are just going for it. They are trying to take down Corki. It is do or die for both of these teams, as Numlas is caught into the sleep. He's got the cooldowns to trade. They're really making this uncomfortable here for the side of NICEBEAM. International Feeding doing a great job on this final push. Can they get the win, or will they drop? Mainline in a lot of trouble. He's caught into a stun. Anti-magic zone, or anti-magic cell gets shred through immediately. And there is just more than enough damage. Dampening is too high, and unfortunately for International Feeding, they had a really good try in this series, but just not going to be enough. NICEBEAM will advance, and International Feeding will be going home.
Really, really nicely played here from NICEBEAM, staying alive there. And at the end, it was the Emerald community coming out, but like you said, dampening is just too high. And they just killed them through it. Just a lot of damage available there for NICEBEAM, and they're able to grab this win and stay alive in the lower bracket. But International Feeding, what an insane performance from them. You got to give them a lot of props here, bringing in some comps that we really haven't seen. Windwalker Ellie, Windwalker DK, things like that people are kind of considering a little bit to be a little bit off meta, and making NICEBEAM really work for it too. So really nice stuff. But look at here in the opener, Corki getting that Cyclone, then getting the Cyclone onto the Trinket, almost taking down Mayland here through all of his defense, and Aratos with a beautiful axe toss right there, forcing out Emerald Communion, forcing out Trinkets, and they just had really good counter pressure. And I feel like both Aratos, Numlis, and or all three members of NICEBEAM in general just did a really good job rotating through their defense and playing, their role perfectly. You can see right there, Aratos teleporting, using Unending Resolve, getting the coils out. Then when they go into Corki, he's building distance, he's getting Cyclones. Aratos is spamming out the Fears constantly on these setups, and Numlis as well doing a good job just kiting, staying away from the fight, making sure that he's not overlapping. Like Numlis just being very, very patient with his cooldowns here as well. Like in this situation, most monks would trade. He's got Life Cocoon, he's got Restore, he's got Trinket, but he's really only using them when he needs to. So really saving those for when they really need it. And here they actually do get a full Emerald Communion, but Maylan's HP is just not moving really. Big damage coming out from Corki, and managed to almost get a double kill right there at the end. Really huge performance here. And NICEBEAM showing a lot of flexibility, showing the Demon Hunter Munkin, showing their Wizard comps, really looking like a solid team.
Yep, most definitely are. They're going to be walking away with a victory here, and will be fighting later on today. They're going to play the loser of match number 4, so either MYWAY or ADMIRALS ESPORTS. But I don't know, I was excited to see that composition coming out from International Feeding, Windwalker DK, but unfortunately it was not enough. So let's take a look here at the bracket. We're going to be heading into another elimination round up next, Ben. It's going to be the Agents versus BONJOUR, BRUV.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting one. The Agents find themselves in a position where normally they would be in that upper bracket, right? So not exactly the spot you would expect them to be in, but MYWAY did beat them earlier on in the tournament, and that means they kind of have to make a deep run in this lower bracket. Obviously, that's Asgrath, Brunhilde, Mercy, and Zipa, a really well-rounded roster, but they are going up against the BONJOUR BRUV, which is going to be an interesting one because we haven't seen too much from Gelu, but we've seen him a lot in the past in the AWC. So we have Gelu, Houghton, Bum, and Reed. So I'm curious to see what exactly they're going to be running. Gelu obviously known for that mage as well as Warlock, so have a solid foundation, but I'm curious to see what they are bringing to the table here.
Yeah, they certainly, I'm sure, are going to put on a show. We'll see what they do against the Agents. It's an elimination round as well, so we're going to head to a break, and we will come up on that series of the Agents versus BONJOUR BRUV up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AWC. This is Cup 4 for Europe, and we are just making our way through these matchups. We have a second lower bracket elimination series here between the Agents and BONJOUR BRUV. And Sid, I was talking about it before the break. The Agents, this isn't a position you really expect them to be in.
Yeah, I mean, being lower bracket, facing elimination, you don't want to be in that spot. But you know who also really probably doesn't want to be in that spot? The team that has to face them, BONJOUR BRUV, because they're trying to qualify. They're trying to get into the top 8, and they have to beat one of the best teams in Europe in their first round on broadcast. Yikes. Yeah,
I mean, it's definitely not going to be an easy journey here for BONJOUR BRUV. I think they actually did make it into the top 8 last week, but unfortunately weren't able to play. I think one of their players had to go. But this week, they're going to be leveled up. They're ready. They're here. They're good to go. And I'm curious to see what they are going to be bringing to the table here, Aya.
I think I'm the most curious about that as well. I mean, we were talking about it a little bit before we went to break. You know, we know Gelu very well. He's been around for quite some time. He plays Mage quite a bit, sometimes Warlock. I've even seen him play Shadow Priest, which we know has been super good lately. So, and then everybody else, I'm not really familiar with. I haven't seen them in AWC before, so that's definitely, I think, a big mystery for me, Ven.
Yeah, I think they have Houghton, Bum, and Reeds, like I said. Bum primarily playing Boomkin, Houghton Rogue. So they have like the Rogue Boomkin, maybe Mage Boomkin. It seems like they have a lot of different meta compositions. We might end up just seeing them play something like, Moonkin Warlock Preservation Evoker, which has been, kind of the flavor of the month here in Europe, Sid.
And it's been really a kryptonite for every team. Nobody can beat Echo playing it. So they've got a lot of compositions that are powerful right now, and they could start with any of them, honestly. If they're ready to play, this could be BONJOUR's day to take this series, climb through the ranks. The Agents would be in a precarious position where possibly a team like MYWAY could take their top 3 position, depending on the results of the tournament. So BONJOUR BRUV, they're playing spoiler. They're trying to get into the top 8 for the gauntlet, and they could really mix things up if they could win this series. And if I'm being frank, the Agents, I feel like they're not performing to the level that they would really expect to be performing to so far. So let's see if they're ready to step up for the final cup. They're going to be bringing Azkarath on Resto Druid, Mercy on Demonology, and Zeepai on the Elemental Shaman. For the side of BONJOUR BRUV, they're bringing in some North American tech. They're bringing in the Subtlety Rogue Houghton, Bum the Balanced Druid, and Reeds the Preservation Evoker.
Yeah, things you like to see. Let's see how they do here. This is elimination as well. The Agents in a really solid spot. They don't really have anything to worry about too much. It's BONJOUR BRUV that has a potential here to play spoilers for that 8th place. So really excited to see how they do with this competition with this composition. Unfortunately, we're seeing Gelu on the bench also. So we're going to be getting this comp here from BONJOUR. We'll see how they do in this match. We're about 30 seconds in already, and let's see how they do.
All right, we see Incarnation used pretty early here by Bum, just keeping the pressure up on a Mercy. Azkarath into a bash, trying to go for a Cyclone, gets shut down by Zeepai. Trying to get through Zeepai's defense on Ellie Shaman is going to be really a difficult task. Houghton now getting stunned up at the pillar. The Blastium down, looking to try and get a Tyrant out, but he does get interrupted by Houghton. Here comes the kidney shot onto Mercy. No pressure or cooldowns committed to this one just yet, and it's really their team on the back foot. A full fear onto the healer. Rewind has to come through to try and recover, and with that Dream Breath, I don't know, this swap is crazy. He's dying through Emerald Communion. Almost just gets knocked out right there in the early stages of this fight, having used so many powerful cooldowns to stay alive. BONJOUR BRUV are suddenly in a terrible position. They need to turn around this quickly, and they're trying to by going on to Zeepai, but the crowd control is kind of botched here on Azkarath. They do finally get the Cyclone, forcing Zeepai to burrow beneath the ground. He's moving towards Bum, likely looking to knock him up and prevent him from casting into the future, move away from the rogue, maybe position on the Demonic Gateway here as he's moving closer to it in the middle of the map. Axe Toss onto Bum, Lightning Lasso onto Houghton. I love those double stuns to control multiple members of the team. Full Fear onto Reeds. Houghton, no Cloak of Shadows in game number 1. Is he just going to go down 10%? Houghton will fall very early, and the Agents are looking strong for game 1.
Yeah, most certainly. That did not look very difficult to them. They quickly shut that down. BONJOUR BRUV, now they are 1 down already. We're going to be seeing them choose a map in just a second here. Agents 1-0 right now in this best of 5 series. We're going to look at the breakdown as well. But luckily, Sid, BONJOUR BRUV have the potential to play a lot of different compositions in this one.
Yeah, they could bring in Gelu on Demonology if they want to try Demonology, Boomkin, Preservation Evoker. This composition, it just felt like they just kind of died way too early. I'm not used to seeing this composition have a round, especially against this comp. Like Lock Shaman is not a comp that wins fast typically. So the fact that they kind of just like pittered out and ran out of steam, we're going to wait and see in the replay, like what exactly went wrong for them. Was Reed's in crowd control? Was there something that he could have avoided in that situation? They still have Trinket. They still have time dilation at this point, cheat death. Like they have a few options. So he gets fully feared, decides to not Trinket this, feared into the corner while the rogue is stunned. Bum tries to clone, but he gets interrupted and he just sits through a fear, it looks like, and he just dies through it. He could have time dilated here. It just seemed like this whole time dilation could have gone for a big heal. He also got rooted, so maybe he was like spamming Verdant Embrace, and you can't use that. So this is like the main heal mechanic for Preservation Evoker is Verdant Embrace. It flies you to the target and amplifies your healing on the target. But if you're rooted, you can't fly to the target. So I don't know how experienced Reeds is on Preservation Evoker. I feel like it's the first time we've seen him in a tournament. Maybe he was just mashing that button, but he was rooted, and so he couldn't use it. And he was really expecting to get a big heal out of it, and then that heal never came, because you'll see as he's feared here in the middle of the map, he gets rooted next to the pillar by Asgarath, I believe. And that entangling root will prevent you. So he's rooted at the moment in a fear on that pillar off to the left side. He wants to Verdant Embrace, I think, right here. He dispels it. He gets rooted again, and maybe he was just expecting it to go off, but because Asgarath re-rooted him, he couldn't.
Yeah, definitely a tough loss for them. With the information that we have, it's saying that Reeds is also a shaman, so maybe we see him switch to Resto Shaman for this next one. But yeah, Preservation Resto Shaman is kind of what we have. So we'll see if they decide to switch things up for this next one. I mean, do you think that they should? Is this the comp that could work in your mind, Supatees?
I feel like a lot of the Subtlety Rogue teams do not queue into Demonology Warlocks. Now they have an Ellie Shaman, which could make it work. Based on how I saw that game going, I don't think I would like to see this composition again, because the thing is, it's just going to get worse on the bigger maps. Like you could try to use it on the small one, hook point, maybe get a game win in the series like that. But then afterwards, I think they're going to need to bring Gelu in. I think playing the Demo Boomkin, given how much success we've seen Echo having with it, is going to be kind of a safer line for their blind pick lock-in.
Yeah, poor Gelu. I feel like every team he's on, he's always the fourth player. Like, you know, such a goat in the scene on the mage, but just like his teams always play these compositions. He can't really utilize the class that he plays. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if he comes in on the second game here. This is also a bit of a damage breakdown and HPS breakdown as well for game number 1. It is going to be Bonjour BRUV picking that map, so maybe we can tell just a little bit of what they will be deciding to do as we get through this draft process.
All right, let's see where their heads are at. What's their strat going to be? Is it going to be small map and a rogue comp? Is it going to be like a neutral map and they're going to go for a wizard mirror? Because those seem to be their only two routes. And they don't seem bad either way. So they're going small map. They're definitely doing some sort of subtlety rogue. Either that game was just a warm-up, or maybe they play rogue mage. I don't know if rogue mage is maybe their main comp, or what they would consider to be their main comp on their team, coming together kind of last minute. We didn't get to see them play last week. They had to forfeit. I think somebody wasn't able to show up. But now moving into the fourth cup, like what is going to be their main staple? What's going to be their flavor? They have to beat one of the best teams currently in the top 3 in their first round of the open bracket to try and get into the top 8, which is brutal on their side. So I would think that their best option is play something that you're the most practiced on. Reeds is going to go back on the Resto Shaman. So if Resto Shaman, as we've gotten our information, says that that's his main, way better chances, I think, of winning this series going mains into the agents playing their mains at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And we are being thrown into hook point as well. So no, I mean, that's definitely something to note for sure. I always feel bad for the teams that it's like their first chance and they're kind of up against a lot, and they need to get thrown against, you know, the agents, who I believe is 3rd in standings right now, 220 points. So they are having a very, very solid season. So I can only hope that in this second game, we can maybe pick it up a little bit, see what this team is really capable of. But, you know, like we've also said, they have made it to top 8 before, so they're having a pretty good season nonetheless. So maybe here on Hook Points, it is where we really see them kind of go full throttle. Looks like we are going to be starting the game in just a moment here, so not really too many changes on the side of Bonjour. The only one being that this healer is switching to what we believe is his main on that Resto Shaman. So hopefully, they're looking a little bit more comfortable for game number 2.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of extra disruption with the grounding totem and the wind shear. Also decently tanky into this type of composition. Earthenwall totem's really effective in this matchup with how the damage is dealt by the agents. They're not hitting people for 400k critical strikes. It's all very small, which Earthenwall really loves to soak that type of damage. So I could see this working out, especially on a small map where the shaman's going to be able to get involved with the fight. And assist the team with grounding totems to prevent them from being peeled on their goes. I definitely think this comp can work with a shaman. We also saw Sea-Doo adept into playing Resto Shaman with this comp in North America, and it looked really good, which I think a lot of shamans are maybe surprised because I think most of them were expecting shaman not to be too great. I feel like most shaman players are thinking Resto Shaman wasn't in the best spot for a while, but then suddenly in this patch, a lot of shamans are going back to it. I've seen Absterge on it the whole time, Brain the whole time. Sea-Doo coming back onto it after the Preservation Evoker in the last weekend. So yeah, Resto Shaman, it's not like their composition is completely going to be destroyed because they've put a Resto Shaman instead of a Preservation Evoker. I don't think it's going to be that case at all. I think actually maybe in this type of matchup, it might even be better, especially on a map where you can stop the Druid from drinking because the Shaman is going to out-mana the Druid.
Yeah, definitely. So this hopefully is a really good map choice for them. But it's kind of always the question, if you are able to get that second game win after winning game number 1, and it's kind of the map that is making the huge difference, then it becomes a case of, can this team win the swing match? Can they win on a map where the agents chose where they're going to be heading to? Is this a comp that can work on a bigger map? So time can only tell. We'll see what BONJOUR BRUV does here in game number 2. Looking to tie it up by bringing in that Resto Shaman. Definitely a lot of disruption that Reeds has the potential to do here in these tight quarters. What is going to happen here on game number 2? Or is the agents go 2-0?
They already got an Earth Crab totem, pulling Bum out of stealth and getting them into combat, so it's not going to be a sap. Not the best start, but they're immediately sending a Kidney Shot Solar Beam onto the Warlock. Maybe just trying to stop him from porting, but I mean, he could still trinket out the Silence. I'm not a big fan of that Solar Beam. I think using Solar Beam here on the Demonic Tyrant would be a really good idea. They're going to Typhoon the Tyrant, Cyclone the Warlock, and try and run away from it. They need to avoid this Tyrant. They switch the clone onto the Tyrant. It's a good kind of compensation for that early Solar Beam on the lock. They're controlling the Tyrant with Cyclone instead. It's really important that they respect this cooldown. It's going to be the most threatening point in the match. Earthenwall Totem at the pillars. They're bunkered down, but a Lightning Lasso from Z-Pi off to the side, and it's basically Z-Pi versus Bum. How many Cyclones can Z-Pi stop Bum from casting? How annoying can he be? He's behind the pillar currently, but it looks like he's got a grounding totem, so he's grounded Bum Cyclone there on Asgrath. He's not going to find it, and he's still chasing Asgrath around the pillar right now. He fakes one interrupt. He's got the precognition. He's going to Cyclone Z-Pi, but Reeds is also into a Cyclone. Houghton, already with no Cloak of Shadows, is down at half health, just getting cut up by the Felguard and the Dreadstalkers at the moment, trying to Shadow Step over, maybe for a swap on Asgrath. He sees it coming. He's in bear form. He's on the run. Houghton gets Frost Shocked root by Z-Pi, pulled over from the Static Field Totem, but the Cyclone has finally been secured on Asgrath. Houghton gets coiled during the Kidney Shot, and this is some tech that I see in Europe all the time with these Demonology Warlocks, is they'll save the Mortal Coil only to peel for their teammates. They're never using it offensively. It's just to coil the rogue. Right now, Mercy, though, getting set up on that stun beam, actually blasting him down pretty low, even through Dark Packs. This is the closest they've been to a kill so far in the series. He's going to gate back around the corner. Asgrath is still crowd controlled. Z-Pi's in a Cyclone. He's all by himself right now. Finally, Reed's getting back to his side. We'll need to look to recover. He's trying to cast out a Hex, it looks like. He gets the Hex on his Z-Pi, but Asgrath can just remove that. Mercy actually gets cloned low for a moment. Bum in a Lightning Lasso getting destroyed by Z-Pi down at half health. Houghton rooted at the pillar with Earthquake, trying to make his way to his target. Bum is just trying to get to Asgrath, but it's so tough with that pillar, and they're taking so much damage. Finally, Bum getting precognition, faking one of the interrupts and trying to go for some more clones. Gets one onto Z-Pi. He's likely waiting for his bash before he chases Asgrath, otherwise he's going to be wasting his time, and he does have the bash. He needs to find the Cyclone. He gets knocked on it. He's not going to get it, and Houghton's in trouble. Huge pressure onto him right now from Mercy. Is he going to go down? Evasion is up. He may have to cloak on top of it. Reeds is in a bash. He's so low at the moment, being greedy with this Cloak of Shadows, really putting a lot of trust into Reeds to keep him up right now, and that trust is going to pay off. They've got a Cyclone now on Asgrath, but Mercy is ported back behind the pillar. They're trying to chase him down. He's on his side, and these roots from Z-Pi are so annoying for Houghton. He gets put into a stun lock, stunned over once again with a double Shadow Fury from Mercy. Asgrath getting blasted a bit here, down to half. He's going to renewal in bear form. Get around the corner, try and avoid the Subtlety Rogue. Definitely needs to respect the Incarnation. Here's the Smoke Bomb. This could be the Unending Resolve. They have to trade Unending Resolve. And BONJOUR BRUV definitely having a lot more pressure in game 2.
Yeah, most definitely. They've come close a couple of times here. There goes that unending resolve from Mercy. Caught in a cyclone as well. Asgrath also stuck their bum. However, about half health on the other side of the team, trying to run away from this damage that's coming towards him. Zeepai also a little bit low on the other side. Still has Astral Shift available to him. Quite a lot of trade-offs going out on both sides. Bonjour, bro, they really want to stay in this one and tie this match up, and they've come close this time, making those slight adjustments to their composition in game number 2 here. Houghton, Reeds definitely have some synergy going back and forth also by being able to get those huge pushes towards them and keeping those defensive cooldowns off of him. We'll see how long it lasts, though. We're about 4 minutes into this game. They only made it about a minute and a half into Nagran, but the adjustments that they made into game 2 definitely paying off. Houghton in some trouble though. Caught in a stun. Still has Cloak of Shadows available to him. Evasion going to be coming up in just a little bit left also. So the agent's definitely having a harder time shutting this one down in game number 2 here. There goes that Cloak of Shadows from Houghton. Evasion up in about 13 seconds. Is he going to survive this push though? We shall see. And they are making a bit of an aggression switch onto the agent said.
Askrath's got a nice pre-tranquility immune on Bum's bash there, immuning a stun and avoiding the chain CC off of it. Reeds is now stunned for a moment. They're getting aggressive into a full fear. No cloak on the road. Can they target him down? They're actually swapping to Asgrath, but that static field pulls them out in the open and away from Asgrath at the same time. Oh my god, this damage onto Bum and Houghton. They're absolutely getting destroyed. The Spirit Link does nothing. They snipe it. Reeds can't get inside of it in time. A Hex is being cast. He gets solar beamed on it. They're trying to pause the fight, but Houghton's dying to pets behind the pillar. Reeds is rooted in the midfield. He's trying desperately to get back to his team. Drops the Earthenwall Totem, but now he's into Asgarath's bash as Asgarath pre-bear forms the stun here onto the kidney shot, has Bark Skin, and should be all right to survive the swap. They're going to get off of him, immediately switch to Zeepai. Pre-Iron Bark comes out from Asgarath. He gets knocked, but he's knocked back to Asgarath. They're going to switch to him once again. He's down at half. Fear on Reeds, no trinket. They're trying to stay aggressive with the Incarn. Bum gets shut down with the Lightning Lasso, wind-sheared by Reeds. They need to be interrupting those Lightning Lassos as much as possible. Every second that Bum is in crowd control, it's a second that he's not finding a Cyclone or getting ready to build Astral Power for another swap.
Yeah, definitely. That was a huge push there. We'll see if they can keep going. The agents definitely putting on the pressure here in game number 2, not letting them get anything done. Houghton a little bit vulnerable, half health, no defensives available. And Reeds also, I mean, he used a Spirit Link and Healing Tide. They've still got another full 2 minutes before those available to him. So this might be a little bit of trouble for Bonjour Brawl. Half health for Bum and Houghton as well. Bum uses that Bark Skin, about 20% health. Is he gonna go down here trying to get out a Cyclone onto the other team, lands on Mercy to try to get some of that pressure off of him because this is so much damage coming out. But Bum also dealing a lot of damage. You can see him in the damage meters on the bottom left of our screens here. Houghton, about 2 seconds till Cloak of Shadows is up. He definitely needs it. We'll see if he ends up saving it or uses it because he might need it. About half health right now. Mercy half health as well. This is so scary for both of these teams. This is getting a little bit volatile on both sides. There goes that Cloak of Shadows from Houghton. But I mean, this is definitely not the end for him. You can see him just desperately trying to get those Cyclones out because this is a lot of pressure coming onto Bum and himself as well. So can he move forward? Can he keep going in this game? I mean, this is 7%, 7 minutes, almost about 30% dampening into this game, and this pressure is definitely mounting. There's Houghton, maybe go down. There goes that Evasion, about 10% health. But it looks like he might be getting topped up in just a moment here. I don't know. Reeds, as you can see, Reeds is trying to keep him alive, but it is looking really scary, Sid.
Yeah, 0 mana is the problem right now. 0 cooldown. He's got NS in 1 second. Maybe he can get a Primordial Wave NS. He's got to wait 10 more seconds for Primordial Wave. He can get a heal that tops his whole team with that, but they're getting cracked by Earthquakes on left, right, and center of that pillar. They step out. They're going for the kill on Mercy. They're throwing everything that they've got left to try and get a kill. They're switching targets. They're going after Zeepai now. Is he ready for the swap? It looks like Asgrath's in a position to save him. Ironbark's up. He looks stable. He's going to Astral Shift on top of it and go for the kill onto Bum. Lightning Lasso. They need to stop this, and they do manage to wind shear it in time, but there's still 0 mana for Reese. He's got Healing Tide Totem and Ascendance. He needs this to recover the team. He's got Ancestral Guidance, but now into a full fear. Caught by Mercy. Zeepai gets cloned low. Houghton's in trouble. Caught into a coil. Vanishes away. They can't see him at the moment as he's going to open up with a kick on Asgrath from stealth into a kidney shot. Step back to Zeepai. Zeepai suddenly not with a lot of options. Trinkets into a burrow. Ducking beneath the ground to try and recover long enough for Asgrath to get free of crowd control. Reed's coming out of the bash. Houghton is low. Cheat Death available. Spirit Link is actually up. Can Reeds get there for the Spirit Link? He drops an Earthenwall Totem and Spirit Link, and Reeds is just plain
Brain on a razor's edge right now. He's been healing with no mana for like the better part of 2 minutes, and I think finally they've hit the enrage timer for the agents. Actually, maybe not. Reach Prox Ascendance. Can he pull this off? Can he keep Bum alive with 0 mana in this position? He survives the stun, gets the renewal. He's ducking back to the pillar, trying to stabilize here. NS comes up in a second. Double Shadow Fury, but the entire team is rotting down. Those pets are cleaving, AoEing them apart. Houghton steps in. They need to make a play. There's no trinket. There's no wall, but he gets coiled. He can't stay on target. Nature's Vigil is up. Bum's trying to support the team. Houghton actually has Cloak of Shadows out of the stun. He's going to cloak. They have to go for the kill. They have to win the game right here and now. If they don't win on this push, there's absolutely no turning back at this point. Askrath into a bash, but he pre-Iron Barked it. That pre-Iron Bark is reducing so much damage on Zeepai. I think it's just enough that he shouldn't go down in this go. Houghton drops a smoke bomb down desperately to try and stagger the damage just a little longer. Bum actually has Innervate. He's going to Innervate Reeds. That makes Reeds healing free. He can heal for a moment, but he can't deal with the damage despite the Innervate, and the agents have a chokehold on Bonjour BRUV.
Oof, I mean, but that looked much better for Bonjour BRUV. Making that switch to the Resto Shaman and Hook point, that was incredibly close. The agents closing that one out though, 2-0, and I am really worried for this team here, Sid, because they couldn't make it happen on a smaller map, and I don't know what else they do have in terms of options. Here is a replay also of how everything went down, and they were just kind of trickling down for multiple minutes. The agents kind of just whittling around down at their healing, their health and their defensives, and then just fell over.
The biggest problem is that Reeds is just running out of mana faster than Asgarath. Like the main point for them winning this map would be that they can outmana the Druid, and if they can't outmana the Druid, then this composition is not going to work for them. And I mean, they pulled off some insane plays here to stay alive as long as they did throughout this portion of the fight, a little bit earlier than this, for like the last 2 minutes to keep it going and pull off a miracle. But it's really them just holding on by a thread. It's like they got one pinky on the ledge, keeping themselves up, and the agents are just waiting to stomp on it. And they're just hoping that some miracle can happen for their team, and that miracle is just not coming in game number 2. Now at this point, they need to reverse sweep the agents. They need to win 3 games in a row. That is a tall order to do against such a formidable opponent. I would say it's looking grim for them in terms of qualifying into the top 8.
I want to see him bring out Gelu. Just try it. See what they can do with him on the field.
I think the main problem is if Reeds is a Shaman main and not a Priest healer or a Preservation, then they can't really, like I was thinking, like maybe a Rogue Mage, like a really good Rogue Mage, Holy Priest, or a Rogue Mage Preservation Evoker might be able to win this type of matchup. This type of composition, after seeing this play out, it seems like the agents are more than ready for it. Asgrath's mana management was excellent in this game, to be able to outmana the rest of Shaman as long as he did in a matchup like this, and they pre-negated so many swaps, like the pre-bark on this go, and they lined up their cooldowns really effectively, pre-walling and then trinket burrowing. They just staggered every possible chance that Bonjour BRUV was really getting presented to be able to win the game. So the agents defense is really solid. I don't think it really, especially because the rest of this series is going to be played out on big maps. Let's just say that they win this map. The rest of the series is played out on big maps, and I just don't see a world where they're going to win as Boomkin Rogue on Empyrean Domain.
Yeah, I mean, we will have to see what Bonjour BRUV decides to do heading into this next game, but like Sid mentioned, it is their last opportunity. They're going to have to reverse sweep, and that is going to be very, very difficult for them. We're seeing the entire draft process finished as well, head into Ruins of Lordran, and it looks like they also switched back to that Preservation Evoker, and they are bringing out Gelu on the Demonology Warlock.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. I mean, Echo is a pretty good, what do you want to say, proof that this composition is good, having won 3 cups with almost exclusively playing this. I think Waz played 1 game of Rogue Mage in the first cup, and they've been riding this comp all the way through. So this is one comp that the agents couldn't really come up with a consistent answer for, but can Bonjour BRUV play to Echo's level? Because that's another thing entirely. I don't think that this is a comp that you just walk in and you're beating the best teams no matter what as Boomkin Warlock Preservation Evoker. Like, if you don't have mana management and damage output, or Waz's control and burst and calls, and then Chanimal's peeling mobility and control in the game, like if you don't have that level of play, this isn't a comp that you just log in and you're winning tournaments for free.
Oh, dang it. I was hoping it worked like that. I was just going to go roll one of these classes and just see if I can make it happen. Darn. All right. Well, we're heading into game number 3 here. The Agents trying to close this one out 3-0. Bonjour, BRUV making a last-minute composition swap, bringing out Gelu on that demo lock, switching back to that Preservation Evoker. Let's see how it works out here. Nowhere to hide as well, really, especially when you have those observers in the side. You can see those beams coming from all directions already. Bum about half health all at once here. Only 30 seconds into this game, we're already seeing so much happening on the field.
Yeah, Innervate's up for Reeds. Good mana management, trying to keep him as topped off as possible, but Reeds is also trying to dispel off Flame Shocks to stay out of the damage. Asgarath ducks in there, going for a stun, but Zeepai's in a clone. Mercy's in crowd control as well for a moment. He's line of sighting, trying to avoid this engagement during the incarnation. Zeepai gets isolated. Is he going to go down here? Ironbar comes up for Asgarath. Asgarath's on the run away from Reeds and away from Bum, trying to avoid that balance druid cyclone. You'll see Asgarath just running away from him for most of this match. They need to stay on top of the druid, keep him controlled, or keep him from drinking. That's going to be a main point, and we are on Runes of Lordaeron. It's match point. It would be a fitting final resting place, but perhaps not, as Mercy is suddenly just getting chunked with that one clone onto Asgarath. They get Unending Resolve. They swap the clone onto Mercy. Bum is really popping off right now, trying to pull off some flashy plays, keep the pressure on Asgarath. They time a Fire Breath out of the clone so they can fully purge the hots there. Really good timing from Reeds on that Fire Breath. Gelu just lining up damage, getting the Dreadstalkers, getting Hannah Gul'dan's out, trying to get some demons onto the battlefield to keep their pressure onto the Balanced Druid, or onto the Elemental Shaman at this point in time. And will they be able to connect Lightning Lasso onto Bum, Fear onto Gelu? Reed's dispelling it, trying to stay ahead, but the Fear has actually been swapped to. Bum is pulled into the middle of the map. Is he ready for the hit? He's got Barkskin. He's not trading, being a bit greedy. Barkskinning on the stun now. Reeds connects a big heal just before getting bashed. Dreadstalker's out onto Zeepai. They're still going after him. Not sure if I'm a fan of going after Zeepai right now. He's got some cooldowns to trade. They Solar Beam Mercy on his cast, trying to prevent his pressure, but I feel like that go onto Mercy would have been more valuable given that they've already got Unending Resolve from him. Maybe they didn't want to attack into Cenarian Ward. It might have been the logic there. They want to swap off the Resto Druid Hots and try and win on mana, but they're not really winning on mana at this point in time. They're falling behind on pressure. Reeds, he ducks back behind the wall. He's got his Obsidian Scales up. He's trying to cast out some Dream Breath. Decent damage on Zeepai in that little exchange, and they actually do manage to get his Astral Shift, which is really important at this point, given that they are falling behind on mana.
Yep, definitely. That's going to be a big one for them. We'll see if it pays off longer into this match. But Bum, however, got a lot of pressure on him. He's switching to that bear form. A lot of damage coming from that observer as well. Not really any places to hide with this map was also. So a lot of damage coming onto this team here. Reed's dipping low in health. Bum dipping low in health, but he is going to be stabilized for the moment. We can see he's just trying to run away from these people. I mean, they are being absolutely relentless on the side of the Agents here. But about 50 seconds until that Unending Resolve comes back on Mercy. That was definitely a huge trade-off. Bum about half health, trading out that Bark Skin, though. Going to be in trouble. You're seeing that Tyrant come after him here. So going to be about half health. Reed's also in some trouble. So this is just kind of getting a little bit scary on the side of Bonjour, BRUV. There's nowhere to hide as well. I mean, you can see the pressure just mounting on top of them. Bum continuing to pump out damage, however, onto Zeepai. We'll see if he can make anything happen, but it's just looking scary and scary for Bonjour, BRUV. I mean, they made that switch. They made that composition switch, but this is their last opportunity here. They can't lose this match or they're out of the tournament, and they would not be making it into Championship Sunday, which they need those points. And that was really scary for just a moment, but Reed's saving him at that last minute.
They aren't even denting Asgarath's mana bar in comparison. This is looking more grim as time goes on. Zeepai's cooldowns are back and available. Mercy's cooldowns are back and available. They're going to play a lot more aggressive. Put the final nail in the coffin, literally, on Runes of Lordaeron here. Gelu down at half, taking some damage, trying to turn around onto Mercy. They get Iron Bark. They can swap off that. They're going onto Zeepai. They call Asgarath. They force Astral Shift. So 2 cooldowns in 1 push is definitely a high-value push on the side of Bonjour, BRUV. It's just overall efficiency that seems to be failing for them. Reeds is just having a tough time keeping his mana ahead. He needs to try and find the time to get more Disintegrates off, but he's just struggling to heal at the moment. Gelu back behind the Tombstones along with Reeds, recovering with that time dilation. Bum's getting aggressive, looking to try and rush down Asgarath, looking for a Cyclone, but he gets pulled away with that static field, and now he's in the middle of the map. Zeepai is blasting. Observer is out. Reeds gets Windshield. The entire team is dead. Rescue comes through. Zeepai is getting pushed back. They're not going to be going down without a fight, at least in game number 3 on match point, and they face elimination. They lose their opportunities to qualify into the top 8 for the European Finals if they lose this game.
Yeah, they do not want to miss out on that opportunity. You can really tell they're holding out as strong as they can. Zeepai, they're chasing after him. He's dipping low in health. Bum dipping low in health, though, as well. They really, really want this. They want to stay in this one. It's going to be a long road, however, to win this series that they are going to reverse sweep. But this is just getting one step closer to pulling that off. Bum continues to be in trouble. You can see Gelu trying to get those hexes out on the left side of your screen there. He's just still running around the map, just hasn't stopped this entire time. This is so scary for them. Gelu dropping low as well, still has unending resolve available to him. Bum trading out that bark skin, about half health on their side. Reed's only about 20% mana left as well, so he's definitely going to be hurting in just a moment here. This is not a good situation, especially when compared to Asgrath and how healthy he is on mana. Mercy, there goes that unending resolve. He continues to just almost get knocked out by BONJOUR BRUV, but he is able to stay alive. And they're turning that pressure around onto BONJOUR BRUV, and they're going to be keeping on into this matchup here. About 6 minutes, 30% dampening as well, but things are just looking more scary, more and more scary as we continue on into this matchup. But there's just been a few signs of life here. But that being said, Bum, Gelu both in trouble here. Is Riz going to be able to keep him alive with that minimal damage? And he is not going to be able to. Unfortunately, Gelu is going to go down.
Oh, man. To go out like that is just like a little pitter on the end of the gateway, reaches 0 mana. They had some really big swings, like they swung some big punches at the agents. They got a lot of cooldowns. It came very close, but unfortunately, close is not enough here to qualify for BONJOUR BRUV. They are going to be out. The agents are still going to maintain an opportunity to keep their third place position for the gauntlet, or to avoid the gauntlet, and just go straight into the European final. So an important win for them. They're not going to succumb to any of BONJOUR BRUV's surprises, and I think this is one of those epic pushes from BONJOUR BRUV where they got Astral Shift, ending resolve. They had Zeepai so low at the pillar, and they had these constant swells of damage. But in terms of overall efficiency, Reeds just could not keep his mana going, and that became the main problem at this point in the game, where almost his entire team dies. He deflects the hit on himself with Renewing Blaze, but Bum doesn't have any answers. Gelu doesn't, so Gelu's like, I'm out, guys. I'm not stacking on you guys and taking damage from the demo lock, but it's just too little too late. Reeds couldn't get back to him after that gateway either. Not that he really had any cooldowns to use at that point. And just the overall efficiency from Asgarath on the Resto Druid is going to outdo them.
Yeah, really just nowhere to run and nowhere to hide there for Gelu at the end. And that does mean that the agents will be advancing through that lower bracket. And that means we're going to be going to the upper bracket after that. But I can't help but I feel like, Sid, if they had maybe played this composition from the beginning, like that series may have gone better for them.
Yeah, I mean, it would have only gave them more and more reps on the class, I think, especially for Reeds. I feel like Preservation Evoker is like the highest actions per minute healer you could play. There's just always something that you could do that has huge impact and results on the game in the long term. So if you're lesser experienced than somebody at it, you're going to get really out efficiencyed on it. And you can kind of see that gap in this series. Like Reeds is able to keep up with the burst damage, trade the cooldowns, but then his mana is suffering. So he's not maintaining the kit overall. But obviously moving forward into the future, making it into the top 8 for 2 broadcasts is impressive. So hopefully they stay together as a team and continue to work on it and practice into the future.
Yeah, and of course we did see those upper bracket matchups that we do have coming up next. You talked a little bit about the Preservation Evoker, and we're going to see one of the best to ever do it here with Matt and Echo. It's going to be Echo versus Bamboozle, and then of course after that we have MYWAY versus Admiral Esports. But this is going to be an exciting one. I feel like Echo so far has just been the most. I feel like they've been kind of the most dominant team we've maybe ever seen in the AWC.
I would agree. I think statistically you can look at it that way too. You know, the first place team in NA has 300 points, while right now Echo has 360. So I feel like just that is indication enough that they are very much dominating the EU region. They've been so consistent. This is definitely the best season they've had in a while. And I think you're right that this is the best season from any team that we may have seen, just in terms of pure consistency.
I'm curious to see if they can do it. Bamboozle, also an interesting team. They were playing that shadow play with 3 players. They brought on Existence as their 4th player, giving them a little bit more flexibility here. We'll see what they have in store for us. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we get back, the upper bracket match between Echo and Bamboozle.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are on the second match of the day for the fourth and final cup for the AWC Season 2, and we are on another elimination round, the third series of the day. We are here in the upper bracket. Those two series just went by so quickly, I forgot what time it was. We are going to be seeing Echo facing off against Bamboozle, and this is going to be a pretty big one. We kind of hinted to it, alluded to it just a little bit before we headed into the break, but you know, Echo have been having an incredible season, Ven, and then Bamboozle as well. You know, they've been kind of on the up a little bit. They're in 7th place right now, so they have a chance to kind of get a little bit higher up in terms of standings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what they can get done. I feel like this is an interesting one for a couple different reasons. I mean, you have Echo, who's obviously been completely dominant, point leaders. They've won everything. And honestly, I put them as my prediction to win this one as well. They're looking unstoppable. But then you have Bamboozle, who is an interesting roster for a couple of different reasons. The main reason they're interesting to me is because they've actually found a ton of success as just a 3-player roster. Like, they've had some seriously deep runs in these cups just playing the Shadow play with the Restoration Druid. So that's Warlock, Shadow Priest, Resto Druid. And now bringing on Existence, I think it's going to give them a few more options. And if that's a good thing, it has kind of remained to be seen. Like, sometimes when you're that 3-player roster, just kind of playing what you excel at is what's going to give you the most success. But it's difficult to do that against a team like Echo, who just has so much flexibility. So at least bringing on that 4th player makes the blind pick a little bit less predictable.
Yeah, definitely. Also, while we're here on the standings, real quick, I do want to mention, just because of how those first 2 series of the day went, we will be having a tiebreaker in the grand finals on the European side of things. It's going to be Fiends versus Caster meta. That's going to be played out after the European finals, which is going to be about midway through the day. So definitely stay tuned for that one, because you can see here in 8th place, we've got both those teams at 84 points. So that being said, we are ready for this matchup. It's going to be a pretty big one here. Bamboozle, are they up for the challenge against the Titans, the unstoppable force, seemingly, of Echo?
All right, let's see what they can get done. Existence is making his debut in game number 1 with a composition that we have yet to see, with Demon Hunter and Shadow Priest Resto Druid. So they started playing a Destro Shadow Priest, now bringing in a Demon Hunter instead to try and bring in that anti-wizard tech. But Echo is an entirely different animal in terms of wizards, so I'm very curious to see if this will even be enough for them. Like the Purge from the Shadow Priest, the instant crowd control, it's going to be great for the Demon Hunter to pair up with the Hunt for burst damage. It's a lot of damage to pressure down at Balance Druid. They've already got Barkskin from Waz. They're pushing forward on top of him as well, cutting him down to half. Nature's Vigil, Met is CC'd on his Trinket. They're continuing to bring the aggression. Waz is interrupted. This comp's going to get a lot of uptime. It's going to be really tough for a Balance Druid to kite it as well. Stun gets dispelled. Met is horrified for a moment as Waz just going to die. It's not even a minute into the first game. Big heal comes through from Met. He's already down his medallion, and this composition that I don't think anybody was really going to expect, I would say, is looking very solid for Bamboozle. But now here comes the counterattack. Big setup, massive damage. Ray just goes down through dispersion. And as I said, Echo was in a tough spot. They flipped a switch, almost killed the entire team simultaneously.
100 Shadow Priest had at the beginning of the game was really impressive, but things just unraveled so quickly. And that's one of the things about Echo is when they are ahead, they can just flip the switch, and or when they're behind, they can flip the switch and get really far ahead. And once they have that momentum, they're just such a good team at kind of continuing the momentum and really capitalizing on it. So yeah, the last few moments of this game are just kind of crazy how far ahead Echo did get.
Okay, well, that was a big turnaround. I think they dropped everything, but it was just a second too late. They didn't expect that swell of damage because they had Darkness and Dispersion, but when you use those at 1%, there is a chance that you're not making it out of that situation. And if we've got that in the replay, you'll see that in the final moment. So Echo, they were just biding their time, waiting for their moment to swing back, and they built up quite a punch to send them straight packing in that final moment because honestly, Bamboozle, it looked like they were running away with this game. They're getting insane pressure, able to maintain their uptime, getting good crowd control on Meh, really dismantling this Wizard Cleave's defenses and pushing forward. But as soon as Waz got comfortably on top of Menzel, and you'll see multiple players start taking damage, they make this push right when Vampiric Embrace goes down, so the Shadow Priest healing support is minimal at this time. They saved all that damage, they waited, they stayed alive, and then they just swing with so much pressure. They clone Existence to deny him from peeling, keeping pressure. They knock the MD on the clone. Fury of Elune is down, Incarn is up, and they've got full Astral Power. Star Surge, Star Surge, Star Surge, going to be too much for them to deal with. Triple Shadow Fury from Chanimal, and Dispersion here before is a little bit maybe unlucky. The full moon procs, and it's not enough time for him to be able to get into the dispersion, and they just didn't anticipate that huge swell of damage in that moment.
I mean, it's just crazy, but this is the beginning of the game. You can see Mez trying to stay ahead of the healing, getting a lot of his really powerful heal over time effects down. But even with this Tyrant down, I would say that pressure was kind of in favor here for Bamboozle. They get a lot of damage here on Waz. They get the time dilation. They get the bark skin. This imprisonment. I think potentially what happens here? How do they get his trinket? They do end up getting Mez trinket here. Oh, they already got it. So yeah, the trinket is gone. He tries to stay ahead once again with the dispels. Eventually, Waz finds the Cyclone. And as soon as that Cyclone does land, Existence did a good job. He glimpsed the first one, but the second one did catch him. That's when they're able to basically push in on this Resto Druid. And one thing I've noticed about Echo is they really try to abuse Druids. Like, pushing in on top. You see Meh right there getting the massive Fire Breath, just basically removing every heal over time effect from the entire team. It's absolutely devastating. And I think Echo in general, like I said, is one of those teams that they're really good at just going after the Druid, keeping the team clumped up, and really capitalizing on the fact that Meh is just such a playmaker on that Evoker, getting out the extra damage, getting out the extra offensive dispels, and really putting his team in a good position to win.
All right, next time they're going to respect that Incarn, I think, in this position, because they were honestly looking so good up to that point. They had basically forced every cooldown that they would need to force to be able to win the game. So
look at that.
The swell, 350k damage. That swell is what they weren't ready for. Echo is just like making it look like they're weak, making it look like they're losing, and then just boom, just straight up to the top. And I mean, that's a combo of like Incarn, Fire Breath, and maybe even the last hit of a Tyrant or something from Chanimal in that moment to just peak their damage. And this is what I'm talking about, like this type of coordination to be able to end the game on this composition. A lot of other teams, I think, that play Boomkin and Warlock are not hitting these swell moments together, and they're just kind of padding, trying to stay alive, and I don't think that works. You have to synergize your damage together as this composition, and Echo know exactly how to do that. Bamboozle, they're taking it to a small map, they're taking it to Hook Point, they're trying to win with this curveball comp, the Demon Hunter and the Shadow Priest, something nobody else is running, which is great to see. Teams bringing in different options to try and deal with Echo because they've just been uncontested. Right here on Hook Point, small map, could backfire because, you know, they got a Resto Druid, but they're picking it because they want to be aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those things that can backfire, though, because it also allows Echo to just kind of stay on target, stay on the Druid as much as possible. We'll see what Existence is going to be able to get done here. Ray and Existence really going to have to cause some pressure to get damage rolling onto Waz. Let's see if he can get the Cyclone. He does. Axe Toss into Cyclone. They are pushing in. Do they have the stun here for Menzel? It's going to be out of line of sight right now. Caught into the bash. They're sending some damage. Incarnation gets popped out here by Waz. Looking to get really aggressive. Darkness comes down. It gets knocked out. Nicely done there by Meh. They do manage to weather the storm, but it was the Bark Skin. It was the Darkness. It was the Iron Bark. Menzel traded out in a big way, kind of preemptively. Now is going to be trouble during this next setup. If they can hold on, though, look at Waz taking a lot of damage here.
Oh, 1% almost dying. Emerald Communion comes out from Meh, and Bamboozle are not going down without a fight. If they can just stay alive, I swear, Waz is a dead Moonkin walking here in game number 2. They just need to maintain and stay stabilized. Star Surge is coming in on a Menzel off into the corner. He's trying to slowly recover. Existence is out of clones. He goes for a stun on Meh. Cross crowd control. Nice engagement, but no follow-up. Waz is trying to kite away. Existence trying to stay on him. Gets coiled by Chanimal. He can't stay on target. Waz is pushing towards Menzel. They want to make another swap, likely on a bash. We see that Fire Breath coming through onto Existence. He doesn't have Blur. He's trying to run away from the fight, but a stun onto Menzel is pinning him. He can't get any heals out. Is he going to be able to save him? Into a full fear from Chanimal. Ray goes for a massive spell around the corner, gets Menzel out. Now he's looking for a clone, gets feared on his clone. Existence gets cloned. They switch their damage onto Ray, and Menzel needs to reposition. I don't think being stacked up near Echo is going to be a good idea, but he's just confidently staying at that pillar, trying to pick himself back up. Mad dispelling off some dots. Existence trying to get back on target. Here comes another Fury of Elune. Waz going to get into an Eclipse in a moment, but is not looking too stable at the moment, trying to find a Cyclone, get stunned on it, just trying to shut down as many Cyclones as possible here. They don't actually have a lot of interrupts, which is a big problem for their team. So Cyclone is going to be a really big issue. He gets a Cyclone on Ray here, moving from the fight. Double Shadow Fury, Fire Breath on the whole team. AoE Living Flame from Meh. Meh is getting really aggressive in this matchup at this point, hitting over 1 million damage at this point. And Menzel's mana isn't looking good. That pressure they had on Waz in the opening stage is basically gone. They're going to really need to start getting some aggression out here if they still want to win this.
Yeah, the hunt comes in. Waz going to get hit by that. A big chunk of damage. Ray gets caught into the Axe Toss. Channel really causing havoc here on this Demon Hunter. Or sorry, on this Demonology Warlock. Trying to get a lot of control. But it looks like Mancel in the backline has been burning through a lot of mana. Potentially sitting down for a drink. Trying to. But Waz shuts it down immediately. Such a good presence of mind in the arena to just chase Mancel. Not allow him to escape, but he is just sitting in stealth right now, so we'll see if Echo can actually find him and shut down the drink. Reposition across the map, immediately Shadow Fury, so just falling behind on heal over time effects. Seems in shambles just a little bit, but at the same time, Mez getting blasted. Nicely done here by Ray, creating some pressure in the match. We've got a full bash here onto Existence. Waz gets caught into a counter stun as Existence just going to trinket out and try to keep the pressure rolling.
All right, Ray getting pressured, no dispersion. Waz is right on top of him. He's looking for Cyclones. Knockbacks the MD. Menzel into a fear. Existence trying to go after Met, looks like. Looks like they're kind of desperate, trying to go after the healer, maybe. Ray is just taking so much damage at the moment. This could be a void shift from him. There's no Iron Bark. A huge heal comes in from Menzel with that Nature Swiftness. Met pre-activates the time dilation, trying to keep his team aggressive in this position. Looks like they may be going after Existence. He pre-vengeful retreats, trying to immune a stun there. Not sure if he hit it, but he's going to get fully cycloned. Ray is solar beamed on his Void Torrent. Really important to shut down the Void Torrent of a Shadow Priest. And Ray tried to Greater Fade there to immune a clone, but didn't hit the timing. Now he's going to Trinket, get back next to Menzel. Mind Flay Insanity. Existence is going to cease to exist in game number 2, and Echo are looking so good following up game number 1. You know, despite that early game pressure, it seems like the steam just runs out for Bamboozle, and at that point, Echo is just winning on all fronts.
This team is just absolutely insane right now. And it's just so interesting, you know. I feel like there's been... What's interesting to me about Echo is I feel like there's been times in the past where people kind of just write them off as like, yeah, you know... Well, Echo, these guys are good, but, you know, if Waz, Raikou, and Mech couldn't just play RMP, then, you know, they're really going to struggle. Like, you know what I mean? People just always kind of put their success on the fact that they play Rogue Mage Priest a lot. But this time, Waz is not playing Rogue basically at all. He's a Moonkin. They're a Wizard Cleave. And, I mean, Echo is looking absolutely unstoppable. These guys are showing just how flexible they are in the meta, how much they can adapt when they really need to. And they're looking really, really good. Luckily for them, you know, Chanimal on the Demonology Warlock as well as Met on that Evoker, just so talented. They're always, you know, getting aggressive at the perfect time, so they're able to kind of shrug off the offense of Bamboozle and get them in control. This is one of the final setups of the game where you have Existence caught into the Death Coil, into a Shadow Fury at the same time. Chanimal gets a Fear on Mencel. And I think it actually, I don't know if it got Mass Dispelled or just broke, but Chanimal really just setting up that kill with the coil into the stun at the same time, fearing the healer, and he's basically just served up on a silver platter there for Waz to finish him off.
I think it's interesting, this trend to like hate the winners. I feel like that always happens. Whoever's winning the most just becomes the villain. Like we had Method Triforce, and it feels like the story back then was like, can anyone beat them and end their tirade, like end their rule? It's almost like the Empire of Star Wars or something. Like they just become the bad guy. And I feel like that happened to Echo in the MDI as well, when they're just winning everything. Everybody's like, no, how is Echo winning? And now it's happening here again with Echo in EU. Just for some reason, people hate winners. I don't know. Like if you're putting in the work and you're on top and you're winning a lot, like suddenly you become the bad guy, it seems like.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I feel like people like it kind of like an upset story. Like they like rooting for the underdog in general, you know? It's like, who can beat these guys? Because at this point, it's like the story really is Echo's just, it seems like they're just going to keep on winning. I mean, I don't know who's going to beat them. Admirals Esports seemed to be the team that had the best chance, but in the last couple of series, I feel like Echo has made that very convincing in the opposite direction. Like, no, they're not going to beat us. So I don't know what's going to happen. We do have 10.15 coming out, actually on Tuesday, I do believe. So there'll be some changes.
Ooh.
Augmentation Evoker could be interesting to really mix things up.
Does anyone in EU play Paladin? I swear EU has completely abandoned that spec. Like, I feel like and Paladin looks really good. Like Paladin is getting a lot of stuff in 10-1-5. So, you know, having a Paladin could be really important if Echo, you know, Meh is a great priest and a great preservation evoker, but can he adapt to Paladin if that ends up being the meta?
You know what's really interesting? Like, we're seeing all these healers play tons of different roles next, and it's something that Zico called out. I feel like a lot of that comes down to just solo shuffle. Like, you could just make a healer and just spam Q all day long to practice. So like if Meh wanted to pick up Paladin, theoretically he could be practicing it in solo shuffle like 9-10 hours a day, which would be really, really good practice, you know. So it is interesting how all of these healers have kind of adapted to the fact that, you know, sometimes there are healers that are just better, and if you're not playing it, you're probably not going to win. So you really do have to kind of rise up. Sometimes it is the case where you have players, you know, like Brain, for example, who play Paladin even when it's not the best. But we could talk about this a little bit later. We are going into potential knockout series here. Bamboozle, if they lose this, they will be going down to that lower bracket. Definitely not the position you want to be in, but it's so difficult to beat Echo, and I feel like it's almost impossible to ask to beat them 3 times in a row here.
All right, it's going to be a rough road here. Bamboozle really trying to step up to the plate. Can they take a game off Echo? That's the first step. Can they kind of make the beast bleed? They're going after Waz. They've got him stunned up at the moment. They don't force his bark skin. They really need to get his bark skin in the opener here. They're getting close to it, but not enough. And Ray going for Massive Spell, getting existence out of that clone. And these Cyclones are going to be so annoying. They just don't have any interrupts. As soon as that Demon Hunter kick is on cooldown, Waz just goes clone crazy, and almost nobody's going to be able to get anything going. And Waz jumps over to Menzel, getting ready for that swap, I would imagine. They're pressuring existence to force Menzel to stay in the fight. And as soon as he pokes his Resto Druid head around the corner, I think they're going to go after him right away. Menzel's kind of like a fox in a hole right now, and they're trying to find a way to bluff him out of that protection inside that room to make the swap. They're getting closer to his pillar. Chanimal now on the left side, but Waz getting pressured on that push. He has to get rescued away by Meh. Will this be enough? A double stun from existence. Nice pressure onto Waz. Can they finish him here or force an Emerald Communion? He jumps into the room. Meh's into a silence. Existence is chasing after him, and it looks like Menzel stealthed and snuck away from Waz to avoid getting bashed and swapped to, and Menzel is really relying on that starting room to kind of just bunker down and avoid Chanimal, but he gets caught into a coil. Chanimal, is he swapping or is he going to go for a fear? I think he's swapping to Menzel, just keeping pressure on multiple targets. They force him to Barskin. Ray is in trouble suddenly as well. Existence gets swapped to. Huge fire breath. A triple swap in one go from Echo. They're all over the place. His Existence ready for the hit on match point. He recovers, but now Ray still hasn't recovered, and man, Echo is just so tough to predict. Ray could fall at any moment. He's caught into a stunning trinkets. Full clone onto Menzel. They knock Ray out of the darkness for a moment. Solar Beam on Shadow. He can't void shift for a second. A fear on Menzel out of the clone. He's feared back into the room. Feared again by Chanimal. Can they chase down Ray? He's got Desperate Prayer. He gets life gripped back to the pillar, but he's life gripped into an axe toss, and there's more damage to follow. That Fury of Elune cleaving multiple targets from Waz. He's trying to chase in, but Meh's like, okay, let me rescue shield you before you go back behind the pillar here to chase down Menzel. No Barskin, no Iron Bark. Pressure is high, no dispersion, and Echo are in a confident position in game 3.
Definitely looking really solid here. Meh moving in for some Living Flames, looking to get aggressive. Can he find the Fire Breath? He still has it in his back pocket. He could use it aggressively here. Big Fire Breath purge coming in from Meh. Can they drop Menzel? All 3 members of Bamboozle are in trouble. Echo, they want to close out this game. You can see Ray right now caught into a stun, into a Shadow Fury. There's no dispersion, but a big Nature Swift comes in from Menzel, but Chanimal is there to continue the pressure. They are not making this easy for this poor Restoration Druid. His hots are just getting stripped. They're swapping around. Big counter pressure here on Waz, and Ray in Existence. They're fighting back. They've had some solid pressure here onto Waz, but I am afraid for Bamboozle. We have the Incarnation coming up in just about 20 seconds here, Sid, and I think that could be lights out.
Oh, coil into Menzel. He's in the middle of the map into an axe toss. The classic setup from Chanimal. Will he survive? They clone him low. They swap the pressure to Ray off the back of that fear. Star Surges are incoming. He's trying to run back behind the ramp, but Menzel gets clipped by a Fire Breath. All those hots are gone. He's trying to reload those heal over time effects with the safety of this ramp, but Ray is still just getting destroyed. Menzel's just dying to a pet behind the pillar. He's just going to die to a pet. He's struggling so hard to heal at the moment, trying to play efficiently. He's managed to at least be even with Meh on mana despite all of this chaos, but Meh, he's got the Shroud up. He's immune to crowd control. He's in a great position to get aggressive. He's just spamming out Living Flames, cleaving down the team, really keeping Suppression Fire as the healer role in this position, looking to reposition to the left. Chanimal got that Observer down, pressuring Ray back to the pillar as well, and they're not leaving the center pillar at the moment. Incarnation is available. Waz wants to connect that. They're respecting the Tyrant. They double fear the DPS, punishing that Dispel, trying to hold them at bay. Now a stun onto Meh. They're making a push onto Waz, but Waz is just waiting, man. He's got that Incarnation in his back pocket at any moment, and Existence has no trinket. He pre blurs. Will this pre-blur be enough for him to keep aggressive? Did he hit the bash with it from Waz? I'm not sure if he immuned the bash. That blur, if it did, is great. He's going to get so much damage as a result. Mez CC'd on his trinket. Waz trying to recover in bear form, has to use his Hellstone. Likely only going to get one of those in this match, but now here comes the incarnation. Full bash onto existence. Will he survive? Med deep breaths over, flying in. He does. He survives. Menzel with a miracle save here. Nature's swiftness. It tops existence in this position. Now they're just trying to avoid the pets. Mass entanglement on them on the pillar. Now going for the aggressive push onto Waz. And knee control on Met. NECC, a full fear. They might win. A full clone to Chanimal. They're so close, but Emerald Communion from Met blocks the kill for a moment, but maybe not long enough. He's stunned up still with no trinket. Can they finish Waz? He's trying to heal himself. He's going for Cyclones, and he clips the Cyclone Ray. Does he have a Master Spell? He Master Spells the Cyclone. Can they stay on Waz and keep Met crowd controlled to get a kill? This is the closest they are going to get to beating Echo. They are legitimately maybe 1 or 2 setups away from possibly winning this game.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Waz still in trouble. Existence just putting out so much pressure here on this Demon Hunter. This is the best Bamboozle has looked so far, and they are continuing the push here, getting the Bark Skin out of the way. At the same time, though, Existence has to be careful. He doesn't have his trinket, and Cell also has no trinket. So Chanimal just free casting, has the potential to set up his team. We have a bash now onto Existence. Stun on a man, Cell. Do they have the damage to close it out? Waz is forced into bear form. Ray doing a great job, and they could do it. They're going to pick up a win here. Waz holding on 1% and gets dropped. Bamboozle is here to play, and they manage to make the gods bleed. I mean, Echo going down the game. I mean, this is a big deal. I wonder if Bamboozle can pull off the miracle.
I mean, yeah, taking a win against Echo is already kind of a feat of strength here in this series. But I feel like Echo just switched Rogue Mage and the series is over. Like Demon Hunter, Shadow Priest, Resto Druid, that feels like a walking duck comp for Rogue Mage, just to get crowd control and they could turn them into training dummies for crowd control at that point. So like, I don't even think they need to play this matchup if they don't want to, but you can see the synergy. This is a great comp to kill a balanced Druid. The Shadow Priest instant CC on Meh, preventing him from healing. The Demon Hunter gets great uptime. You can't kite him as effectively on a balanced Druid. So that great uptime and instant crowd control was enough, and Ray gets this fully channeled Void Torrent, I believe, to be able to finish the match onto Waz right when he was about to go around the corner here in the replay. They almost kill Existence in this bash, and this Void Torrent, Waz is trying to run away from it, but it channels through the line of sight for a moment. Existence is in range to finish him. They've imprisoned Meh, they've chained their CC, and Existence closes out the game. It was close. He got rooted here. He eye beams while he's rooted, so he can keep hitting him from a distance. Just enough damage to squeeze a kill right when Menzel was out of mana. So really close, tight finish here in game number 3, but they do it. They get a win.
You think we're seeing Rogue Mage? Like, is that your prediction?
Maybe not till game 5. They might just do big map, play Wizard again, because like Menzel is and if it's a big map, Waz, I don't think will so easily die. But if they lose on a big map, I think certainly they'll change their comp.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they just decide to tag in Raikou. I feel like a lot of the time when you're playing a composition like this that is well-rounded, and you're also just really dominant on it in general, it's not I feel like it's almost not wise to immediately change. Like, just try to, figure out what went wrong in that game, maybe play it a little bit better. You are right in your prediction. We are going to be going to Tolvaron, so a nice large map, but this could potentially backfire, maybe. I mean, maybe this actually allows the Druid to sneak away and get some drinks if Bamboozle ends up playing the same composition. So I feel like Bamboozle could maybe use this map to their advantage. I'm just curious if Echo does just tag in Raikou on the Fire Mage, as this is a good map for that too, right? Like, you just have Waz on the Subtlety Rogue stunning anything that's in line of sight. Raikou plays 50 million yards away and just spams out fireballs, doing a ton of damage. It would be basically the perfect composition to put it into.
So Bamboozle not changing their comp. They're saying, okay, Echo, what are you going to do? You gonna play Demo Boomy again? Are you gonna Rogue Mage? What's going to be the play here for the rest of the series? And they're just immediately going back to Boomkin Warlock, and this is going to be where Bamboozle are really tested. Can the Demon Hunter avoid being caught on a big map? Is Menzel going to be able to drink successfully without his team going down? The big difficulty with the open field is that if you get pulled out in the middle because you've got a melee DPS on your team, you've got no interrupts on your team. So Chanimal is going to control everybody. Waz is going to control everybody, and it's going to be a way harder game for Bamboozle.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be really tough. So we'll see what they can do. They did manage to pick up one win, which I'm going to be honest, I didn't think they would be able to get. So they proved me wrong for sure. Existence on that Demon Hunter, putting out a ton of pressure. I feel like Ray did a great job also during those moments where their team was really scared. He was able to get that counter pressure rolling, force Waz into bear form, and I even feel like Waz maybe pulled the trigger too fast on his last incarnation, where they tried to do a swap onto existence. There was still Ray available to just kind of grip him away, but I feel like Waz maybe felt forced to use that incarnation during that moment, just because he was under so much pressure and they weren't really giving him any openings. So I think that was just well done by Bamboozle, forcing those cooldowns at the right time. But Echo still just one away from sending Bamboozle to that lower bracket. Bamboozle battling it back here. They got to win 2 swing matches in a row here. Over on Arena will be the battlefield. Let's see what they can do.
All right, they managed to do what very few teams have actually been able to, which is get a win against Echo. Can they beat them on their home turf, though? This is effectively Hogwarts for Chanimal and Waz on their wizard classes. They're just going to be powered up, and they're already just running in on top of existence. They immediately get his trinket and his blur, but I think it's good and a fair, respectful trade for Waz's cooldowns that he has committed at this point. Waz trying to fish for Cyclones, not finding them just yet. Existence line of sighting him at the pillar. Metamorphosis looking like it might swap some pressure onto Chanimal. Nope, the hunt right back, but he gets cloned on the hunt. Chanimal feared on his Tyrant for a moment here with that Sigil of Misery, and Existence is using that Sigil to control the Tyrant, but now it's free casting the Cyclone Ray. Waz is getting pressured quite a lot. They've already got his Bark Skin. They've had to use Rescue, the Cyclone Existence. They're swapping to Manzel. They see him in the middle of the map. Deep Breath from Meh, trying to pre-immune there and maybe go after Manzel a bit, but he doesn't hit the pre-immune. He gets imprisoned. Existence was patient with his crowd control. Can Ray get in position to fear him? Doesn't look like he will be able to get in position, so he fears Chanimal instead and silences the healer to cross them both, forcing Chanimal actually to trinket. So he's not able to trinket later on. Meh dispelling dots, trying to stay ahead of the damage and keep his balance druid healthy, but a demon proc for Existence is going to amplify his damage a lot. Waz needs to kite away. He wild charges back in the middle of the map, and Existence doesn't look like he's going to be able to push with that demon proc. Unfortunately, he's going to swap to Chanimal for a moment in the downtime, maybe try and punish that trinket, catch him in a stun out of range of his port possibly. Meh is still spam dispelling the vampiric touches. Ray's trying to reload those as quickly as possible. Existence pushing into midfield. He's going to pre-blur, anticipating to get stunned here as he's pushing quite deep into enemy territory. Another demon proc. These are amazing demon procs for Existence right now. He's going to imprison Waz on the time dilation and maybe pull away from it. It's Barkskin and Time Dilate. They attack into it a little bit, trying to pre-ventral retreat. Existence is just trying to immune the bash of Waz. If he can immune that bash, that's the main form of engagement. So he's trying to time a pre-blur or pre-ventral retreat, and I don't know if he's hit it here. He hasn't hit it. He's into a full bash with no trinket. Cross crowd control onto his teammates. Nature Swiftness from Manzel. Looks like it should be enough for Existence to stabilize. And now that he's got the hunt, he's immediately going to press it on cooldown, try and keep the pressure, but with no control into Meh. It's not doing too much effective damage. He's going to go into Metamorphosis with that I-Beam. Now the dots are starting to tick. Ray is trying to go for a Mind Games. It gets interrupted by Chanimal. They need to control that Mind Games. Waz is so low. If they can win on this map, man, this would be an impressive feat for Bamboozle to take this to a Game 5. And they're honestly getting close.
Yeah, they're looking really good here. Existence has been doing a good job. Heads up plays to avoid getting swapped to. He realizes with his kind of open position, he is going to be that main target. He trinket blurs immediately and gets out of there. Chanimal had a lot of damage available with this Tyrant. He set it up, but now Existence is going to be feeling very scared. Incarnation comes in. Triple Shadow Fury. Echo is looking to close out this game. Can they do it? Mansell doing what he can to survive. Barkskin, Ironbark, everything is traded out. Now Ray getting swapped to. This could easily be the dispersion. Things are unraveling here for Bamboozle, but if they can weather this storm, they might be able to battle it back. And they are getting damage rolling here on a Chanimal and Waz.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep it going. Meh into a fear with no trinket. Waz Barkskins. He gets a precog. He's cloning everybody right now. Ray Master spells the clone and some of the balanced druid dots, but a bash on a Manzel with no trinket, no skin. Waz gets punished. He's deep in on the enemy team. Is he going to go down? They're trying to take Manzel down at the same moment. Meh recovers them. Meh still has some options. Still rewind. Still Emerald Communion. So they should be able to play confident in this position. Innervate up for Manzel for a moment. Now it's over. His healing's not going to be free any longer. He's trying to get a Cyclone here. Gets a Cyclone on Chanimal, and he's being cheeky here with these Cyclones, trying to get his team engaged in the fight. No trinket on Meh. Pre-rewinds, anticipating getting controlled in this moment. Ray has silence and stun. They could win the game. Waz has no Barkskin. They got to get the shrouds off. They purge off the shrouds. They root beam the Shadow Priest, trying to take him out of the fight. And they're going to cycle in the pet, remove the Soul Link, maybe set up a swap to Chanimal, just trying to set up, deny the Axe Toss possibly. If they can control this Felguard behind the pillar, actually limit his control quite a lot. And the Axe Toss is going to connect onto Existence now as the pet gets in line of sight. He's going to pre-use the Misery here onto Meh. He catches Meh into a full fear. Can they kill Waz through Barkskin? Can they actually do it? A silence out. They get Emerald Communion forced from Meh. Now with no trinket, no communion, no rewind, those big cooldowns out of the way, no Barkskin. Manzel, he needs mana though. Is he going to be able to drink? He's trying to get out into the corner. corner. He's drinking in the corner. Ray's getting pressured. He may have to disperse. He's trying to be greedy, but the pets are all over him behind the pillar. Menzel, if he gets mana here and he can get a pre-Iron Bark on Existence here on the bash. No, he can't get the pre-Bark. He's into a stun. They're so close. Will he survive it? Into a Shadow Fear from Chanimal. Full control. Void Shift has to be traded, but they're still all over them. Deep Breath from Meh. So much pressure from Menzel. He gets the drink off. He keeps his team in the fight. Maybe they can pull it off. Time Dilation comes through from Meh. It blocks the kill. Existence is still getting pressured. A full fear on Menzel. Massive Spell hits from Ray. They're desperately trying to do this, keep their dreams alive, and take this to a game 5. But Echo's pressure is immense.
It definitely is. They're punishing that drink in a big way. Mansell right now going for a Tranquility, trying to top off his team, reset his cooldowns, looking for a Cyclone, but it's Waz once again being pressured, forced into the renewal. Existence just so far overextended, gets caught into the coil, and Chanimal is trying to shut this down. Can he do it though? Demon Proc comes in. Existence gets a little bit of healing, but it is not enough. And Echo just really rode that wave of momentum. I feel like it was almost like a trap for Mansell. Like they almost like let him drink. So as soon as his drink was done, Chanimal managed to get an axe toss, and after that, it just felt like Echo was able to ride like a crazy wave of momentum that unfortunately Bamboozle was just not able to recover from.
Oh man, it was looking promising there. And I mean, I guess the good news is that it looks like this comp can work. And maybe if they win a map like Nagrand, and don't go down in the trade that they weren't able to make, and they have the map advantage, it seems like this comp on a small map would do excellently, considering how close they were here on what would be their worst map. So Bamboozle actually looking like a very serious threat for Echo in the tournament. They're going to go down to the lower bracket though, and they're going to have to deal with a lot of powerful teams down there. The Agents lurking down there for them. The loser of the next series, which is really stacked between MyWay and Admirals Esports. So Bamboozle don't have an easy route to try and get that rematch into the grand finals, but the fact that they're showing possibilities and also maybe showing other teams options in terms of comps. I don't know if maybe like the Agents could pull out a Shadow Priest Demon Hunter, because honestly this composition has looked to be one of the most consistent for the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it here at the end. Mansell struggling, doing what he can. He avoids the deep breath. He gets the hots on Existence, but Existence eventually just overextends a little too much. But they have pressure, right? Like, you don't want to give up that pressure when you have it. You're kind of just relying on these heal over time effects, but it's just not enough. It's not even that deep into dampening, which is the crazy thing. He's just struggling so much, going for the Tranquility to avoid the Blade Storm coming in from the pet of Chanimal. But once Existence is out of line of sight or out of range, he just gets caught into a coil, I do believe. Mansell actually trinkets a fear immediately into an axe toss. So this is the level of control that Chanimal has. He's just such an expert on that Warlock, setting up kills for his team. He knows how to really, abuse people's trinkets, immediately stunning and crowd controlling them on it, and just finding those win conditions. Like, I feel like that's one thing that Chanimal does really well, is he kind of pairs all of his abilities together to find, that perfect moment where no one can really control their character. It's like you get a coil on one person, you get a fear on the other. He trinkets the fear into the axe toss, and just can create so much chaos in the game if you're a player that can do that.
Especially like the ability to flip between defense and offense. Like right here, he's in offense mode, just taking Menzel out of the fight, but can immediately flip the switch if he needs to play defense for his team. He's not going to tunnel vision, and that's the main strength of Echo, is their level of mastery, is that they're just formless. They can just change on a dime to whatever is necessary in the moment, and no team has been able to take them out in a series yet. This will be the last cup and last opportunity for any team to do it before the finals.
Yeah, most definitely. They continue on their winning streak here. Echo continuing to dominate the European region, and they are going to be moving forward here to Championship Sunday. Bamboozle, that was an upper bracket match, so we will be seeing them later on in the day, facing off against the Agents. But now we're going to be heading into another upper bracket series. It's going to be MyWay versus Admirals Esports. MyWay had a pretty good series in the offline games as well. And then Admirals Esports also, both of these teams have been having a pretty solid season so far. Admirals being in second place leading into this weekend with 280 points. Then MyWay in fifth then. But how do you feel about their season so far?
I feel like they've had a really good season. I mean, little adaptations. I mean, MyWay used to be the team that was only jungle, right? It's like, if jungle's good, MyWay will be good. Otherwise, they're not going to be good. They're going to lose. But now they've really mixed that up. You have Luxia playing the Evoker quite a bit. So not only, they're playing the, I believe, Druid Priest as well as the Evoker now. They brought in Infernion. Tony has also been playing the Balanced Druid. So I think we're just seeing like a level of flexibility from these guys that we really haven't in the past. Casu seems to still be that one that is just only playing that hunter. They have made it work playing comps like, the Balance Druid, Beast Mastery Hunter, and found a little bit of success. I'm curious to see if they can take down Admiral Esports, what they have in store for us. But both these teams have been kind of solid, like rock solid this season so far.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see how MYWAY has developed, especially since they were the last jungle team kind of standing. And I was a little bit worried about them, but they're making those adaptations and it's definitely worked out for them. So we are going to be heading to a quick break, and it's going to be MYWAY facing off against Admirals Esports in the upper bracket up next. everybody, and welcome back. We are here in the upper bracket. If you're just now tuning in, Echo brought Bamboozle down, sent them down to that lower bracket. Theater won, though, so it was a pretty good series from Bamboozle. So we'll see them play later on today against the Agents. And now we're heading into another upper bracket series, Zico. It's going to be MYWAY versus Admirals Esports. What do you think about this series?
I think it's going to be a good one. I mean, so far, MyWay's had a pretty good tournament, finding themselves in the upper bracket. And Admiral Esports have kind of been one of the teams to beat here in Europe. Admiral Esports, you know, right behind Echo in those standings. And MyWay are currently tied, actually, in the standings here with NICEBEAM. So right now, MyWay are guaranteed top 6, and NICEBEAM is also guaranteed top 6. So they're battling for who becomes the final boss of the gauntlet, who gets that 4th seed, who gets to only play one game to decide if they can make it to the final. So this is a really big game here for MyWay. I mean, think about it. If they can win here, maintain a top 4 position guaranteed, and knock Admiral Esports down to that lower bracket to deal with their competition, that would just be perfect for MyWay.
Yeah, definitely would. Let's see what they're capable of here. They, we were talking about it a little bit before the break. MyWay, traditionally a jungle team, but they have diversified quite a bit. So there's a lot of things that they could be bringing out here in the blind pick. And we'll see if Admirals Esports responds well, Zika, then.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see what these two teams do decide to play. Admiral Esports, I feel like we might end up seeing the Fury Warrior from them. I feel like the Fury Warrior Moonkin was looking pretty good. For MyWay, I'm not going to pretend like I'm guessing, but yeah, we're going Wizards. It is just full on Wizards. We got Luxia versus Next on the Preservation Evoker. We got Infernion on the Demonology Warlock. Tony versus Swapsy on the Balanced Druid, and then Jamie on the Elemental Shaman. So this is an all Wizard showdown. This one could go long. It could go short. We'll see what ends up happening, but yeah, this is definitely going to be an intense match.
This is a classic European meta right now. It's been all about these Boomkin Wizards, and this matchup here will be no different. And I really like this from MyWay. You know, get Casa out of here. They've been trying to make it work so many times, you know, with the BM Hunter, with the MM Hunter, with the Survival Hunter. No offense to Casa. He's one of the best hunters in the whole game. But get him out of there. Get Infernion in, who is such a phenomenal Warlock as well, and try to utilize that. Now, Tony here on the Balanced Druid. Can he tango with Swapsy? I feel like Swapsy has been such an insane Moonkin so far. So Tony's definitely going to have his work cut out for him here. But I think if there's anybody who can do it, it will be Tony and the rest of MyWay here. Already leading the charge right now, pushing in here onto Next, doing a lot of work here. But look at that Cyclone immediately coming in onto Tony. This is what I'm talking about. Swapsy on that Moonkin doing such a phenomenal job, blocking the kill, immediately getting a Cyclone here onto Luxia, and now looking to turn things around.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what ends up going down. Infernion right now getting blasted just a little bit. Going after the Evoker can be an effective strategy in this match to help burn through mana and really put you ahead in that regard going into the late game. Right now, big deep breath here from Next. Who are they going after? I feel like it whiffed on everybody, unfortunately, but it is Infernion taking quite a bit of damage. Time Dilation will be rolling here for Luxia, and that should be more than enough. You see right now, Swapsy and Jamie, they're actually constantly targeting the pet of Infernion, so that is a good strategy. If they can take down both pets here, and you know Luxia is not ready to heal it, that could be a way to basically close out this game really, really quickly. So something MyWay is going to have to pay attention to.
Yeah, we're going to see Jamie right now actually taking a lot of damage here, dropping to half HP. Needs to be a little bit careful, but Next is there to pick him back up, and mana right now is going to be completely tied here between these Evokers. As I say that, Luxia going to be channeling out that Emerald Communion here, getting full mana. So Luxia kind of, I feel like he didn't really need to use it there for pressure. So I think he just wanted to use it there to try to get the cooldown back later to be efficient with his mana. And that really has been such a big thing for Evokers. But we'll see if that comes back to bite him later. If he has to deal with a lot of healing and he doesn't have that cooldown. Next is actually saving his Emerald Communion a little bit here, opting for more Spirit Bloom healing, opting for more burst healing, saving that for a rainy day to deal with the big pressure that Tony and Inferno can bring at some point. Jamie trying to cross the map here, and this is something that Jamie's doing really good. Since he's the target, he's just crossing the map, dragging out everybody in the open field. That's going to allow Swapsy to have a field day. And as I say that, look at Next. He pops his Emerald Communion, but he gets Cycloned on it. Really, really nice Cyclone there by Tony, shutting down that Emerald Communion. And that is going to actually give Luxia a little bit of a lead here with that cooldown now. Going to have a 2-minute lead or a 1 minute lead on that Emerald Communion. So that could actually be something that decides this matchup later on. You know, Mana's going to be in favor of MYWAY right now. Jamie once again getting blasted and getting cycloned low. Swapsy also taking a lot of damage. Nice cyclone there onto Tony by Swapsy. And you can see Admiral Esports here definitely playing the map right now, just kind of dragging them out in the open and blasting them as they're running, really utilizing those instant casts that are available. Infernion is finally getting picked up there by Luxia, and Luxia now going to be in a cyclone. So I do think that Admiral Esports right now is playing it a very smart. Tony caught behind the pillar, in a lot of trouble here. Tony, what are you going to do against lightning? Last, you might just die behind the pillar. A little bit of a dangerous call right there.
Ooh,
Luxia,
nice.
ooh, nice cyclone there on the rescue there. Tony now, what is he going to do here? Luxia channels out the Dream Breath, manages to pick Tony back up there. But that was a really, really good sequence there from Admiral Esports. And they're really turning up the heat right now, swapping to Luxia as well, making sure that he's taking a lot of damage. Rescue's going to come out, Dream Projection's going to come out, then Luxia's going to be able to top his team, but it's going to cost him a lot of mana.
Yeah, definitely. Tony needs to be careful pushing in behind the pillar like that, but huge damage here on Swapsy, and Fernion setting it up with the Tyrant, just blasting Swapsy. He's going to get rescued back to the pillar, and I mean, these setups become more and more dangerous as dampening gets higher and higher. These healers are burning through their mana, and we'll see what they can do. Infernion position now, looking to get the Dreadstalkers into the fight. Let's see if they can actually get some damage rolling, but I would say it is Admirals Esports on the back foot so far in this position. Axe toss now on an Axe as they're making a swap onto the Evoker into a coil. Infernion looking for a big setup here, finding the hand of Gul'dan. Next hides behind the pillar, is going to be getting out of line of sight, but has some serious catch up here, looking for the Spirit Bloom. Will top basically everyone off, but this damage from MYWAY is just unrelenting. They're all forced at the pillar. Look at Luxia throwing in the Living Flames, going for a potential Deep Breath here. Beautiful Shadow Fury from Infernion, setting up the team to go for the kill. Cyclone now on to next. It gets Cycloned again. Jamie's in trouble, trying to just get to line of sight, using the Burrow, knocking everyone up to try to swing the momentum, but I would say MYWAY is looking good.
MYWAY definitely on the up and up right now. Can they take this win here? It would be massive for their standings if they can get that first win advantage here. Root Beam coming out here onto next. He's going to be able to duck out of that one. Swapsy caught up in a coil. Infernion dropping quite low right now. They need to be careful here. Infernion will trade out the Unending Resolve. Not feeling too confident in that situation. Luxia's mana definitely not doing too hot, and he's used his Emerald Communion. Next is going to have his available. Next is actually going to have the mana lead right now, being very, very efficient so far with the damage right now. Next doing a lot more damage than, well, decent amount more damage than Luxia, but that could be what decides the game here. Whoever can get more disintegrates out is going to have that extra bit of efficiency. Jamie right now kind of ducking behind the pillar, losing a lot of health, going out once again, blasting Infernion right now. He's got no HP here. Luxia getting swapped to. Jamie just all over everybody here with the damage on that Elemental Shaman. Look at Luxia right now getting absolutely blasted. He might just go down here. Unbelievable recovery right there from Luxia, using every bit of mana left. And I think Admiral Esports have done it here. I think MYWAY have hit the enrage timer. Admiral Esports right now with a chokehold on this game after that damage that came out of Jamie.
I mean, Admirals Esports, they are looking really good. Look at Luxia. There's just no way you can really recover in this situation, but they are making an offensive push. Swapsy, though, has a lot of counter pressure. He's going to be leaping away. Solar beaming Infernion in that situation, just trying to slow him down, give Luxia just a moment to potentially drink. At the same time, though, Next is completely tapped on mana. Innervate coming up at about 20 seconds here for Tony. Luxia is just recovering. Look at his mana. It's just going up and up. I don't know if he sat down for a drink or if that's a passive recovery or what, but things are looking a little bit better here for MYWAY. Tony getting aggressive. This is the Incarnation. This is their chance to potentially win. Can they take down Jamie? How is Next going to handle the situation? MYWAY, they have a little bit of a momentum lead here, and they are just going to go for it. But this is a risky game to play. Both these teams, I would say, basically even at this point. Next goes for a big Communion, and this is the Innervate, so he has a lot of healing potential here to keep the team alive and keep MYWAY on the back foot. But he has to recover Jamie, who is caught in the middle of the map right now. He's wanting to get aggressive, but Infernion is doing a great job getting counter pressure rolling.
Yeah, huge innervate there come out from Swapsy. Next going to be able to, even despite that drink from Luxia, and maintain that mana lead. But Luxia is going to have that Emerald Community in about 30 seconds. The Incarnation gets popped for Swapsy. Need to be very careful here on MYWAY. Tony, if you push in, you are going to be dead here. Needs to realize that, and he does go back to the pillar for now. Swapsy is the most dangerous player on the map right now. They have no mana on Luxia. Swapsy needs to push in and try to close that out. Can they do it? But Jamie actually taking a lot of damage here in the backline. Luxia's going to have that Emerald Community in about 10 seconds. The Incarnation has faded for Swapsy. Tony has mana manage to use his innovate there in the nick of things as well. And all of a sudden, this could be MYWAY's game here. If they can manage to stay alive for just a few more seconds, Luxia has the Emerald Community. He immediately will use it right now. He's going to have a little bit of mana. He's going to be able to top his team here. And that recovery might just be what they need here to be able to close it out. Tony has Incarnation in 40 seconds. Dream Projection coming out here for Luxia as well. Time Dilation coming out. And they need to try to push and get the win right now. Jamie's going to be an exposed target. Can they take him out, though, is the question. Big damage coming out here from both Moonkins. Tony gets Cyclone. Jamie getting blasted right now. Inferno looking to try to close it out here. Here's the big damage. Look at Inferno here with the unending resolve. He gets Cyclone on it by Swapsy, but Jamie still at 30% HP. And I don't know if Jamie's going to be able to survive. Jamie ducking behind the pillar next with no mana left whatsoever. If Luxia can sit down for a drink here as his team has pressure, that could actually be huge as well. But he looks like he's just going to go in for the kill right now, going for the Living Flames, going for the damage, trying to close it out here with his team. But right now, next, oh, nice kick there actually onto next on his Disintegrate, and that's going to stop him from actually recovering some mana. Spirit Bloom coming out. That's going to be next absolute last bit of mana here. Luxia trying to keep himself alive with the Cauterizing Flame. The Observer is blasting Jamie, and I think he's going to fall. He's ducking behind the pillar.
Oh, no.
Tony, everybody is dying right now. Tony has Incarnation. He just needs to get out of this stun, and he can close it out, but it's going to be Tony who falls. Unbelievable.
No way,
Jamie,
no way.
cross kill. Can they do it? The Imps are 1%. Unreal. Jamie stays alive. The Imps are trying to take him down. He falls to the Imps. Inferno on his Cyclone with no HP right now. Looks like he has no mana. Who is going to take this one? Then I have no idea.
I have no clue what is going on. Luxia grips him away. The rescue comes in. We're in a 2 versus 2 situation. I feel like if Infernion can recover, I would give a lead to them in this matchup, having the Mortal Strike effect, but I don't know if Infernion's going to be able to recover. He gets sniped. Nicely done there by Swapsy, closing it out, and that is as close as it could possibly get. I mean, that was such a back-and-forth matchup between these two teams. Admiral Esports, they will pull out ahead, and I have to say, with as much as Echo is ahead in Europe, I feel like Admiral Esports is kind of like a clear second place. Like, they're being beaten by Echo, but they're actually beating everyone else. So you can see the final few moments here by Luxia during this panic situation.
I really like that we get the Luxia POV here. And this is especially nice if you are playing that healer. You can actually see exactly how Luxia decides to position, what globals he's using here, how much he's healing, etc. So it is really nice. You can see also what weak auras he has set up here. Here he goes for the Fire Breath, goes for a lot of damage right now, pushing in here. And these are really the last couple of moments. Is that an eye tracker as well? I think that's could be an eye tracker right there. He snipes the ground. Actually, is that his cursor? I'm not sure what that white circle is. I think it could be an eye. It's probably his cursor. But yeah, here, you know, they're doing a lot of damage. This is where they're basically pushing for the win. And look at Tony. This is so sad for Tony. He pops the Incarnation right there, and Swapsy stuns him as soon as he gets that Incarnation out. I swear, if Tony doesn't get stunned here, I think Tony actually will be able to close it out before he dies. But that stun really gets a lot of work done there for Swapsy right there. That bash manages to keep them alive and also keep them from dying. And then they get that triple Shadow Fury. And then Infernion here, this is so sad. Like, there's a couple of extra seconds it takes for Infernion to actually land the kill here, or the cross kill. It just puts him in a really tough situation because Swapsy has Incarnation active. He's going to be super deadly right now. And they need to line up sight to Swapsy forever, but it's just such a hard thing to do at this point, If they can't survive the Incarnation, Inferno can just line and let his pets do the work here. Dampening is extremely high, but they do manage to recover their Swapsy. I think he used a dash right there, or it was a Stampeding Roar. I'm not sure actually what he used there, but he gave himself some kind of movement boost and managed to actually get around the corner to find that Star Surge in the end. I think we're going to see it here on the replay. Exactly what that was, but I do think it was a dash coming in to actually close it out.
It's absolutely insane. You can see here Inferno trying to recover. We saw it from Luxia's point of view. There's just no gas left in the tank, right? Like, if he had mana, it is possible that they recover. Like, he gets the Dream Projection out, maybe he can get the big Dream Breath out, and all of a sudden the game could swing around, but you just have no way to recover your mana. Dampening's too high, and they're able to close it out. But I mean, that's a long game. That's 10 minutes almost of them going back and forth. It looks like one team's winning, riding the momentum of that Incarnation, but then they recover. And That is stressful. But Admiral Esports, they're going to be happy to pull off a game 1 win. But I'm not convinced at this point that Admiral Esports is going to absolutely win this, right? Like, MYWAY seems like they have a fair shot in this one indeed.
Absolutely. And Admiral Esports, I mean, like you said, they are the clear number 2 right now in Europe. So if MYWAY can win, because this is, I mean, that could have gone either way. It really won't get closer than that. So for MYWAY, if they can actually find a way to turn this around and actually win with this composition, I feel like that's exactly what they need. Like, get Admiral Esports down there to deal with that entire lower bracket. They're going to get rid of the entire competition down there, and that's really going to solidify MYWAY as a potential final boss in the gauntlet. So MYWAY, I want to see the same composition, honestly, throughout the entire series. I don't want to see anything change here. We've seen basically all that they have, right? That we've seen them run the jungle. We've seen them run, you know, Boomkin Hunter. We've seen them run all of these different specs of Hunter as well. And they've really tried to make it work. And I feel like there's just no way that they can make it work. Actually, the only thing we haven't seen is Warlock Hunter. But to be honest, I don't think I want to see that.
Me neither.
So, yeah. I feel like for MYWAY, just lock it in again, run it back. You got extremely close. And just keep doing that and see what happens here. And that's exactly what they're going to do. I feel like if Tony can get a little bit more Moonkin out, as I feel like he got a little bit out Moonkin in that last game compared to Swapsy. I feel like if he can step up there, then yeah, that's going to be big for MYWAY. And we'll see if they can also find more drinks, because Luxia did manage to get a drink at one point, which was absolutely huge. Like, maybe if they can pop an Incarn and make Admiral Esports back away and then get a drink, I think that's one of the advantages that they have in the match, is that Admiral Esports, they don't really have pets, but MYWAY do. So the chances of next drinking is just 0. There's always going to be an imp stopping him or a Felguard or something, but Luxia actually can find a moment to maybe back away and go for those drinks and try to just secure a later win.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw it at the end. Mana definitely plays a big factor in these matchups. Both Preservation Invokers are going to be able to put out a lot of healing until they can't, and then you basically just can't press your buttons, and that's when stuff it does end up dying if you can avoid getting one shot. And I feel like both teams did a really good job of navigating those incarnation windows, right? Like, as soon as Swapsy uses Incarnation, Infernion stunned him. As soon as Swapsy Tony uses Incarnation, you have Swapsy bashing him. And it's just slowing down that Incarnation to allow your team to kind of recover, get out of line of sight, just avoid the fight for a little bit. It can be the difference between, you know, going down to that cooldown and ultimately surviving it. So really, really important that we see that level of control on both of these Moonkins in the game. But yeah, I feel like I can't. When we see this matchup played by Echo, it seems like Echo has a really big lead, but that might just be like, maybe these compositions are fairly evenly matched, and it's just Echo coming out ahead in terms of, like, you know, their overall team and coordination. In this particular match, it seems like it did definitely go back and forth. I mean, that was really close. You go down to a 2v2, it's about as close as it can possibly get. We'll see what Admiral Esports is going to be able to get done if MYWAY can battle it back. This is their map choice, so they're going to be going to that large map, and that might allow Luxie to sneak away, like you were saying, and get a drink, because he's not going to have to deal with that same level of pet threat. But I feel like if Admiral Esports kind of just closes the distance, they push on top of MYWAY, that's going to be their probably best path to not lose the mana game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that. I mean, they do have 2 big hitting cooldowns on the side of MYWAY, you know. If they can get a big Demonic Tyrant, or if they can get a big Incarnation that pushes Admiral Esports back, that could definitely be windows to drink. I feel like Luxia in general got a little bit out-damaged by Nex, and I feel like it's all about that damage on these Evokers. Whatever Evoker can actually keep aggressive, whatever Evoker can get the most amount of damage out and just get those Disintegrates rolling as much as possible and get those Living Flames out, he's going to be able to tax the other Evoker's mana quite a bit. So if they can be as efficient as possible, you know, stacking up for the Dream Breaths, stacking up for the Dream Projections, etc., it's going to really matter. You know, all that stuff adds up, and that's what makes Evoker versus Evoker so interesting to see, because you can really see you know, the efficiency difference. And already we're seeing a decent amount of pressure coming out here for MYWAY. Demonic Tyrant was line of sighted there for MYWAY, and now Admiral Esports, with that cooldown out of the way, are feeling a little bit more confident to leave the pillar and go in and get aggressive. And that was actually Tony's Incarnation as well. So they already used Incarnation, they already used Tyrant. Now it's going to be a big window where Admiral Esports are basically going to have free reign in the match.
Yep, well, let's see what they can do. Jamie right now at about 50% health. You can see Lexi and Infernion positioned away, following in the Dreadstalkers, trying to get it rolling, but Jamie just blasting them back to the pillar, keeping them so defensive in the match. Now an interrupt here onto Infernion. Swapsy going for an interrupt onto Infernion, into a Cyclone. Really just playing it defensive here, trying to buy his team some time. Kind of wonder why he used all his crowd control so defensively there. It does look like they want to try to close the distance and push in right now. Swapsy once again going for another Cyclone, but now they're retreating, and seems like there's a little bit of hesitancy here from the side of Admiral Esports. You know, they're pushing in, they're pulling out. I really wonder what they're trying to avoid.
Yeah, it's a good question. We'll see how things kind of continue to develop here in the matchup. Right now, Luxia is taking some damage, but manages to pick himself up there with that rescue shield. Infernion also getting picked up here. And he does have his Demonic Tyrant available here. So Inferno looks like he's building up for a big Tyrant right now, actually. Jamie getting Cyclone here. And the Tyrant has been summoned right now. Jamie could be in a lot of trouble here out of this. Tyrant is blasting. And this could be a moment, actually, where Luxia could potentially just top Infernion and then go for a drink. But nice Cyclone there is going to shut it down. And immediately, Jamie forced to run back here. Luxia is not going for a drink. He's going aggressive right now. Big Dream Breath connects there for Luxia. Infernion, though, is taking a lot of damage. Those Cyclones from Swapsy really doing a lot of work here. Next, already having to use that Emerald Communion. Luxia has used his as well. And once again, Next is going to have that mana lead right now. Next actually doing a significant amount more damage here compared to Luxia. But some of that might be, you know, a Fire Breath on the Imps as well. So I'm not exactly sure, but definitely getting that mana lead right now. Jamie in a lot of trouble. Next sitting through a Cyclone, but manages to pick him back up here. And Swapsy here going to just be ducking behind the pillar. And I feel like when MYWAY or when Admiral Esports are running back like this is when Luxia just needs to drink. I feel like this is when he just pulls back and try to get a drink potentially.
Yeah, if you can. I mean, it'd be a really good position to be in, especially as we are headed deeper into dampening. Inferno on the midfield right now getting blasted. Dex as well, throwing in some additional damage. It's a lot of pressure. Inferno has to be careful. He will use his unending resolve, and I mean, that is not the time you really want to use it. That was really no cooldowns force. Just a bit of a panic moment there for Infernion and the side of MYWAY. Keep in mind, this is their map pick. They're forced at the pillar right now, and it's a game of cat and mouse. It seems like Infernion and Tony, they want to push in, but we're seeing a constant reposition here by Admirals Esports, just trying to create a lot of space in the match, forcing Tony and Infernion into the open, so they continue to just kind of blast them here on this map.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, you know, just the constant repositioning is really making it difficult for him to actually get something going. But Luxia is actually getting very aggressive right now, lifting Infernion in on top of them, and manages to top Infernion here as well. There's the Axe Toss. Here comes Next actually with a deep breath, trying to avoid CC, but he gets bashed right now. This could be a lot of trouble here onto Jamie. They get Next low in this in the bash, and then Cyclone him. Really like that, but they stopped pressuring Jamie. The Demonic Tyrant is out right now, and this means that the entirety of Admiral Esports is going to have to run back. I feel like this is an easy drink for Luxia right now. What is actually stopping him from drinking right here? I feel like there's got to be a reason why he's not doing it, obviously. He's going in, he drops the Emerald Communion here just to recover mana instead, and his team was already kind of top there, so Luxia not going to really benefit too much from the healing of that Emerald Communion, but he is, of course, going to be getting that mana back. Really nice Renewing Blaze there from Luxia, making sure that he gets mana. But look at Tony here, while Luxia sitting through that Cyclone. Tony is taking a lot of damage right there. That's going to be his Renewal and his Bark Skin, and a Frenzied Regen there as well. Inferno taking a lot of damage here as well, and definitely not looking too good right now. MYWAY definitely struggling here. Luxia sitting through another Cyclone. Swapsy basically owning right now on this Moonkin. Nullifying Shroud getting interrupted there as well for Luxia. Now finally he's going to have that to allow him to avoid some of those crowd controls. And now finally going to be getting some heals potentially onto Inferno. Inferno teleporting back there. Almost going down here. I feel like Inferno not feeling too confident right now to push in here. And Luxia has a lot of work ahead of him. He needs to heal himself. He needs to heal Tony. He needs to heal Infernion. A lot of healing just being done here. And I feel like the reason why they're losing on mana right now is just because Admiral Esports are doing so much more damage. Jamie really owning on that Shaman right now.
Yeah, definitely doing a really good job. And like I said, they're just constantly running away. They're forcing Tony and Infernion onto the middle of the map. Tony getting blasted back to the pillar. And this is exactly what you do want. if you are playing these wizard setups, you want the enemy team just stuck at the pillar while you're in the open. It gives your healer such a positional advantage. Might even just be blasting the pads. And Fernion gets off the pillar for a moment and almost goes down. This is a struggle for Luxia. He's behind on mana right now, but at the same time, Jamie has been caught. Swapsy really doing what he can to play defense as Tony's trying to get some pressure rolling for the team, and Fernion now rolling in with his demons. He's constantly have to healing this pet, and that might be the big struggle. Like, maybe they're just going after the pet over and over, that Felguard. It's just such a vulnerability if it overextends, and it just allows Admiral Esports to get pressure, even if they can't hit Tony or Infernion or Luxia in that position.
I think Luxia is actually trying to drink right now. Swapsy's pushing in to try to stop it here. They actually Cyclone Swapsy. I don't know if he managed to stop him, though, but look at that! Huge damage coming in onto Jamie, and MYWAY all of a sudden flipped the switch and managed to find that win. And I feel like Luxia was trying to drink there at the end, and that's what forced Admiral Esports to push in. And we're going to see it on the replay. I think that was that the Demonic Tyrant, or what even? Where did that damage come from? That was absolutely insane.
I wonder if that was the incarnation, but that's just like these matchups are so volatile. I mean, it felt like Admiral Esports was kind of winning that entire game. I like the way they were positioning. Felt like they had really good pressure on Tony and on Fernion, and then it was going well until it wasn't. And that's the problem, right? You get to deep dampening. Both teams has such explosive damage with their cooldowns. It can be really hard to manage as that Preservation Evoker. I really do wonder if we should have seen Admirals Esports maybe play this one a little bit more aggressive. It seemed like they were comfortable with kind of the pull away strategy, but it might have been better for them if they actually just moved in. You can see here once again Luxia's point of view. This a little bit earlier on in the game, but yeah, I mean there were so many scary moments in the match. One thing I'm interested in is seeing the pet bar here for Infernion. I really want to know how much Swapsy and Jamie are actually going after it in this match.
Yeah. Do you see his water anywhere on this bar? Like, I'm trying to see how he drops combat. Like, I'm trying to find an indication of how he's dropping combat. Okay, so he is trying to drop combat right now. He's trying to go for a drink right here. Okay, so Swapsy's just pushing in and stopping him. I feel like, Inferno almost went down there as well as he did look for that drink. It's really nice, actually, that we have Lux's point of view here, because I am really curious to why he wasn't able to get any drinks. I feel like with Admiral Esports constantly running, a lot of the time it was just an easy, sit back and go for drinks. But I do believe that maybe Swapsy was just shutting it down every time he tried. And here, he's got the fire elemental on him as well. That's making it difficult for him to get some drinks. Now, finally, it fades. And as soon as it fades, he tops his team, and he's pushing back here, trying to get a drink once again. And look at that. As soon as he does, Swapsy pushes in. He gets Cyclone, but he does manage to stop it. And there is that damage coming out. And they managed to get the kill with that. So I feel like threatening with these drinks, I want to see him continue to do that, because that's really, really key for their victory. Because it doesn't look like Admiral Esports can actually trade favorably, one-to-one with them. So anytime Admiral Esports just pulls back like that, just go for the drink. Anytime they have Demonic Tyrant out, anytime they have, Incarnation, and Admiral Esports are just trying to line those cooldowns, that's Luxia's opportunity to go for a drink. And even if he just manages to get a couple of ticks, it's just huge for them in the match, because these matches are constantly coming down to healer mana. Like even right now, they're winning because he's drinking, and they're pushing in to try to stop it. And there's a really nice interrupt there on the Spirit Bloom. They get the Root Beam as well.
Jeez.
So Tony definitely making some huge plays there. And that was the Incarnation.
Said Tony was getting out Moonkin, and he stepped it up here in game number 2. Kind of solidifying that win with the Root Beam, with the Incarnation, and just a huge hit of damage there onto Jamie. So, the series is just so close. It's really back and forth, and this is not. I honestly, as a player, I don't like these matchups. Like it's just so hard to pull out ahead. Kind of just randomly die these large maps. It's like just the smallest things can kind of throw the game for you. But it looks like Admiral Esports is going to be mixing it up, and they're going for a Restoration Druid. So maybe going for even more of the long game strategy.
Well, Restoration Druid.
And Swapsy.
Very good.
It's actually just a complete mix-up here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Swapsy's bringing in the Warlock as well. So they're getting rid of the Moonkin, So it's just like, you know what, Tony? All right, you're the Moonkin here. I'm going to go back on my Warlock. And I think it's a pretty solid matchup here. This is something we've seen a lot in Europe. And this is something we saw Admiral Esports do against Echo in the past, but Echo actually managed to win this exact matchup in the past. So I wonder what's changed here, other than the fact that they're not against Echo, obviously. I am a little bit worried because they do lock in the Robodrome. So it's going to be a little bit difficult, I feel like, for Next to actually get those drinks. I feel like if nobody drinks, Next is going to have a great time. But having Swapsy in the match is going to allow Swapsy to stop Luxia from drinking completely. And I really think that's the line of play that they're thinking here. Bring in the Demo Warlock, bring in the pets. And I think the reason why they're locking in this matchup, I think they would have liked to play Moonkin and Demo. But as far as I know, Swapsy is the Moonkin and he's the Demo in their team. So
That's tough. I was thinking about that.
Yeah. Swapsy is just playing all the best classes right now. It's tough, man. They just need to clone Swapsy and just have 2 Swapsies playing instead.
It's 3.
Yeah, even better. 1 for each BlizzCon win.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that is tough. I was thinking about that earlier. I mean, if this happens to be the best comp in the game, this Demonology Warlock Moonkin, it actually puts Admiral Esports at a big disadvantage because Swapsy plays the Moonkin and the Warlock for their roster, which is a little bit unfortunate in this specific situation. But we're all tied up here 1-1 between MyWay and Admiral Esports. Keep in mind, this is an upper bracket game at this point. Admiral Esports, they're looking really solid. That top 3 is basically guaranteed for them. However, if MyWay can send them down to that lower bracket, they put themselves in a really good position, I think, kind of securing their 4th place spot, depending on what happens, and also sending Admiral Esports to just kind of tear things up in that lower bracket, like you mentioned.
Yeah, definitely going to be an excellent situation here for MyWay. If they can win this, this is going to be a swing match. Tony needs to be careful to not throw here immediately. Taking a lot of damage there. Pops the Incarnation, pops the Barkskin. Right now answering fire with fire. And we got Luxia on one side. You got Inferno and Antonio on one side. And here comes the Deep Breath onto Jamie. Next, actually immuning crowd control right there with that Tranquility. So big cooldown being forced there. And they could go after Next as well. We have seen Resto Druids get swapped to a lot, from these different wizard cleaves. So it's going to be an opening, but Next is built to be a tank. As I say that, he uses his renewal. Actually, I feel like he used it there on full HP. I'm not sure why, but Next not going to have that now in his back pocket, and doesn't have Tranquility, so they are getting through some of his cooldowns. We'll see if they decide to swap to him. Right now, though, it's going to be Swapsy taking some damage, and Inferno as well, actually taking a decent amount of pressure here, but he does manage to catch a big shield. And look at Next already sitting down for a drink. Tony does manage to shut it down, though.
Yep, definitely looking nice here. Inferno getting blasted in the middle of the map. Going to be looking to reposition. Right on top of Swapsy, though. Bit of a aggressive positioning, and I don't know if this is exactly what he wants. The Observer gets called in there, I do believe, by Swapsy to try to get some more pressure rolling here to Inferno. It does get sniped away. Full fear now onto Luxia. Let's see what they can do. Swapsy trying to set up his team. Inferno still getting blasted, and they kind of forced the Emerald Communion out of nothing, so that's going to get traded out by Luxia, kind of maintaining his mana at the same time, though. Look at Next. He's just sitting down, looking for a drink, trying to just recover that mana. It looks like he is able to. He drinks 2 full. And that's exactly what you want at around the 2-minute mark in the game. Being able to recover your mana before dampening is going to start kicking in is definitely a big advantage.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they have that Resto Druid. Just make sure that he's playing on the outskirts, make sure that he can drink and stealth. And that's going to drop the pet aggro and allow him to actually sit down for those drinks. Unlike the Evoker, who doesn't have stealth, he's just going to be forced to, tank those pets and never really have an opportunity to drink. So Luxia definitely going to have a tough time here in the match. He needs to be very, very good with his mana. He needs to get a lot of disintegrates out. He needs to get a lot of damage out to tax Next mana. And in general, MyWay needs to be, really good at making pressure happen when Next is sitting down like this to drink or stopping the drink. They always have to make that call. Are we stopping the drink with, an ability, or are we stopping the drink by pressuring one of Next's teammates so he has to come out and heal? So far, mana is in favor of Admiral Esports, but it's basically tied. And if it is tied, it's not a great thing for the rest of the Druids. So Next is going to need to continue to looking for these drinks. And anytime he can, that's going to be huge for Admiral Esports. Right now, Next actually with the Innervate, getting a lot of healing over timeout here. They're actually swapping to Next here. He's getting aggressive at the wrong time. Next is going to be trading out that Barkskin, trading out that big heals as well with that Innervate. Nature's Vigil coming out here for Next as well. Frenzied Regen. All of the good stuff. Now getting bashed here with no Barkskin. Next could be in trouble here, but Tony doesn't have that much damage here. Actually, they stun Next once again, and if Inferno could have connected a little bit more there on that stun and maybe connected with a coil, actually doesn't have it, but if they could have done a bash coil there when he doesn't have Barkskin, that could be a way to actually get Next to shrink it. But for now, Next is just going to be happy to sit here at the pillar and just spam heal everybody and make sure that his team is just staying aggressive. Next time his team gets pressure, that's his opportunity to go for a drink, and that's how they want to win. Just get the pressure, allow Next to go for a drink like this, and look at that. Swapsy, though, needs to be careful. Next might have to stop drinking, and that's exactly what MYWAY needs to do. Anytime Next sits down for a drink like that, they need to either stop the drink with pressure like they just did, or by having somebody run on top of him. Now Jamie going for a Hex into a stun here onto Tony, trying to get some pressure, trying to build up some momentum, but so far not able to find it.
Let's see what they can do. Infernion right now is going to be looking for a banish. Okay, let's see what he can do. We got a bash now on Next as he gates in aggressively. Infernion just really trying to push the pace here. They want to have that advantage and not let Next recover. That's exactly what you need to do against the Resto Druid. Play a hyper-aggressive strategy, but it could easily backfire. Look at Jamie in the back line just throwing in Lava Burst after Lava Burst. Infernion is in trouble. He gets caught into the Howl of Terror. Swapsy gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Luxia, but he has to play catch-up, and Infernion is on the run, and this is the perfect moment. Look at Next, trying to just cross once again. He's forcing their hand, forcing them to chase. Look at Tony. He's out in the open. Does manage to... Does he actually find him? Is he drinking still? I think he actually managed to get a good amount of mana there, so... giving himself a little bit of a lead here, and now Tony getting aggressive with his Incarnation. Let's see what he can get done. He gets feared away. Nicely done there by Swapsy. Just spam fearing him on that cooldown, really limiting the amount of damage that he's able to put out. And both these teams have done such a good job, really limiting what the Moonkins can do with their offensive cooldowns.
Yeah, really, really good stuff so far. Next, actually managing to get those couple of ticks there is going to be key for him, because he was starting to fall behind on mana. Inferno trying to get the Tyrant, but Jamie making it super annoying for him, knocking him, interrupting him with the Lightning Lasso, and now Vernon has a lot of his imps have faded, so he's going to need to resummon the Biofield, resummon the imps, and try to build up those pets to get another one of those Tyrants out. So they're doing a really good job trying to slow down Infernion so far in the matchup. Jamie now in trouble here. He gets to the other side of the map, and Next is not there, so a little bit of mispositioning there between them, but they do manage to catch up to each other, and Next manages to get those halts rolling onto Jamie. Now Next once again taking some damage here as well, looking for a drink. Tony's going to push in there and stop it with a Typhoon, and a nice Howl of Terror actually coming out there by Swapsy. And now the Observer also blasting everybody on MYWAY. And once again, Next going to be pushing back here. Gets all of the healing over time effects out here with that Innervate, trying to make sure that he's spamming out as much heals as possible. And honestly, with his current mana pool, might be enough right now. Look at Infernion taking a lot of damage here. No Unending Resolve available. He ports in. Luxia right there, trying to get some heals going right now. And he should be able to stabilize Infernion for now. But Swapsy pushing in aggressively here as well. Not feeling too confident, though. Next is going to be going over there, making sure that Swapsy can stay aggressive here in this position. Infernion dropping dangerously low. Looks here goes with the rewind. And that's going to be his last final heal here to actually top off his teammates. And I think they've ran the clock here on this one. Admiral Esports looking good in this game.
Yeah, definitely not looking too bad, but remember what happened in the last game. They overextended for just a moment. They got deleted, and Tony does have that Incarnation, so Admiral Esports, they need to be careful they don't bait themselves into a false sense of security, but I don't think that's going to happen. Infernion does get dropped. Jamie closes it out, feeling confident, going in for that lethal Earth Shock and just dropping Infernion during that moment. So really good push there by Admiral Esports. They're going to maintain their lead in the series. They're up 2-1 right now. Just one away from closing it out, and I like this comp swap. I like this adaptation. Now the question is this something that they can blind lock, or are we going to see, the side of MYWAY mix it up?
That's the question right now. For MYWAY, does their little Hunter Moonkin thing, or their jungle, actually beat this from Admiral Esports? Because if it does, then it's not going to be the worst thing here for MYWAY, but if it doesn't, then yeah, this is just going to be Admiral Esports just walking away with the series. I feel like at this point, Admiral Esports looking very, very confident, and I think it all comes down to that drink that they found, a while ago, because that was really the moment where Next sat down. They tried to stop the drink, and they didn't find him where he was actually sitting in stealth. That moment right there really changed the game. And I mean, look at the final stages of the game right now. Luxia has basically no mana left, and Next sitting down drinking. I think it's actually this moment right here where Next is able to get a little bit of mana. Actually, no, it was before this, but even here, Next is sitting down drinking, and before he got that last drink, mana was completely in favor of him, but it was just by like 15-20%, and that's because of that drink that he got prior. So it really is, the name of the game is to make sure that the Druid just never drinks. Obviously, a lot easier said than done. Next is gonna, at some point, Admiral Esports is gonna have pressure, and that's gonna be, a moment where he can't sit down and drink. So it's going to just be really, really difficult for them to stop those moments. But that is really what they need to do. Stop all of the drinks. Make sure that they have good pressure anytime Nex is drinking so they can punish the drinks. And try to just conserve Luxia's mana as much as possible. Because Luxia's mana is never really going to go up. It's only going to go down. So the more damage he can do, the more efficiently he can heal, the more longevity they're going to have. And that actually going to attack next mana even more. So that is the name of the game, and it's a tough game to be playing. And Luxia does have a Resto Druid of his own as well, so maybe he will switch to that. It could just be a restoration
evolving.
Druid. Yeah, it could happen.
Really have to. I feel like against the Resto Druid, you really have to be. It's like one of those things you can exploit. It's not easy to exploit. You know, if you have the Preservation Evoker and you have the right moment to push and you find those properly executed all-in moments, it's definitely something that you can beat, but it's not easy. We are going to Blackrock Hold, so a little bit of a smaller map here. And my question for Admiral Esports is, what are you going to do? Are you going to continue to play the Resto Druid? I did like it, but it's a lot easier to shut down the drinks, right? Like him running away and threatening drinks is not going to be even nearly as threatening on a small map like Blackrock Hold compared to what it was on Robodrome. So lots of questions here for Admiral Esports, and if they do lock in the Druid, maybe MyWay has something better. Maybe we are going to see, like you said, the little hunter thing, like the Beast Mastery Hunter.
Their little hunter comps. I feel so bad for MyWay, man. They really did try every single hunter comp, and I feel like for Admiral Esports, this is exactly
it worked for them. To be fair, it worked for them in a lot of matchups, right? Like,
yeah.
Hunter's just you don't seem very convinced. I'm not gonna lie.
It works, but I feel like there's been a theme in Europe going on right now. It's been Echo's beating everybody. Admiral Esports is beating everybody except Echo. And Battle for Third has been kind of a little bit open there. It's been, a couple of different teams there. And we are going to see the little hunter thing come out here for MyWay. So they're going to have Kazu. To be fair, having Hunter's Mark, having Flare, and things like that is a pretty effective way to see Druids when they go for that stealth drink. But my question is always, Hunter over a Warlock. You're gonna bring, decent, pressure from the Hunter. You're gonna have traps. You're gonna have, some things, but at the same time, I'm just not convinced. I think the best thing about the BM Hunter is that they can just stay far back and just kind of hit people without taking too much damage compared to a Warlock. But Warlocks just heal more.
I'm convinced. I feel like MyWay is going to win this one. I think the thing I like about it is it allows Luxia to play a little bit more aggressively in the match, which I think is what you need. Like on a certain point, I feel like MyWay has to force Admiral Esports a little bit defensive, even if it's just in terms of positioning, get them into the room, get them in close quarters, and that's where Luxia is going to be able to really excel on the Preservation Evoker. On these really large maps, it's an absolute nightmare to have to heal. Your team's split up. Like when you get targeted, all of a sudden you need to run away, and it's difficult to heal everybody up. But on this close quarters, if Kasu can actually play aggressive, which I think he should be able to, I feel like they might be able to actually win this one, even with Kasu being on the Hunter. But that does mean even if they do win this one, puts us in an interesting situation for game number 5. Then of course Admiral Esports, they could absolutely win. I mean, their composition overall, I think this composition has maybe been like one of the most well-rounded comps in the history of World of Warcraft. Bringing the Warlock, the Ellie Shaman, the Lock Shaman Druid. Pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. I recall somebody losing to it at BlizzCon like 15 years ago or something.
Ooh. That was different, okay? That was with the Moonkin. Okay, a little bit of a different setup, but yeah, it's...
No, I was talking about it in Wrath. Didn't you lose to it in Wrath as well?
Oh, I did too, yeah. This has been the bane of my existence for such a long time.
It's just the worst thing as a mage, just seeing Lock Shaman, you just know you're not casting a single spell against that. But cast on the Hunter, one thing I do like about it is the Tranquil Arrow. Having, an extra Dispel for the HOTS is actually really nice. And if you can RNG the Dispel on the Life Bloom, it's really nice, actually, because it removes all 3 Life Blooms. So it is a nice way to kind of get instant pressure. Next puts up his HOTS, goes for a drink, and you can RNG dispel the life bloom. Then all of a sudden he has to kind of stop drinking, because that's where a lot of his healing is going to be coming from having those triple stacks.
That puts you in a really good position. So Casu, I think, can get lucky with that. And I think more so than anything, what I like about MYWAY's comp is if they do end up getting momentum in the game, I think they'll be able to ride that momentum a lot more. So if they can somehow find a way to get ahead, they can start get the traps rolling on DR on next. I think that's when the game is going to go really well for them. So comp pick looking good, map picks looking good. And we'll see. Are they going to be able to tie it up? That is the question. Or is Admiral Esports going to be able to kind of secure their confident second place? Because right now, we did talk about it, Admiral Esports, outside of Echo, they really have been beating everyone, right? Like, it seems like every single cup is just Admiral Esports eventually fights Echo. Admiral Esports goes to the lower bracket. They beat everyone, rematch with Echo, they lose. That's kind of been their story. And it's not a bad story. I mean, they're a really impressive team. It's just, yeah, Echo is a different beast entirely, but they still got to get there. You got to get through MYWAY, and they're not making it easy.
Yeah, I feel like that's been something going on in Europe for a while now. Like, I feel like Europe this season has been extremely top heavy. You know, all of the teams in Europe has just been really about Echo, Admiral Esports, and the agents. It's been very kind of set in stone who the top three are. I think the fourth point earner is actually just 100 points under. So it really goes to show, you know, how dominant those three teams are and how everybody else is kind of trying to just catch up right now. One thing that's nice about MYWAY, though, is, you know, they have been together for such a long time. They are a very experienced team. You know, they experienced wins. They've been in these situations with their backs against the wall many times in the past. So MYWAY, they also have this is a unique comp that only is, you know, unique to MYWAY as well. So they do have a lot going for them. If they can figure out a way to actually make it work here, we'll have to wait and see here, because right now Tony is getting blasted. He's pushing back to the pillar. Doesn't want to use his bark skin just yet. Mana already going to be, you know, a question on our minds here. We're going to definitely need to pay attention to Luxia's mana versus Next, and if Next can actually get those drinks. And are they actually going to go for trap setups here, or are they just going to play more of a kind of sit back and just try to deal as much damage as possible without actually taking damage here? We'll see what Caso decides to do here.
Definitely. We'll wait and see. Right now, Tony is taking quite a bit of damage. He's under fire, and it's not what you want for MYWAY to win this one. I think they do have to play this very aggressive. They have to stay on target. They have to push in, but they do have all three members of Admirals Esports grouped up, and they might be able to secure a mana lead if they can't actually allow Next to sit down for a drink. They have a full trap right now on to Next. What can they get done? But it is Jamie and Swapsy getting most of the pressure out. Asu and Tony are just getting absolutely destroyed here during this moment. Luxia finally has some heals. He forced to use the Emerald Communion just out of nothing. I mean, that is not ideal, not in any crowd control whatsoever, but just needs it for pure throughput at that point in the match. And things are kind of unraveling here for the side of BioWare. This composition might not actually work out. We got a full fear on Luxia. Casu into a lightning lasso, and he trinket turtles immediately. This game is spiraling out of control.
Yeah, it's not looking too good here for Casu. He had to use Exilia, had to use Trinket, and his Turtle as well as that Emerald Communion. So a lot of cooldowns being forced here. And Admiral Esports is just happy to play in the room right now, just enjoying themselves here, trying to get a little bit of damage going right now. Jamie actually going to be leaving that room, using that gateway, and he is going to be able to recover here potentially. Scattershot onto Next. Casu may be looking for a trap there, but not able to find it. They're going to be stacking up there onto Next. A really good stack there by Jamie. And now, once again, it's going to be Luxia actually taking a little bit of damage here. Swapsy looking for those pets, looking to summon his Legion army right now. He's got the Demonic Tyrant, I believe, out as well. It's blasting on the off-screen here. And I think it actually killed one of the Hunter pets there. So definitely could be a liability as well, going after the Hunter pets. Is really annoying for BM Hunters. Full coil here onto Tony, as he does take quite a bit of damage here. Jamie looking for the Hex once again, but Luxia manages to avoid it here. The Observers in the sky, blasting everybody on the side of MYWAY. Tony dropping quite low here. There's the Intim stun. There's the Shadow Fury. Tony trinkets out and gets aggressive with it. He's not going in a bear form. He's just doing more and more damage here. Playing to win right now. Really like that mindset from Tony, but it could cost him as he does continue to take damage here. Luxia definitely has a lot of catch up to do here. He goes for a regrowth, but he's just going to get blasted in the room here. Tony ducking into Bear from Frenzied Region coming through here. Luxia sitting through a fear right now. Tony trying to get into his line of sight here. Finally, Luxia manages to catch him here with that rescue and manages to top him. But that was an extremely close call here for Tony. That is absolute luck that he's alive at this point. That Frenzied Region barely kept him alive. And now Luxia is in a full hex. Does Tony play with D-Curse? I don't think so. And it is going to be Luxia actually breaking out there to the dots. But so many close calls, and this game is not looking good for MYWAY.
This is really not looking good. Tony, like you said, getting really lucky to survive. He's got the Incarnation. Is he going to pull the trigger? Who are they going to go after? Casu forced to trick it out of a Lightning Lasso, looking to get aggressive. Jamie's been doing such a good job setting up the damage for his team and really causing pressure onto MYWAY. Luxia's just burned through so much mana. Here's the full trap. Where is the damage? Here comes the Incarnation, but look at Swapsy. He's just avoiding the fight perfectly. Tony just cannot get there. He can't get any damage rolling. He needs to land the Star Surges, but it's Casu and Tony on the back foot. This pressure from Jamie is immense. He's just not afraid to push in. He's really getting aggressive here. Swapsy now getting the Tyrant out, and once again, MYWAY is going to be forced to play defensive. We have the Root Solar Beam going out on that Tyrant just to slow down the damage. Jamie still just blasting Tony anytime he pushes in, but he's taking some pressure now. Good damage finally rolling for MYWAY, getting a little bit of momentum, and things can unravel quickly here for the side of Admiral Esports. I'd say so far they've done a great job of defense, but the rest of Druid is, one of its faults is it can really fall behind if we see MYWAY get some pressure rolling.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing. Mana is tied up somewhat right now. Next, going for the Tranquility here, making sure to keep his team in the fight. Mortal Coil coming out here onto Caster. He's dropping quite low. He's going to have that aspect of the turtle rotated back off cooldown, so he at least has survived that moment where he had no defense left. Nature's Vigil coming out here for next, trying to empower some of his heals into damage. And so far, Luxia not actually able to find too much damage here on the Dragon. He's just been trying to heal so much, but to do a lot of healing. Look at that. 25 million healing from Luxia in this game, just consistently keeping 80k HPS here, and his team is still dying right now. Luxia trying to work miracles with what mana he has. Green projection coming out here onto Casu. Gets purged, actually. Nicely done there by Jamie. Purges that big, powerful halt. The Fell Blaze coming out here from Swapsy, and Admiral Esports just playing a clean game of dampening right now, just avoiding damage and doing damage, making sure to deny as much healing as they possibly can. And next, once again, looking to duck away here, looking to make sure to get those drinks anytime he can find a moment. But Caster pushes in, lands the Freezing Trap, shuts down the drink, gets the damage going here. They're going to go after Swapsy, but that trap really didn't do too much. They're going after Jamie, actually. That Basilisk doing some work here. Actually, it's just his empowered pet. It's not a Basilisk. That was fake news. Kazu right now, though, could be forced to use his turtle, dropping quite low here. The Roar of Sacrifice does trade, and it should be enough here. Actually, he does have to trinket, and that surely is going to be a turtle. Kazu's trying to be
Jamie's
greedy
coming.
with it. Jamie with the offensive. The offensive burrow from Jamie right now, queuing the Shark's team here, looking to close it out, man.
Is he going to be able to survive? Luxia out of mana and maybe out of time. Grips Tony away. That's a great play there by Jamie, but now he's met into the Cyclone. Tony trying to just get control of the game, but this is so back and forth. However, it is Luxia completely tapped on mana, going for a Nullifying Shroud. Tony getting blasted. Does he have any cooldowns? Rewind is available. Time Dilation will land. That should be enough for Tony to survive. Going to be trading out as well that Shadow Meld just to avoid a little bit of damage. Innervate now for the side of Luxia, who is able to just use that Rewind, so really getting max value with that Innervate from Tony. Trying to just recover his mana and get out some free healing during this downtime, but I still feel like they're just so far on the back foot. There's not really many openings here. Swapsy doesn't have many cooldowns, but it just can't seem to get any damage on him, and now it's Tony once again hiding in the room, just trying to play Resto Druid for a second, throwing out the regrowth, trying to avoid the fight. But unfortunately, the damage here from Admiral Esports is completely unrelenting. MYWAY, they know they got to try to close out the game. This is their last shot, their last opportunity, but Casu gets caught into the bash. Looks like he will be able to survive. The sacrifice does trade. Some off-feels from Tony saved the day. Luxia now going for that Emerald Communion. That might be enough for them to live, and can they do it? I mean, Jamie and Swapsy, they don't have many cooldowns left. Can Casu stay on target? This is looking like they might be able to battle it back here.
Unbelievable. They've kept Next from drinking the whole time, and he's finally out of mana here. He's got no Innovate for 2 minutes. Can they do it? Luxia has no mana left as well. He's caught up in a full Hex. Yes, Trinket, though. Luxia manages to break out there due to that Flame Shock. Full Lightning Lasso here onto Casu. Casu's in a lot of trouble. He gets coiled. Casu in so much trouble. They're trying to take down Swapsy. Luxia, can he keep him alive somehow? It doesn't look like it. Luxia caught up in that root right there. So unfortunately, really nicely done there, landing that root, I believe, from Jamie. And Jamie just popping off in this game. Look at his damage, 30 million damage, doubling that of Kasu. Just unbelievable amount of damage coming through here. And Admiral Esports will close it out. But MYWAY got extremely close. Props to them.
Yeah, for the final damage numbers, we definitely have to see the scoreboard. I think details sometimes bugged, not in favor of the pet classes, but we will see. I mean, this is where Tony, he lived at 1% health. This was like the game could have been over at 3 minutes, you know, but Tony was able to survive, getting some regrowth, getting the rescue, and ultimately surviving, but just so back and forth. And you got to give credit to MYWAY here. They brought in Kasu on the Hunter for a majority of this game. They did not have pressure. They did not have momentum, but what they did is have consistency, and their consistent setups just slowly got through the cooldowns of Swapsy. So you can see here, they get the Dark Pact a little bit later on. They end up getting the Unending Resolve. You can see it's gone now, and just consistently pushing in, not allowing Next to drink. Kind of that BM Hunter's damage profile is like a constant dot. This is what you like to say, right? It's like a dot that just doesn't go away. The pets will eventually kill you, so it is a bit of a race against the clock. If Kasu can continue that pressure from the pets, eventually they will be able to win. Unfortunately, he does just get caught into the open. This is where I actually was like, oh my god, can they do it? But Kasu goes through the Feign Death. As soon as that Feign Death lands, immediate Flame Shock, immediate Shadow Fury, immediate Axe Toss, immediate Lightning Lasso. Out of the Lightning Lasso, oh, here's a Coil, and Luxia actually dispels it, but at this point, there's just no mana for Luxia. Kasu has no Feign Death. He's got no Turtle, no Exhilaration, and he's just waiting to basically die to all these pets that Swapsy has available, but they were really close to winning that one.
It's such a nice route there by Jamie. So what actually happens there at the end is they coil Kasu. He's dead if he doesn't get dispelled, but Luxia dispels it, but then he gets rooted by the Earth Grab of Jamie, and then he just can't do anything. So he's just, if he doesn't dispel the coil, Kasu dies, and if he does dispel it, then he's sitting through a CC with Kasu out of range of all his heals. So really nicely played there by Admiral Esports. You got to give them a lot of props, you know, for how they played this one out. A lot of aggression. And Jamie with these offensive burrows as well, definitely been making some plays with it. Usually you never see the burrow kind of committed offensively, but we have seen it actually land some kills. So it's nice to see it. We saw, I think it was Prockit actually, who got a kill earlier in the day with it as well. So it is cool to see, you know, how the players are utilizing these new talents that have been added into the game. But here we can see those last couple of moments again. So next is actually, look at his mana. He's completely tapped here as well. So MYWAY actually got extremely close, and there it is. Look at Luxia right there, getting rooted in the room, and at the same time, he got rooted actually on his jump there, right as he started that animation. So that was a really clutch root. You know, rooting those evokers is actually really annoying for them to deal with because they can't use rescue, they can't use a lot of things when they're rooted. So it really shuts down Luxia doing that, and then at the same time also using Coil to trigger his dispel cooldown.
Yeah, certainly a definite nail biter of a series. Admirals Esports going to be walking away from that one, and we will see them on Championship Sunday, MYWAY. We're going to be seeing them head off to the last series of the day. Going to be facing off against NICEBEAM, and that means we are back down in the lower bracket. We're going to be watching BAMBOOZLE facing off against the Agents. The Agents won their series earlier on today against BONJOUR, BRUV, and then BAMBOOZLE lost against Echo. So both these teams, you know, have already gotten a game under their belt. We can take a look at the bracket where we currently stand here in the European region. Echo, Admirals Esports up there in that semifinal. Winner of that one will determine who moves on to the upper bracket. And then the one that I was just mentioning, we've got BAMBOOZLE versus the Agents. Then, how are you feeling about this series? Kind of weird to see, you know, Agents down there in the lower bracket.
It definitely is. I mean, the Agents have had a really good season so far. They've always kind of finished in that top 4 position. So really solid team. These guys have been around for a really long time. That being said, BAMBOOZLE, they're kind of a wild card. They've been very consistent throughout these cups so far as just a 3-player roster. And now bringing in existence, the Shadow Priest Demon Hunter comp with the Resto Druid, it has showed a lot of potential. They actually managed to get a win off of Echo, which is something a lot of teams aren't able to do. So really showing that they are here to play. And I feel like this could be a bit of a scary matchup here for the Agents. And if BAMBOOZLE can have a deep run through this lower bracket, you know, picking up those points is going to be quite nice for their standing.
Yeah, further confidence as well. I mean, like you already said, the agents, they're in third place heading into this weekend in terms of points, in terms of the standings. So that would be just a big victory for this team. And I think would definitely prove a lot of what they are capable as a bracket or as a roster, together. Here's a look real quick at the points where we currently stand. Echo, of course, in first, 440, and then second, 340 with Admirals Esports Agents at 260. So, Bamboozle right now currently in sixth. Go ahead.
Look at that, 4th to 6th right now. This is really the battle of 4th. You got NICEBEAM head-to-head with MYWAY, and then you got Bamboozle against the Agents. If Bamboozle can beat the Agents, then they will get 20 points. That would put them at 140, which means that they will be the 4th team. And then NICEBEAM versus MYWAY, one of them is going to go out. So it really is anybody's game here. If MYWAY or if NICEBEAM or MYWAY wins their matchup, that could potentially secure them a spot in the finals later on, because the gauntlet is just gonna, it's just gonna be a war zone there. You just want to be as high up as possible when you go to that gauntlet. So I really feel like this next series is going to be absolutely massive. Bamboozle need to win this one. The Agents, they're already secure. They got 130 points lead something. So they're definitely, qualified for that top 3. All of the top 3 is basically qualified and done and dusted at this point. But if you are NICEBEAM, if you are MYWAY, if you are Bamboozle, you want to get that 4th spot. You want to be the final boss in the gauntlet, because otherwise you're going to potentially have to play a head-to-head later on in the gauntlet against one of these teams. And as we've seen, all of these teams are absolutely deadly.
Yeah, definitely. And it always happens. I feel like the lower side of the standings is more interesting, more competitive. You end up getting these crazy tiebreaker situations. So we're going to find out here what happens after the break. It's going to be Bamboozle facing off against the Agents in just a moment. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Game has already started. That was a quick one. Bamboozle versus the Agents. This is a huge opportunity for Bamboozle.
All right, let's see if they can do it. They're keeping in with this Demon Hunter Shadow Priest, but they're going to be facing a Warrior and a Shadow Priest and a Restoration Shaman. So far, their initial pressure is immense. They've already forced Enraged Regeneration from Mercy and Dispersion from Z-Pi. Now we see the Agents looking to try and turn it around as they're connecting onto Ray, trying to build up Slaughterhouse stacks and get that Mortal Wounds effect rolling to 12, maybe switching some of the pressure to Existence at this point. They force him to Blur. Now immediately getting back onto the Shadow Priest. Ironbark going to be up to respect this damage as well, but it's only up for another second, and Ray is really being pressured. They really want to force that Dispersion. Can they get it? Z-Pi on the back foot as well in that Earthen Wall. They interrupt the Void Torrent with a Storm Bolt. They need to shut down as much damage as possible. Can they push for the Dispersion? Desperate Prayer comes through. A Lightning Lasso with the Fear to cover it, and Dispersion has been forced, and now the Agents are in a really good position.
Yeah, the Agents coming in here with this composition, definitely working wonders here, and we're going to see if they can actually keep up on mana. And Zell definitely going to be trying to sneak away and get those drinks right now. Asgrath caught up in a full stun fear, and Existence trying to get one back here. Z-Pi actually could be in a lot of trouble here as he does manage to get that massive spell onto Asgrath. Z-Pi now with no dispersion for another 20 seconds here. Should be completely fine to recover until that cooldown is back up. Ray right now looking for the mind games here, and he's been somebody who's been very impressive throughout the tournaments. I feel like he's somebody who just kind of came in out of nowhere, and he's been doing a lot of work on the Shadow Priest right now, almost taking down Z-Pi here. 5 seconds left on the Dispersion. Asgraf is there though to deflect with the Earthen Wall Totem. Now Ray gonna be in trouble here. Mercy is just making sure that he's getting a lot of pressure. Look at those Slaughterhouse stacks there, stacked up to 12 right there onto Ray, doing so much work. And nice combo there with the Tranquility Void Shift coming through, but that's going to be a massive cooldown forced out here onto Ray. And Manzel also taking a decent amount of damage there as he does trade the Ironbark, and he does finally get a Cyclone here onto Mercy, but it is on diminishing return, so Mercy not going to be out of the game for too long. And now once again looking to get back on target, get those stacks going. Manzel going for the Rake Stun, but he gets clotheslined there by Z-Pi. Z-Pi though needs to be careful here. He might need to trade the Dispersion. He does have the Siphon going right now, but Existence does manage to take it down. Z-Pi could be in a lot of trouble here. He might have to trade, and he will make the trade, so Bamboozle gets one back.
Ray has been getting a lot of fakes as I say that he gets interrupted and basically dies in a pummel. Dispersion forced from his side, but every time he fakes one of these pummels and gets a precognition Void Torrent, he puts his team in such a good spot. Z-Pi's getting pressured, Ray's getting pressured. Who's going to fall first? And that's available, but he dispels Dots. What a risky time to dispel Dots. He's praying darkness is enough. Ray manages to stay alive. Nature's Swiftness will connect. And now they're trying to get pressure on a Z-Pi. They forced his Dispersion in that earlier exchange. They've imprisoned Asgrath. This is their one opportunity to make a push. They've got stun. They've got silence. They're sending it. Can they take Z-Pi down in this? He's going to use that phase shift, immune some damage with the Fade. Get the Vampiric Embrace up as well to start supporting Asgrath. And he's in the Earthen Wall Totem. He should be all right, but he's actually walking out of that Earthen Wall Totem. He's on the edge outside of it at the moment, just choosing to abandon it and go for crowd control. Menzel's got Innervate. I think he wanted to purge it, but he already got the value at that point in time. Ray being pressured again. Desperate Prayer activates, tries to boost his health. Is it going to be enough? Z-Pi's in position, gets the Fear. Existence, there's no reverse magic. He's not playing it. Double Shockwave from Mercy. Beautiful punish. They're going to kill him through Ironbark. They're so close to it. It executes Z-Pi at the same time. Almost dies on the push, but they're going all or nothing. Can they finish him? Cenarian Ward doing a lot of work on Ray to keep him alive right now. Ray actually stays alive. I think it's Z-Pi on the back foot. Askrath has to Spirit Link. If Ray can stabilize here, Z-Pi is in a ton of trouble. 9 seconds away from his Dispersion. Stun, silence, cross CC. Ray trying to fake cast the pummel here, but Mercy is not falling for these fake casts. Ray desperately needs a precognition. Is he going to fake Mercy's pummel in this moment? It could win him the game. In the meantime, Z-Pi's got a Void Torrent fully channeled. They stun Mercy. They Cyclone Mercy. They stop the Warrior. They stop the Slaughterhouse. Ray just needs to position away now, and Manzel is running away from Z-Pi, avoiding that fear. There's a Void Torrent, but Elite Pummel immediately shutting it down. The Hunt connects it on to Z-Pi, but he's got Dispersion. Both Shadow Priests with Dispersion. Manzel's mana not in a good position. Maybe they should just trade Dispersion for a drink at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to do, but I feel like the game is going to come down to whoever has to use that Dispersion next here. It's a bit of a race here to that cooldown, and I think it's going to be Ray who has to pull the trigger. Ray dropping dangerously low here, and he will be making the trade. And now Manzel, no mana left. Ray with no Dispersion, no Ironbark for 20 seconds. If Mercy can just stay on target, he could take him down, but it looks like they're trying to make a swap to Mercy, but he gets a nice double Shockwave, and he does manage to force out Existence Trinket. Void Torrent coming out there. Beautiful precog fake right there, but Ray so low here. He's got that. Nothing left. Menzel trinkets out, gets silenced onto Asgraf, into a stun there onto Asgraf. Zipai getting clothesline here as well. He might need to trade his dispersion here. He's holding on to it, being greedy, gets a fear, and I think that is going to be it. Mercy manages to take Ray out. Beautiful warrior play here, and an excellent composition, honestly, coming out from the agents here. Just having insane pressure, basically playing the same comp more or less, but with just a bit more efficient healing, a little bit more aggressive with the purges, and just a bit more aggressive melee as well. So really like this comp selection coming out here from the agents.
Yeah, I think it was heads up. We saw this comp doing some work in North America for Luminosity, although it was Arms Warrior to beat the Golden Guardians. This is definitely a powerful combination. The Resto Shaman and the Shadow Priest, bringing a Fury Warrior with the disruption and healing reduction onto Ray the Shadow Priest was a really good pickup. There's a lot of support and utility in this composition, and they were about to out efficiency their opponent's Bamboozle in game one. It makes me wonder what Bamboozle were expecting, because it seems like the Demon Hunter Shadow Priest is kind of like a spell cleave killer. That's their main goal with this composition. And I wouldn't imagine they were expecting this type of comp of Fury Warrior and a Shadow Priest. They're probably anticipating like an Ellie demo or something of the like from the agents. So they may switch their composition, maybe go to a big map and get a Destro Warlock in. As we saw, Chrysler, this is a really big series for Bamboozle. They could get a huge amount of points with regards to the finals. So if they can manage to pull this off, like, they've got to keep battling it out. It was so close at one point. Here at the end, it kind of just was pretty decided with this fear with no trinket from Mercy. Menzel was not able to connect Ironbark, nor would Ironbark really be enough. And also, Asgrath was getting a lot of hexes, even at the end of that fear, as a full hex out of it. Yeah. I think earlier he got a hex on Menzel, I think maybe even at this point in the replay or around this time in the replay. Asgrath started getting a lot of hexes and chaining CC, and Menzel just fell so far behind. I think it's out of this fear right now that Asgrath casts a hex. Yeah. So being in position, and that likely forced his trinket earlier, and that's why he didn't have the trinket, or maybe not. It forced the dispersion. So like just this chain CC, Asgrath's involvement with the team was really important in these final moments. What did actually get his trinket? Because he still has it right now. Does he get silenced? He gets sheared? He gets silenced? Yeah, he trinkets that? That's sad if he trinkets that. I guess he had to. I mean,
he triggered a horror after the silence. I feel like even if he wasn't even in crowd control there, I don't know how he's going to keep Ray alive. I guess he had Ironbark, actually. He could have kept him alive long enough to get his nature. He could have kept him going for a little bit, but it wasn't looking too good for them, though, in the grand scheme of things. I feel like, in general, I mean, having Mercy just building up such a Mortal Strike debuff is just so big for the agents here. And I actually wonder, what do you think about the fact that agents could maybe... Do you think they could blind lock this on the side of the agents? Never mind.
They're not going to. I mean, Bamboozle likely setting up some sort of wizard comp, going to Empyrean Domain, and the agents are like, okay, your map is ours now. No. We're going to wizard cleave on the big map, and now Bamboozle, they have to play a Demon Hunter on a big map if they want to run the Demon Hunter Shadow Priest, or they have to wizard mirror. And I don't think we've seen anything other than Destro from Chrysler. I don't know if he can play Affliction, because I would actually be kind of curious to see how Affliction might do in a matchup, like Affliction Shadow play in a matchup like this, if it would be able to keep up or not. They're taking their time. I'm expecting they play Demon Hunter Shadow Priest. I think that's been their main anti-wizard comp. It's just they've kind of put themselves in a weird spot with this map. Yeah. Maybe they should have picked something more neutral, something like Tiger's Peak.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you pick, one of these large maps, you kind of put yourself in a tough situation here. And now, their answer is a comp with a melee, and they're going to have to play on the worst possible map, basically. So definitely going to be tough here for Bamboozle. I feel like they're just going to run the double wizards here. But I don't know how good that matchup is actually going to be. I feel like Bamboozle, it's going to be a tough battle for them, especially with, the agents winning the blind pick. I think that this is easily one of those matchups that could go to game number 5, but they are going to be bringing in the Demon Hunter here. So Demon Hunter, Shadow Priest, Resto Druid, and they are going to have, the map disadvantage at least. So the agents at least managing to pick that up is going to be big for them. And the agents in general, I mean, this is literally the comp that we just saw being played from Admiral Esports, and it looked really powerful when they played it. So no doubt in my mind that it's going to be very powerful when the agents play it as well.
Yep. But the fact that Bamboozle, even on a big map, want to play this is like this is the matchup I think they intended to get in game 1. So if they blind lock this when it's not their map, I mean, they're going to meet that Fury Warrior Shadow Priest. So this is a tough series now, I think, for Bamboozle. I could see it. And even taking this, which is their map pick, is going to be challenging by going to Empyrean Domain. This might just come back to bite them really badly, and maybe come down to the experience maybe in tournament overall. Like, there's a lot of things to consider. Like, you're thinking to yourself, well, we want to play a wizard into their warrior, so we'll pick a big map. And it's like, oh, now they're just not playing their warrior, they're playing wizards, and we have to play in a wizards on a big map. So now it's suddenly not a great advantage. But who knows, maybe this is an insane comp, Demon Hunter Shadow Priest in this type of matchup. Maybe it actually just runs them over. The fact that they took a game off Echo with this composition, with the wizard cleave that I think we're considering the most dominant one, with Demo Ellie probably pretty close behind it. It's possible that even despite this being a large map, that this composition can do a lot of damage. It's also a Resto Druid, which is really susceptible to Shadow Priest purges. Demon Hunter adding in some purges as well could enable them victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is, if you are MYWAY, and if you are, these teams that are kind of on the cusp here of qualifying, like NICEBEAM and MYWAY, you definitely are hoping that the agents are just going to be gatekeeping as much as possible here. You want the agents to dominate this bracket and to win this matchup, because that'll keep Bamboozle down, and that'll guarantee that one of the teams that is kind of in the running for that fourth spot actually gets their run stopped. So a lot on the line here. Let's see what Bamboozle can do. They bring in Existence here on the Demon Hunter once again, and they're going to try to get it done right now, going after a little bit of pressure onto Mercy, but Mercy's doing a great job just kiting here. Distance trying to close the gap here on that Demon Hunter, but Mercy, look at how annoying he's being on that Warlock, doing a really good job with his position. But finally, Existence is going to manage to connect here, and this is going to be where they need to find some crowd control onto Asgraf, and there it is. They find the imprisonment. Do they have a fear out of the imprisonment? Doesn't look like they find it. Double Chaos Nova coming out for Existence, and his Asgraf is not in crowd control. He's just going to be able to keep Mercy nicely topped right now. And Fell Eruption again, and it doesn't look like they're going to have any follow-up on that either.
All right, Nature Swiftness. Mercy's back to full health. He's got distance, stun onto Existence, and it's the stun lock combo on the Demon Hunter we really need to be paying attention to in terms of vulnerabilities for Bamboozle. But Zipai is struggling, man. He's trying to kite a Demon Hunter, and that is just something that basically nothing in the game can do. He's managed to finally get some distance here, but Existence procs a Demon and goes for the hunt with a massive swap on a Mercy. He looks like he went for the coil there. Unfortunately, not connecting too much. Dark Pact absorbing the hunt damage at the moment. They're going to stun Existence. Here comes a Void Torrent from Ray, fully channeled, proccing a Void Tendril, throwing out the Void Volley as well, trying to get this Vampiric touch up without it getting interrupted. It's going to be really tough for Ray dealing with Wind Shear in a matchup like this. If he can fake it and get precogs, he's going to be going absolutely insane. But if he's constantly dealing with grounding and shear and not able to get through them, his damage is going to be quite hindered as a result. So this type of matchup now, it's just like a 1v1 between him and Zipai, similarly to how it was with Mercy. And there he's Wind Sheared on a Mind Flay Insanity, putting him slightly behind. We see the Dreadstalkers called in. That means Mercy is lining up some big damage. They're going to time it with a Lightning Lasso onto the Demon Hunter, but effectively do nothing to him. They're switching some damage to Ray at this point. He's going to Desperate Prayer, and with that Desperate Prayer being such an effective heal, he's going to get right back to full health. Menzel struggling in the back line, looking like he took a Flame Shock Dispel and lost like half of his health, maybe to a Tab Lava Burst. Stun onto Existence out in the middle of the map, but not enough damage really to get too much pressure. They forced Existence Trinket with this push, but I believe it was the Tyrant. So as long as the Tyrant and Existence Trinket lines up, I think he's going to be in a decent spot in terms of survivability. Now 2.5 minutes in, Menzel is falling behind on mana. Their team is going to need to look to structure their play around enabling him to drink if this continues at this pace.
Yeah, Asgraf actually was already able to find a drink at this point, and look at him, he's going for maybe another one here, playing really, really far back here, just making sure that he has those healing over time effects before he potentially goes for that play. Ray is dropping quite low, and this could be a moment here for Asgraf to actually try to find that drink. He goes for a root onto Existence, and it looks like Asgraf is going to opt to just stay in right now. They have a good pressure here. Low Cyclone. Existence, though, with a beautiful glimpse, outranges that Cyclone. That would have been absolutely devastating if Asgraf was able to land that. Silence coming out here onto Asgraf. Ray trying to initiate crowd control. They follow it up with a Fell Eruption. Here comes the damage onto Zipai. He's got no Astral Shift right now. Zipai could be in some trouble here, but so far playing good defense. Nice stun there by Mercy onto Ray. Asgraf with the Enervate rolling right now, able to get a lot of free healing, keep his team topped, and as long as his team has pressure, he's going to be able to find those drinks, and that's really what it's going to come down to. So right now, this is an excellent opportunity for Asgraf to try to sit down for a drink. Let's see if he takes it, and let's see if they can actually stop it.
Oh, Menzel is just pressured, man, trying to dispel Flame Shock, standing in an Earthquake with the Burning Legion on his back, falling behind on mana. Askrat drinks to full mana at almost the 4-minute mark in this game, and they just have them pinned at the pillar. We're not seeing any pressure from them. It's so tough to kill through Resto Druid Hots against a Wizard Cleave, where you're pretty much stuck attacking one target. Existence getting blasted, no trinket for 6 seconds, caught in the middle of the map in an Ursul's Vortex in that Frost Shock route, but he procs a demon, and Menzel's Iron Bark keeps him stable throughout that push. He's going to kill off the demon, pop Metamorphosis, and try and get aggressive. They need to make a big push here onto Zeepai. Is he going to respect the Metamorphosis and use Astral Shift? Is the question. They're swapping off Zeepai. They baited some Hots. Mercy's going to pour it away. Existence chases him down, stuns him behind the pillar, connecting a fully channeled Eye Beam, absorbed by the Dark Pact of Mercy. He just takes no damage as a result, and Zeepai has a lot of healing with that Ancestral Guidance. He could pop that at any moment, start boosting the healing for his team. He's honestly just sitting on that cooldown, maybe a little bit too long, stunned up. Astral Shift going to be forced as he's below half health at this point. Existence proccing more demons, killing them off with the Throglaive, amplifying his damage to try and stay on target, but Menzel being pressured so heavily, forced back behind the pillar. Existence, Earthquake proc, they're getting cleaved, they're getting AoE'd at this point. Askrat can freely drink if he wants to. There's no blur. They've already got Iron Bark. Ray is the only one who looks comfortable. They pull him out of darkness with the Static Field Totem. They're just playing with them at the pillar at this point, just like poking at them like an anthill, like a kid with an anthill, and just trying to disturb them. But they just can't escape the pillar at the moment. They're trying to. They're caught in a lightning lasso. They've got blur available, but they're going to need to make sure they use a pre-blur on one of these pushes, because Demonic Tyrant is available, and if Existence gets stunned without blur during it, I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Yeah, and as you say that, there is the Demonic Tyrant coming out here. Zeepai, though, forced straight out the burrow right now, using that racial as well. Existence immediately going to be ducking for cover here, as that Tyrant is free casting right now. The Ray is going to be line of sighting it as well. And so far, they got the big cooldown there from Zeepai, and now kind of just going back. But anytime they go back like this, look what Asgraf is doing, sitting down for a drink. Actually gets stopped there. With the pressure being too high onto Zeepai. Manzel actually looking for a drink right now. If Manzel can actually get that drink, it would be huge, but Mercy is there to stop it with a Shadow Fury, and Manzel not going to be able to recover any mana right now. Asgraf in crowd control, pre-Iron Barks. Existence getting blasted right now. Asgraf there's to follow it up with a nice route into a Vortex there as well, keeping Existence just in the map, in the open field for as long as possible, allowing his Wizards to really get some work done. Right now, both Druids with Innervate active, having free heals. Manzel looking for a drink once again. Can Mercy stop it, though? I think Mercy saw him, and Mercy is going to be able to stop it, but he did get a smidge of mana right there, maybe just a tick. But either way, Zeepai right now under heavy fire, has Astral Shift, will make the trade. Existence now in a lot of trouble as well. Has Blur, might need to make the trade as well. He's being greedy with it, and I don't know if he's going to be able to afford it. Existence finally does make the trade right there, but did take a lot of damage, and now Asgraf looking for the drink once again. Existence, can he stop it? Can somebody stop this drink? If Asgraf gets full drink right now, it's going to be lights out. He gets about half before that hunt pushes him out. Manzel also sitting down for a drink right now. If Manzel gets a full mana reset right there, that is absolutely massive. Bamboozle are definitely back in the game now.
Yeah, and Zeepai, no Astral Shift available for him, so let's see if they can connect. He's caught in a coil behind the pillar. He trinkets it in a panic. Is he going to stay alive? Static Field Totem. They're trying to pull him off the pillar. They kill off the Field Totem, and they stay behind the pillar. They get a Fear onto the Tyrant. Here comes Metamorphosis, and Existence is looking to make a power play. They stun him, but it's on DR. They're turning it around quickly. Zeepai trinkets to try and run away. Will Ancestral Guidance be enough? He's on the run, and Ghost Wolf trying to kite while Asgrath is stunned up, but Existence is still all over him. Proccing a demon during Metamorphosis. He's going to be very threatening. Zeepai respects it. He burrows beneath the ground, trying to avoid Existence's powerful Metamorphosis, but he just vengeful retreats, lands an interrupt, immediately reconnects. They axe toss him to try and peel him away for a moment into a Cyclone. They're getting control of the demon and containing Existence during this time where Zeepai is vulnerable for another 10 seconds. Existence trying to get back behind the pillar. Menzel looks like he may be trying to drink. Ray and Existence are together, but their Druid is very far away from them at the moment. How are they going to reconnect? They charge towards center field. Another demon proc. Existence getting so many of these. Mercy going to pour it away from it, but Asgrath is still crowd controlled. He needs to respect this. Maybe trade the Unending Resolve. He goes for a coil instead. They stun Existence. They're trying to pull out into the open. Static Field Totem clutches them away from Mercy. He's free casting, trying to find Fears. Existence is still getting blasted, has Blur available. He's going for an Eye-Beam, gets instantly sheared on it. Really important to shut down Eye-Beam as quickly as possible, using every DR, but the hunt is going to connect. Massive damage. Mercy is immediately going to use Unending Resolve, get a shield wall effect, and try and free cast in his face, but Existence procs another demon. He's going to kill that off and force Astral Shift from Z
Z-Pie, and that drink that Menzel got earlier on is the only reason his team is still going, but Existence is respecting the Tyrant, pulling away from it, trying to get onto the pillar. The Tyrant pushing forward. It gets void tendrilled by Ray here, and it can't move any more forward. Really good use of that spell as Ray pulls back out of line of sight. They've traded with the Tyrant. They've stayed alive through Mercy's threat. They've broken most of the agent's defenses, but Ray out of nowhere has to trade Dispersion, and now he's vulnerable, and Bamboozle, they have to make a push while they are vulnerable.
Oh, this is not looking good for Ray. Finally getting topped off right now. Looking to make the push. They get an imprisonment onto Ascraft into a silence right now. Existence getting pulled back by the static field. They don't find any follow-up out of that silence. And look at Existence right now in huge trouble. He's got Blur in 2 seconds, 1 second. He's going to have Blur immediately pull the trigger on it. Menzel trying to power through here with some free healing. He does proc a demon right now. Big damage coming out here onto Mercy with that I-beam. Menzel manages to dispel him, but that means he doesn't have a dispel for this Hex right now. Ascraft there stacked up for a Chaos Nova. This could be their moment to get aggressive. Nice bash though onto Existence into a full cyclone, and now they're going after Ray. He's got no dispersion, he's got void shift, and he will make the trade there onto Menzel, and Menzel once again has to pick himself up, has to pick Ray up once again. Ray down to 50% HP. Z-Pie just like a lightning god right now on that shaman, spamming out lightning and ice furies and fire all over the place, and Menzel actually getting cyclone. I really like how Asgard's been playing this matchup, getting very aggressive, making sure to shut down the drinks, landing crucial bashes so far in the matchup. Full silence onto Ascraft into a full paralyze as well. Ascraft finally trading the Iron Bark here onto Mercy. He's got no unending resolve, but Mercy could be an exposed target here in the future. If Existence can just recover, if Menzel can recover his team, and they can make a big push with Metamorphosis soon, then that could be a moment to win, but I don't know if they're going to find the moment in time here. There's the Metamorphosis. Here comes the damage. Are they ready to block it? Ascraft has no Iron Bark, and Mercy has no unending resolve. Here comes the Hunt. Nice Hex there, but he gets dispelled by Menzel. If Existence could just connect right now, it could be lights out for Mercy, but at the same time, Ray is taking huge damage. Might need to trade off the Dispersion. There's the Void Torrent. Here comes the damage onto Mercy, finally connecting. Big hits coming out from Existence here, trying to close it out. Mercy dropping to about 50% HP. Ascraft burning through a lot of mana here to keep him off of him. Nice Cyclone, and that is going to shut down Existence pressure for now.
Ray mass dispels the Cyclone. He trinkets. He's trying to keep his team offensive. Menzel has 0 mana, no Innervate. Ascraft no mana as well. Z-Pie trades Wall. Both Druids trying to drink. Menzel is drinking. He gets Static Field into the middle of the map. He doesn't get too much mana, but maybe a tick. And maybe a tick is enough for them to win, but he's stuck in that Static Field. He can't get back to his team. Existence is low. He trades Darkness. If he gets knocked out of this Darkness, it could be lights out. Quite literally. He's stunned up and knocked out of the Darkness. He tries to get back into it. Is he going to go down? Huge damage connects. And Z-Pie closes it out in game number 2, moving to match point, and it is not looking good for Bamboozle in the gauntlet at the moment. They really need a win here. They need to get as deep as possible.
Absolutely insane. I gotta say, I really like that. It lights out literally of the Darkness. That was nice. But yeah, the agents, I mean, this is what makes them so good, right? They're so good at turning maps around. You look in a small map, they look in something that's good on a small map. You look in a big map, all of a sudden they're locking in their wizards, and they're really playing the matchup great. And this was a really crucial moment here. Asgraft Cyclones in this matchup, absolutely MVP. Goes for the fake ass there, gets a full Cyclone onto Existence, and this is, Existence kind of power play. This is where he needs to kind of close out the matchup. This is like his incarn, basically. So shutting it down, really, really efficient, because at 58% dampening, you're not going to out-heal the damage. So Asgraft really utilizing the Druid toolkit excellently here. Landing plenty of Cyclones, landing plenty of Roots, and then here, Existence no longer has Metamorphosis, and he's just kind of stuck in open field. He gets stunned. He is in his Darkness. He procs the Demon, but he gets knocked out, and then Z-Pie blasts off here and manages to get the, I think, is it actually
Burrow killed him? He actually Burrow killed him.
That's nice. That's I think the third Burrow kill we've seen today, actually. A lot of Shamans are opting to use this offensively nowadays. It's nice to see.
Nerf Dig, it's too OP. It's super effective against Demon Hunter, I guess. Oh my god. How hard does it hit? I want to see the killing blow. He had Send Ward. He was like 40% health. I feel like that was like an 80k Burrow or something. Like, so I'm out of Maelstrom, no problem. Burrow. Okay, all right. I really like that spell. I like the spells that are like you can use them in multiple ways. Like this is a defensive, maybe a CC avoider, or also a huge hit of damage, or maybe a knock up to interrupt somebody or to stop them from running away. The fact that you have like 10 different ways to use it, you're always thinking of a different way almost every game is really cool. Yeah, here we go. Hook point, small map. So Bamboozle were like, all right, the big map didn't work, so we'll pick a small map instead. And the agents are like, okay, that's fine too. We'll just play Fury Warrior on a small map. You want to play Wizard Cleave? This isn't going to work either. And yeah, I feel like Bamboozle, they probably should have gone for more neutral map picks. Maybe like Nokudon and maybe Tiger's Peak, because now if they play Wizards because they want the Wizard into the Warrior, I don't think it's gonna work because it's a small map.
I mean, you said it yourself there. They're picking the largest maps and the smallest maps, and I really feel like this is a series where neutral maps would have been a lot better, because that gives them more flexibility. Now they're actually going to play the Fury Warrior themselves. That's something that we didn't mention. Existence is a Warrior player, so this is something that it's going to be very interesting. They're going to have the Resto Druid versus the Resto Shaman. That's going to be the big difference. And
100K! Oh my god, it hits
Burrow.
for 100K! I didn't know it even hits for 100K. I thought it was like 30K. 100K Burrow. Everyone's gonna be an aggro shaman now. They're just gonna be I'm burrowing to kill him, bro. It might crit for 100K. We could win. I'm doing it. Oh my god. 100K burrow. Okay, I need to respect that ability more than just that I was in the past, I guess, moving forward. But this is going to be a mirror, only differences being Shaman and Druid. And again, hook point, small map where the Druid can't drink it. It might be rough for Manzel in a matchup like this. The only main advantage of a Druid, though, would be that if they tunnel a Shadow Priest, you can keep full hots on the Shadow Priest the whole game and not really worry too much about swaps against this comp. So maybe the Druid will actually have an advantage in that case.
I feel like, yeah, maybe. I feel like the Druid might have a healing advantage, but he's also going to run out of steam a little bit faster than the Shaman. I feel like the Shaman also having, Purge is going to be nice. Having Zeepai with Purge, like having double Purge against Druid, can actually make it tough. If the Druid does fall behind, it can be really nice for them to actually keep up the pressure. I think it's going to be tough as well for him to drink because it's hook point. So I'm really not sure what to make of this. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see when the gates do open here. But it is nice to see Existence tagged in on his Warrior. And they're just basically going with a full straight mirror right now. They really need this win on the side of Bamboozle. Bamboozle currently, I believe, 6th in the standings with only 8 points behind that 4th tie that we have between MYWAY and NICEBEAM. So it's going to be crucial for them to actually win this. And if you are in MYWAY, if you are NICEBEAM, you're just cheering for Agents, just hoping that they get the 3-0 right now. Bamboozle looking to make it happen here. Can they do it? Existence on the Fury Warrior. The gates have opened here on hook point.
Who would have thought we'd come and see this matchup? We're seeing quite a lot of variety in terms of compositions. I didn't expect to be seeing a Shadow Priest Warrior mirror in Europe between the Agents and Bamboozle. And Bamboozle already get a big lead with that push. Dispersion forced from Zeepai. Pressure onto Mercy. Ray in a confident position, and Dispersion is so valuable. It's like that major safety net that you could use in any situation to be able to survive. And Zeepai is still just dying at this point. Asgrath is really struggling to heal through the Slaughterhouse. It's one Rampage away from a 12 stack. Mercy, he tried to leap away, but it looks like he got cloned up. Now he's not able to really assist the team. He gets a fear onto Manzel, trying to force... If they don't get Dispersion with a full fear, they're in such a bad spot. They're not even denting Ray with a full fear. Zeepai has been basically below 50% the entire game. They get a pummel. Maybe they can kill him while he can't disperse. They don't have enough damage to do it. Desperate Prayer with a big heal from Manzel. Ray goes right back to full health. Vampiric Embrace active for Zeepai. His healing is going to be high in supporting the team, but he actually gets silenced. He purged a couple too many times, and you get silenced against that reactive resin. He needs to be careful of that. Asgrath into a full fear. It's going to be Void Shift. Zeepai has to Void Shift. Now down Dispersion and Void Shift. Their only win condition is possibly interrupting Ray on Shadow and killing him while he can't disperse. They're so far behind. He's just outright dead. Spirit Link Totem has to come down from Asgrath. And Bamboozle, man. Why weren't they playing this from the very beginning? They're just looking like a completely different team.
Yeah, and that was Void Shift as well. They really have nothing. Spirit Link, Void Shift, it's all out of the window right now. No dispersion for another 12 seconds here for Zipa. He has the Earthen Wall Totem right now, but he's actually trying to get aggressive here. Zipa looking for the mind games, looking for the damage onto Ray. Can he get something? Right now, Ray pops the Desperate Prayer, he pops the Vampiric Embrace. He's trying to be greedy here with his dispersion, and he manages to actually hold on to it. Massive heal with that Nature's Swiftness coming out from Manzel. Zipa now once again on the back foot. Flash heals coming out. He has the dispersion, but that is the literal last line of defense here on his team. What are the agents going to do here? Existence right now just doing so much work here on that warrior, just chopping up. Zipa lands another interrupt here. Existence actually getting rooted behind the pillar. Zipa trying to get a little bit of counter pressure there, but Sparrowfight comes out here for Existence. Nice static field totem by Asgraf, spamming out the heals. Full fear onto Asgraf. Might need to trinket this one if they fall too far behind, but looks like they're going to be able to hold on to it. Existence is actually the one taking the brunt of that exchange. Meanwhile, Mercy and Ray just pummeling each other here in the back line. It's just a Shadow Priest plus healer versus warrior on both sides here. And right now, it looks like Zipa is going to be the one losing that exchange here. Another Earthen Wall Totem coming out for Asgraf as sits through a silence into a Cyclone. Ray, meanwhile, getting blasted by Mercy. Zipa is getting blasted as well. Who's going to trade first? Zipa dropping dangerously low. This could be the dispersion. Power Infusion comes out here. Zipa trying to be greedy. And Lightning Lasso actually coming out here onto Manzel. So both DPS right now doing some work. But while that Lightning Lasso is channeled, Asgraf is not healing. Meanwhile, Manzel is healing with the Hots. But look at Ray here. Finally forced to trade out that dispersion. Mercy manages to get it. Now, can they get it off of Zipa here? Looks like Zipa with that Desperate Prayer might be fine here. Still quite low. Asgraf sitting through a fear. Zipa, how is he going to trade here? He does manage to disarm Existence, but it gets dispelled. Existence trying to chop him up. That's got to be the dispersion, and there it is. Existence manages to find it, and now they are just one short setup away here from winning the game on the side of Bamboozle.
Oh, they're swapping to Existence, trying to punish the Hots of the Druid. It forced the Trinket on a silence. Existence gonna go down in the swap. He tries to leap away. Can Mercy reconnect? Doesn't look like it. As he's staying back, he's rooted. He charges in anyways into the Void Torrent with nothing up. There's no cooldowns for Bamboozle. Existence could die. Storebolt into Menzel. He's trying to line aside Zipa at the pillar and avoid him for a moment and just give time for Menzel to recover. But Ray has no dispersion. Zipa has no dispersion. Link comes up in 28 seconds. As soon as that Desperate Prayer falls, Zipa is going to be exposed. They stun Asgarath. They need more than a stun. Asgarath gets gripped, but gripped into a double shockwave. Existence gets knocked away into a double fear, but Ray is still getting pressure. Void Shift available. He needs to trade it.
Whoa.
He needs to trade it. It's match point, and Ray will go down, and the agents have done it. 3-0 to Bamboozle.
That game looked so good for Bamboozle, but they just couldn't make the trade there in time. What actually happened there with the Void Shift, why he wasn't able to get it there. Unfortunate for Bamboozle. It looked like this was their game to lose, but the agents, they find the win condition. Really nice swap there onto the warrior, kind of allowing them to get some breathing room on Zipa because he had nothing. So just forcing the warrior back allowed Zipa to get a lot of these casts out. And this is actually when they do it. So right here, they swap over to Existence to get the Shockwave. They get a nice wind shear there onto Manzel, and that really forces Existence to kind of run back. And look at Zipa here, getting out Dispels, getting out Mind Games, getting out VTs, gets Dispel right there. And at this point, he can just free cast, and this is exactly what you want. He gets a big Void Torrent as well, just building up a lot of momentum. And then here, what actually happens here onto Ray, so they get the Mind Flay Insanity, they get the Void Crash, Manzel goes for the Cyclone. I do believe it was grounded there. And then Asgraf gets disarmed. Manzel's sitting down for a drink right now. And Ray is... that's so unfortunate. Manzel's just sitting down for a drink right now. And Ray, he comes out, and they are in line of sight, but they just don't make the trade there. Little bit of a maybe greedy situation to go for the drink. I'm not sure exactly how much mana he had when he actually sat down there, but they definitely could have void shifted there in trade for the drink. But I don't know. It seems like this is a matchup where you can't really drink, and that's kind of the weakness of the Druid, right? You're going to spend your mana faster. You're going to be the one who needs to drink faster.
Yeah, this is a rough matchup here. It'd be interesting to see like the differences in Purge for this type of matchup. I don't know if we have a breakdown for like overall Purges, because Zipai's damage was, you know, staggeringly lower than Ray, and I'm wondering like how many more globals he's pressing Purge. Like look at his globals right now: 2 Purges after a Pain, Grip, Devouring Plague, Fear, Fiend, and then what, Purge after Dotting or something. I feel like he spent like almost this entire game purging, and that might be a main reason why like the damage looks like so heavily in favor of Ray compared to Zipai. Because that was something I was noticing, like why is Zipai doing so much less damage than Ray overall in this matchup? But if we can look at like dispels done, there might be a big difference between the two of them, and that might be a reason why it's such a big difference between them. Using the stone farm here to remove the VT also from ZPie. That way you remove a little bit of self-healing from Ray as well in their push, and he got the main stat buff from the Dark Iron Dwarf racial. That's a really good fire blood usage of ZPie to remove that, keep pressure up, and really put the dots behind on the Shadow Priest, because there's a really big meta for Shadow Priest right now to dispel their dots when they've used their ways to instantly apply them, and then chain your interrupts and your stuns when they have no dots. That's when they're going to be the most vulnerable. So setting it up in that situation really enabled them a lot of success to build momentum, and Mercy did a lot of damage. He got a lot of uptime in this matchup, getting 12 million damage out in this game. Definitely a phenomenal job. Flexing between multiple classes. Warrior and Warlock are completely different ends of the DPS spectrum in terms of play. So being able to bounce between that just one game after the next is definitely an impressive feat, and that's going to get them into Championship Sunday.
Yep. Certainly will. Absolutely well done to Agents, and we will see them on a Sunday, like Sid said. That's going to be the first matchup of the day. So looking forward to seeing how they do, how they continue on. Unfortunately, that's the end of the road for Bamboozle. And this last match of the day is going to be coming up here. I feel like these matches have all been fairly quick today. We can take a look at the day so far for the EU region. There's that series that we just finished off with, Agents versus Bamboozle, ending in a 3-0. And this next up one we've got coming up here, MYWAY versus NICEBEAM Zico. And given that series that we saw against Admirals Esports, I'm curious as to how they're going to be doing against NICEBEAM.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one, because we just saw Bamboozle get knocked out, so they are out of the running right now for 4th place on the standings. You can see right there, Bamboozle, they are currently 6th, and then you got a tie for 4th between NICEBEAM and MYWAY. And if you are NICEBEAM or MYWAY, this is the game to win. This game will guarantee you 4th. So, and you can see here the gauntlet. So the way it works is if you finish 8th, you will play against 7th. Winner of that plays against 6th. Winner of that plays against 5th. And winner of that plays against the final boss of the gauntlet, which is NICEBEAM or MYWAY. So if you are NICEBEAM or MYWAY, you skip having to play that 5th versus 6th match, and you can just play only that 4th match, that final match of the gauntlet, and then potentially qualify for the grand finals. And that's where you want to be. That's where the big money is. That's where the prestige is. That's that's the place to be. So really, really massive game coming up here for NICEBEAM and MYWAY. Winner of this is gonna become 4th.
Yeah, huge game coming up here. Last one of the day as well for EU before we head into North America tomorrow. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, MYWAY facing off against NICEBEAM. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last match of the day for the EU region. Some pretty high stakes here as well. Going to be very important when it comes to the actual order that they will be playing in. So it's going to be MYWAY facing off against NICEBEAM. We will, of course, be, as a reminder, having a tiebreaker on Championship Sunday for this region. That'll play after the EU finals about midway through the day. But this next up series, MYWAY and NICEBEAM. Sid, how do you feel about this team? Both of these teams, they're kind of their journey through these first 4 cups.
I mean, they're both leveling up week to week. I'd say that MYWAY have had to adapt more to the meta given their current roster, whereas NICEBEAM kind of just slot really well into it. Corky being an excellent balance druid, long-standing balance druid of the European region, and picking up a warlock and picking up a demon hunter for their roster. Like it's a really well-rounded team. So, but MYWAY have like these unique quirks, like the hunter moonkin and these other types of compositions that you don't really expect, that might throw a wrench in their plan if they decide to go that route. We are not going to see it. Infernion and Tony, they're going to be playing warlock demo. NICEBEAM, on the other hand, are going to play the demon hunter boomkin, but with a resto druid. Numless prioritizing. We've only seen him playing Mistweaver and Resto Druid so far, but Resto Druid into Evoker Healer, I mean, it's good into the Boomkin to avoid Solar Beam, but I swear playing a Resto Druid into an Evoker Healer is rough.
Yeah, I feel like this is potentially a good pick here from MYWAY. We'll see, though. They wanted potentially to play the Demon Hunter into these Wizards, so we'll see what ends up happening here. I feel like MYWAY, or NICEBEAM rather, have a decent setup here. We'll see what they can actually do with it, though. MYWAY definitely have some options here right now. Tony taking some damage. Double Chaos Nova coming out here for Trent as he does get cloned on it, though. Really nicely done there by Tony. Corky pushing in as well, looking for some damage, but gets cloned as well into a stun here onto Trent. Good control so far from MYWAY, playing this Wizard Cleave, and so far they haven't been able to find too much pressure on the side of NICEBEAM. Finally, Trent connects with the Hunt. Big damage coming out here onto Tony. And Tony is going to be the target of choice here. Big stun here onto Luxia into a Cyclone right now. Tony running for his life here. And it is going to be Luxia using his Trinket here to deny that setup. So good push here from NICEBEAM.
Yeah, Demon Hunter getting uptime on a Boomkin can get very scary. Tony's really struggling. Trend line of sighting those clones. Corky into a Shadow Fury. Tony trying to find a clone again. The Axe Toss Trend trying to get control. Now blasting with a Star Surge. Trying to wild charge away. Tony gets cycloned by Corky. Corky with the Innervate available can toss that on the Resto Druid almost at any moment here, trying to maximize that double Innervate, but he gets Cyclone, decides to Trinket, goes for a Solar Beam onto Luxia. He is going to be stuck in that into a full Cyclone. Beautiful crowd control chain by Corky. Massive damage, and Tony is in trouble. There's no Trinket. 1 second left into the full bash. An Emerald Communion will trade from Luxia. They Cyclone him to deny the remaining seconds of it, but that push is basically over, although it did cost them everything, and if Tony doesn't die now, he's definitely dead on the next Solar Beam.
Yeah, Tony's going to be in a lot of trouble, but he does have that Incarnation in about 10 seconds here. He's going to need to make it really count here. Right now, Corky's in a lot of trouble, pushing in here, getting aggressive, but he does have the Renewal, Numbness into a Fear. There's the Iron Bark as well. Trend right now could be getting blasted here. Looks like doing a lot of work there. Nice darkness there, but is it going to be enough? He needs to get a little bit lucky right now. Trend dropping quite low there. Beautiful Cyclone coming out here from Tony as he is low. Can they find any follow-up, though, is the question. Now he's out of crowd control. They get the Recyclone here onto Trend. Corky dropping quite low as well here. Good pressure coming out here from MYWAY, but NICEBEAM looking to make their push right now. Can they do it? Trend is in position right now. Here comes the damage. Full bash onto Trend, though. Tony trying to shut it down. Beautiful Solar Beam, and this could just be it right now. Trend, though, in a lot of trouble pushing back here, back to Numless. Manages to get full HP once again on his push there, unfortunately. So they're going to have to abandon that and try again a little bit later here. So far, it's going to be Tony with that Incarnation getting work done, but now Trend connecting once again, looking for the damage. Manages to find a Chaos Nova that looks here, but he gets stunned. Trend has the blur, though. He could trade it, and he does manage to make the trade there in the gap between those stuns. Really important that he got that off. Otherwise, he might have just gotten deleted.
Numless sitting down for a drink, making sure his mana is keeping up with Luxia. Big damage onto Tony out of nowhere. He's just dead. He's actually just dead. Insane pressure from NICEBEAM in that moment, and MYWAY's Wizard composition not going to be enough. And finally, I'll say this, I've been waiting for this. I was like, Demon Hunter Boomkin isn't that bad. Like, I mean, it's maybe bad in the Subtlety row, but like, it's no way it's this bad where it hasn't even won a game in like any of the cups so far. I'm like, this has to be pretty decent into the Wizard Cleaves. And finally, Corky and Trend coming together to run the balance to a Demon Hunter, just run Tony over. just absolute insane pressure at the end of the game. Like, was Luxia even crowd control? Like, he's got rewind at this point in the game, so we have to wait and see in the replay if he ended up getting crowd controlled right at the last second, couldn't connect that big heal, because that would almost certainly keep Tony alive in that position. But maybe it was just unexpected. NICEBEAM were playing around the solar beam and timing their burst in that moment, instead decided to send burst outside, and they did get a clone with no trinket. Oh my god, look at this trinket, 4 seconds away. What is the timing on this? 1 second away? No, this is even, he gets his trinket back up even. Tony just gets interrupted, and Luxia gets Dream Breath up, thinks that Tony is fine, and then he's not fine. He gets bashed. 1 second bash, and he tried to trinket rewind. Oh my god, he's just not. We need like a death log. Like, was that Trend? Did Trend kill him at the end of this game? He's up there at 8.8 million damage. Corki trying to keep up pace with him as well, but Trend with this roster swap is definitely doing work on the side of NICEBEAM, and it gets their team the first win, which could be really important given that these teams have a lot of different compositions. So having map advantage and having comp pick advantage moving into what could be a game 5 series to get 4th is going to be pivotal. So they're very fortunate to get that huge swell of damage right there, and Luxia just was not prepared.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, you've been talking about Boomkin DH for a while and how we haven't seen it. It certainly helps when Tren is your DH. I feel like Tren, I don't know what it is, but he does so much damage. I feel like he does more damage than all the other DHs that I've played against. You know, he just, I don't know what it is, but he just crits these massive death sweeps. He just has good uptime, and he's really slippery too with like the kiting. He knows when to kind of run back, and we saw it a little bit there on the replay, how he's able to duck back, get full HP, and then continue to make those pushes and continue to stick to his targets like glue. And we do see actually just like a death by 1,000 cuts there, annihilation, and just melee, Fellstorm, Demon Blade, Sunfire, Moonfire, like the dots, Soul Rend dot, annihilation. Yeah, it's just a lot of small numbers, but you can see it's like in a 0.7 second window where all this damage is kind of coming through. And Tren and Corki making it look easy so far. Now he's been going to be locking it in again. And I really like this composition, honestly. I feel like this composition is good into most of the things that MYWAY can run. Now, I feel like if you are MYWAY, this is one of the few times where I'm going to say it. It's an easy jungle. It's an easy jungle, stun Tren, and try to take him down. Or run it to rest of Dre. I feel like you have multiple targets here for a jungle. This could be Tony Farrell territory right now.
I don't think Tony's playing Farrell. I don't think Tony's playing Farrell again, ever again. I think he's a good main for a while, unless something dramatic. I can't, even in 10.1.5, I can't see Farrell getting massively ahead. I mean, in this type of matchup, it could be good. Maybe a bit. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Preservation Evoker. I feel like it's just so susceptible. I guess you get Master's Call at least at the Hunter to get him out of the Solar Beams. They do need something to do with Solar Beam, because it feels like the last comp that they just tried, like they were going to lose the game on setups if they didn't just get even overwhelmed at that point in time. It's a big map. Does jungle seem good on a big map? I don't think it really would matter if they wanted to do it, but I don't know. I feel like Tony is completely off the Farrell bandwagon at this point.
I think that these are your options. Either you play Demo Boomkin or you play jungle. I think on this map, Demo Boomkin could be really good, and that's maybe why they've locked in Maldraxxus. But if that fails...
Oh my god, he locked it in.
I
thought he was off the bandwagon.
What did I say? It's an easy jungle, bro. Like, this is MYWAY, dude. I'm excited about this. This is Hunter territory. You think they're locking in Maldraxxus to play Wizards? No. They're looking at Maldraxxus to play Hunter. This is EU Super Teams. This is MYWAY. This is what they do.
Welcome to
this
EU.
Is what we do. Where Ferals exist. This is the region, bro.
The only Feral left standing. Like, I guess that's not true, actually. And
we saw Cyfoxy.
Yeah, we had Cyfoxy. He was actually owning on Feral. So maybe the Ferals are like they're sandbagging a bit or something. I don't know. I mean, it's obviously
going up.
It's not, maybe not the subtlety rogue level, but definitely in a decent position. And marksmanship hunters do so much damage. Like, I made a marksmanship hunter this past week, and even in full blue gear, you can just absolutely erase somebody. So, Tony stunning a demon hunter, and then Cassie just rapid firing into some quick casted aim shots, like kill shot proc, like you're dead. You don't even expect to be dead, and you're dead. So MYWAY, in terms of offense, this composition is very scary. Defense, though, you know, not really the strongest.
What defense?
This isn't a comp about defense. This comp is just pure glass cannon. And if NICEBEAM can dodge their hits, I think they could still win, but it's going to be really tough to dodge.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to dodge. And also another big problem is definitely those pre-blurs. If Trent can get the pre-blurs before the stuns, if he can get the pre-blurs and dodge some stuns with that, that's definitely going to help him out a lot in terms of defense. But I mean, you have a recipe for success here. You know, you have a clear win condition. You could go after the Resto Druid. You could go after Trent. You could even go after Corki if you catch him out of form. But I feel like Corki is unlikely to die in this matchup. It's going to be mostly, I think, going after Trent. If Trent kind of chases too deep, that's when you can catch him in a stun and try to just erase him and just have like some kind of micro CC onto the healer. We'll see. MYWAY with their backs against the wall. This is battle for fourth between NICEBEAM and MYWAY. Game number 2, Maldraxxus Coliseum, and they're bringing in the jungle. They're bringing in the marksman hunter to get it done on the side of MYWAY.
Cassie, one of the only brave players to lock in the hunter, let alone the marksmanship hunter in tournament play, putting 4th place on the line to be the final boss of the gauntlet and avoid an extra series to try and qualify into the top 4 for Europe's finals. Will it be enough? They catch Trent in a bash, immediate sniper shot, rapid fire combo. Are they ready for the hit? It doesn't even look like Trent even got glanced by that damage. Scenario ward already rolling. Trent just immediately recovering. Now into a maim stun. Tony looking to cyclone him. Switch some pressure on a Corki with the bleeds, and the advantage of the hunter is that you can swap targets quite easily. They stun Numbless in the middle of the map, and he lost like 30% of his health seemingly out of nowhere. Reverse magic on the trap, though, is going to set them back. They cyclone Corki. Tony is just cloning everybody right now. A clone on a Numbless. Trent is just dead out of nowhere, trying to duck around the pillar there. Corki is still at half health, and Casu, man, is just ripping arrows out of the sky right now. Anyone that he looks at just loses half of their health. Corki still hasn't recovered. He's into a stun. They finally get a double from Trent here with that Chaos Nova, trying to pressure him back, but now Trent's overextended into a main stun. Is he just going to fall? Massive pressure is incoming onto him. Scattershot onto Numbless. Casu gets cloned by Corki. They're trying to pause the engagement. This is the true shot. They need to respect Casu during that cooldown. Here comes the hunt. Casu feign deathing, trying to avoid some damage. Time dilation is up. Luxia trying to get some heals through with this as well. They need to keep Casu posted. As long as he can stand still and keep casting aim shots, he's going to be a threat. But if he starts getting pressured and he's got to start moving around the map too much and not cast aim shot, he's just going to be flimsy. They stun up Trent once again, going for the kill onto him, but Luxia doesn't feel comfortable. He trades Emerald Communion to keep his team offensive. And unfortunately, right now, they haven't forced Trent's Trinket. I think that is one of the major components to their victory that they need to get. They need to force his Medallion so that they can time a true shot while he is not able to escape a stun.
Yeah, Trent still has that Trinket Blur, his Trinket Darkness, big defensive cooldowns. He's dropped low quite a lot of times, though. This could be another one of those situations here. Big sniper shots, big aim shots coming through there onto Trent, but now Kaz is going to be in trouble there. Numbless is ready to deflect the situation once again on that Restoration Druid, and so far Numbless has been able to do a great job. I want to see him swap to Numbless more. Actually, as I say that, look what happened to Trent right there. He just got erased once again. They're swapping to Corki right now. They cyclone the aim shot, and Kaz now going after Numbless. I really like when he pokes Numbless a little bit in the back line, but they do stun up Trent, and Casu's not able to actually find the damage there. They go for a full freezing trap though onto Numbless. They're going after Corki. Pressure on multiple occasions here from MYWAY. They get a nice beam there onto Tony. Cyclone cast Corki trying to peel for his teammates. There's a full stun onto Trent. He's not feeling too confident here. Surely he's got to be trading something. Holding onto the blur. Once again, they're going after Corki now with another stun here, and MYWAY just tap targeting between them. Tony's just stunning everything. The hunt comes through though. They're swapping to Tony. Big damage onto Tony. Nice kick there onto Corki Cyclone. And once again, it's going to be NICEBEAM recovering here from that damage without using any of their defensives. Numbers is just perfectly reading where the damage is going always and just staying ahead of it.
Yeah, it's looking really tough for MYWAY at this point. Numbless gets a drink. He gets flared out at the last second. They stun Trent, but Casu is cloned, and they can't connect any damage. So Tony is setting up the stuns for Casu to connect pressure. Sniper shot, swap onto Corki. He's not in bear form. No bark skin, down at half. They stun Casu. Trent ducks over to stop Luxia from drinking in this position. Casu disengaging, baiting Trent behind the pillar. He's not falling for the bait. He's going to switch back to Tony in the middle of the map, but Numbless is in a clone. Tony getting pressured, down at half, trying to get back to Luxia. Luxia's got the immunity to crowd control with that Shroud
Whoa.
active, but a massive hit of damage once again on the Trent. I can't believe in these moments he's not blurring. He actually did use the medallion, though. So now that medallion is out of the way, catching him in a stun with a true shot, sniper shot, I mean, it could be over for him. Sniper shot being lined up, gets stunned by Trent, trying to slow down the pressure on a Corki, but Trent's got to know he's the target in this position. Numbless needs to get ready for it. There's no Iron Bark, and there's no Trinket, so he could easily go down in a stun. Caster's in the middle of the map, Trent trying to pre-disengage immune, but he gets caught, full stun. Is he going to go down? Stun on Numbless at the same time. He metamorphosis is over to make sure that Numbless can't get crowd controlled, and they manage to stay alive on that push with the Cyclone Trend. They switch their damage to Corki. They get his Bark skin in this swap. Mana is looking tight for both sides at this point.
Yeah, but they got Trent's Trinket and they got Numbless' Trinket, so they have an opportunity right now to potentially KO Trent. He's going to need to pre-blur, pre-darkness, something on that next stun. Full stun onto Corki, full stun onto Numbless. Tony right now, though, pushing way too deep right here. Luxia is going to be there, making sure that he can heal him. Fake cast coming out here onto the Hunt, trying to bait some cooldowns. Big damage coming out there from the Hunt onto Casu. Luxia taking a huge hit of damage here randomly as well. And Numbless in the backline, once again, spamming out the heal, sitting out for a drink. Emerald Community coming out here for Luxia. Going to be able to recover his team. We're going to be able to recover a little bit of mana. Numbless was able to recover just a tiny bit of mana as well. Turn still 44 long seconds away here from his Trinket. Numbless as well with ages left on his Trinket here. If they can connect here with this true shot, this could be lights out right now. Cass is looking for it. Nice Chaos Nova coming out there from Trent, though, playing defense here during this crucial moment. But there it is. Big damage connects onto Trent. He uses the glimpse there. Is it going to be enough, though? Trent getting frozen right there from the trap. He drops the darkness. Beautiful sleepwalk, and they punch him out of the darkness. Beautiful Typhoon. And that's how they do it my way with the jungle. You can never count these guys out.
And they're going to do it their way here in game number 2, tied up 1-1. Is the Marksmanship Hunter a comp that they can blind lock, though? I'd honestly at least like to see them try. I mean, maybe, who knows? Maybe a Beast Mastery pick as a blind lock in case there's some sort of spell cleave coming their way and Trent goes to the bench in that situation. But the fact that it's keeping them alive in this series, still tying them up 1-1, means that their hopes can stay alive to make it into the gauntlet, be the final boss of the gauntlet, I should say. We got these final moments actually from Luxia's point of view in that push. So right here you can see Trent is pre-Iron Bark, so they're not able to kill Trent. They just swapped to Corki off the Iron Bark. So this is these kind of pressure swaps to force the Druid to keep Hots up. He's ducking around from one side, pulling Tony back to himself on the side, then getting aggressive onto Trent. Clones on Corki. They stun Trent in the middle of the map. That oppressing roar, fire breath combo up with the blur. Sleepwalks Corki out of the CC. Then they swap to him out of it, getting Dream Breath out. This is what I mean by, like, look how many globals is an evoker. Like, the decision, like every single decision you're making matters so much, and you could make so many different routes in a game on an evoker that, like, this healer is just absolutely cracked in terms of potential skill cap. And pre-immuning the clone, stunning it there with the deep breath, and cross crowd controlling, then hovering out of range of the Cyclone, bouncing back to the pillar with your team. Like, if you want something that's like hyper mobile, aggro, just like the Preservation Evoker is probably like the most fun spec, one of the most fun specs in the game, at least. A pre-Dream Projection gets Hots up, line of sights the Incarnate at the pillar. It gets caught in a Root Beam here in this position, imprisoned though. It ends up breaking into the Fury of Elune. He ends up getting feared on top of it, so he couldn't break out at this point into a clone. He gets CC for quite a while. Because he pre-Dream Projection though, those heal over time effects are so strong that it just healed the whole time he was CC'd. So it was a really good read on his part. He gets the Dream Breath with the Verdant Embrace, gets the bonus healing, goes offensive, channels that Fire Breath, trying to make sure that his team is also getting support in terms of offense. And just look at the juggling that you can do on this class, and look at this crowd control, stun, into scatter, into setup, into the knock on this from Tony, and they're just all over them, just clobbering them. Everybody is in CC. Beautiful coordination. Really nice way to conclude game 2.
Yeah, really nice sleepwalk there at the end as well. Luxia really putting on a show. And if you want to see his point of view, he is live streaming right now at Luxia. That's with 2 U's. So definitely go check him out, give him a follow. And MYWAY, they make it a 1-1 right now. This is battle for 4th here. And here we can see from our point of view how those final moments did elapse here. So they managed to get, this is the moment where Luxia has the Dream Projection. He gets the Emerald Communion out there on that long CC chain. And I really like that he trades out the Emerald Communion just instantly. He just realizes, okay, this is a situation where my entire team is going to be taking a lot of damage. I'm going to be sitting a long CC chain. I need to make sure that, I'm trading this cooldown when they're at 80%, not when they're at, 20%, because it makes a big difference, because it allows him to just get aggressive when he comes out here, gets the frame breaths, get the the living flames as well. And then here, look at Luxia, fake casting the sleepwalk, and he's making sure that he gets it when the CC chain ends for his teammate, so he doesn't overlap it with anything from his hunter. So Luxia is showing good awareness there, showing good defense, good mana management, adding in a lot of damage. And of course, Casu tagged in on the hunter here today, making it count here, making it rain, honestly, on that Hunter. 12 million damage on that Hunter. And that's the thing, you know, that's the matchup that they want. If they can get the Feral Druid and the Hunter into a Demon Hunter, it's just so scary for Tren. And even there, he did pre-Darkness at the end, but they just Typhoon him out of it and continue the pain train, you know, to get the stuns, and they have the damage to get it done. And you said, can they blind lock this? Well, apparently they can, because they just did. Now, what are NICEBEAM going to play into this? They do have a lot of options here, Sid.
Is a demo lock? I think like a demo lock boomkin wouldn't be terrible for them. You can just line of sight the hunter, keep up your instant dots, keep distance, spread away from the feral, always keep pressure going. You still have solar beam. You can cross it with the pet, cyclone the pet, solar beam the healer. So they are going to go for a Moonkin Warlock. They're going to bring in Numlas on the Mistweaver Monk for even more mobility around the map, and really good efficiency. Just keep the team completely topped, keep them in the middle of the map so that you're not stacking up behind the pillar. I wonder how MYWAY are going to navigate this. Like, is this just sit at the pillar and hope they kill something in damp? Are they going to play Diamond Ice Trap and try and, you know, kill the healer maybe? Because we saw Casu like poking Numlas in that last game, and just even like looking at him for a moment, taking like 30% of his health away. I could see swaps to Mistweaver being okay on a map like this.
I feel like it definitely can be okay, but at the same time, having that Transcendence instance is going to make it really difficult for Caster to actually connect his damage a lot of the time, you know. But all he needs is just one rapid fire. That's the thing about the Hunter, you know. Speaking as a mage, I know all about this. All it takes is 2 seconds. All it takes is just a half a rapid fire cast sometimes to just completely erase you. So, you know, on MYWAY side, they do have a lot of damage. Number's definitely going to need to react fast and make sure that he's on point with his port, make sure that he's not actually stacking on top of his port as well, because if they can catch him in a moment where he's too close to his port, then they can just kill him through it. So they could get some openings like that, but I feel like it's going to be tough for them to actually find a kill window, because Corki is going to be super durable on that Moonkin, and of course Aritros on that Warlock is also going to be extremely tanky. So no matter who they go after, it's going to be a really tanky target. Honestly, if MYWAY can survive until deep dampening, I feel like that's where they can just push over Aritros, but that's a lot easier said than done. I feel like Aritros is going to have a field day before that actually happens. So MYWAY definitely having their work cut out for them. But if they can actually win this game, this is going to be the swing match. This is going to put them in such a good spot for the rest of the series, and for getting that 4th place, because that's what's on the line right now between these two teams.
All right, let's see who can do it. This is an important game for MYWAY. Can they take the swing match? Stun. They're opening on the Mistweaver right away. They put a trap on his port, so he ported back into a trap. They're not able to really capitalize on it, but that could be a sneaky tactic to kill the Mistweaver, who's going to port in a stun and then reconnect to him off the trap behind the pillar. They switch their damage to Corki in the meantime while Numlas is pillaring. The clone Casu, denying his true shot. Really good Cyclone from Corki here, removing a lot of marksmanship hunter damage. Solar Beam not connecting onto Luxia. He's not rooted whatsoever, so first Solar Beam not going to be connected. Luxia's going to be pretty happy about that. Oh, but the disarm of the Mistweaver is some extra utility you wouldn't get with any other healer, and disarming a marksmanship hunter is like the #1 way to deal with their threat, so he's got to be careful of that. If he gets pre-disarmed during a stun, it basically means that all the burst damage is gone. Casu gets stunned in the middle of the map. Luxia is trying to support with that Verdant Embrace, trying to keep him stable, keep him in one spot, and keep the pew-pew going onto Corki. They decide to cycle on Corki and switch their damage to Aritros. Aritros is going to coil Casu away. Tony jumps over to Numlas. They get him in a stun. They're trying to swap to Numlas, I think. Maybe no, they go for a clone. They're staying on the Warlock. Casu is chasing him down. A root snare onto Corki. Stun onto Aritros. Massive damage. No trinket available down at half. This could be a life cocoon. Fire Breath connects. They clone him low. They swap over to Numlas. Forces Dampen Harm, and then Trap is Dampen Harm, and then they try and switch back to Aritros. Are they going to make the appropriate trade? Life Cocoon looks like it came out from Numlas amidst that exchange, but didn't really get too much value. Maybe they were killing the pet in that position. I'm not sure, because the Life Cocoon seemingly didn't appear, at least for me. We see a triple Shadow Fury from Aritros, trying to turn it around now onto Casu, who is down below half, has Exhilaration. They're going to use Emerald Communion in this position, but Emerald Communion outside of Incarnation means that cooldown in about 25 seconds is going to be very intimidating. Kasu moving forward, intimidation into scatter, into trap, but he gets coiled away. He can't connect damage, and he's coiled into the middle of the map, which could be threatening as we see Erytros power up his demon, going for that Fellstorm on Kasu. And Cass is just going for it. He's tossing out the Death Chakrams, looking for a big rapid fire. Huge damage on Corki. He ducks back behind the pillar, avoiding the hits. Erytros Dark Packs, aim shots from Kasu, disengaging over, getting close to Numbliz, maybe for a swap, but as he disengages into the middle of the map, he gets punished. He gets stunned up. He gets cloned. Erytros gets cloned. Both teams going clone crazy. Tony falling behind. Axe toss on Luxia. Survival instincts immediately from Tony, but Corki is dying at the same time. He has to clone Tony, and this is way too hectic for NICEBEAM. They were not expecting this to be this uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is definitely not looking too comfortable there. Corki using his Heart of the Wild, using his Renewal, and using his Bark Skin. Definitely going to be a target now. He has no Trinket as well. If they can get a nice CC chain, they can definitely take him out. Right now, Erytros, though, in a lot of trouble here. Kasu with that True Shot aura, the last seconds of it, getting some work done there. Definitely, right now, rapid fire coming out there as well. So definitely a lot of targets right now. Tony making sure they have his bleeds going. Corki's definitely going to be the main target right now. Look at that damage coming out. Numbliz trades out the Trinket and the Life Cocoon, but they cyclone him on it. But now going after Erytros and his pets here. Tony, though, needs to be careful. Can't get too aggressive here, as Luxia does have some healing to do here, and he does manage to pick up his team. Big Spirit Bloom does come out here, and Kasu getting disarmed here. Corki still with a couple of seconds left on that Bark Skin, and look at Erytros. He's got no unending resolve. He's got no Dark Pack, so he's going to be a good target here as well. Numbliz got no Trinket. He's got the Restoral, though, and he might need to use it here on the next trap. MYWAY looking to push here for the win. Who are they going to go after? It looks like Erytros is going to be the target of choice. If they can swap to Corki after they do their setup onto Erytros, they could also get that skin, and that could potentially open up Corki as another target here. So much pressure coming back and forth, but if NICEBEAM can stay alive, then they will potentially be able to win this one out on mana here. Numbliz is having a huge mana lead, so they just need to trade efficiently and stay alive right now. But here comes the setup. Full trap coming out. Erytros teleports away. Corki goes into bear form. Nice Solar Beam to shut down the Cyclone there for Tony. And they do get the Sleepwalk, though. Corki gets caught up in a stun. They do manage to get the Bark Skin there from Corki. Big damage coming out from Kasu as well onto Corki, but Corki's just happy to tank it out in bear form. And it looks like they're going to be able to swap here onto Numbliz, potentially. Big damage coming out there, actually, onto Numbliz, but Numbliz manages to stay alive here. Kasu's going to be the one who takes the brunt of the exchange, forced to duck back to the pillar, and Luxia's mana is not looking great right now. NICEBEAM just need to stay alive for a few more setups, and they got this one in the bag, Sid.
Yeah, but how many setups can they survive? No ending resolve, no Heart of the Wild, but this is Incarnation. Are they ready for it? Luxia rewinds immediately, Roar of Sacrifice up, but they might need to turtle on top of it. They scatter Corki. They stun him on his clone cast. They're pushing for the kill. No Trinket on Numbliz. They need to kill Erytros 4 seconds away from Dark Pact. He gets a double Shadow Fury. Fear onto the healer, pausing the fight just in time. Numbliz sneaks in that Life Cocoon. Erytros is going to be immune to damage with that absorption effect. They swap to Numbliz on the Life Cocoon, trying to punish it with a swap. He's in the middle of the map. Is he ready for the attack? Is he's going to trade Diffuse Magic? Back with the Soothing Mist. He's back to full health. He's recovered. He's trying to get his team in a confident position to push for the win. Dark Pact available for Erytros, and he's trying to stay aggressive. Oh, triple Solar Beam. Everybody caught in the silence. Looks like they're trying to reposition, going for that Dream Breath, trying to keep the team stable, but they're taking so much damage. Tony is just dying behind the pillar. Kasu is trying to keep aim shots going, but honestly, should he be trading at this point? Everybody's dying. Numbliz is drinking. If he gets full mana here, I mean, it's over at that point. Numbliz is so far away. Kasu is trying to sneak across the map to stop him from drinking. I think his pet, something that denied at least a little bit of his drink. True Shot is up, and Kasu's trying to go for it. Erytros immediately escapes from that rapid fire. We see a flare being dropped down, trying to get that pet over to Numbliz, who is likely going to be Shadow Meld drinking. So that flare stopped his Shadow Meld, and now the pet keeps him in combat. Really good tactics from Kasu. Luxia actually regenerated at least a little bit of mana amidst this kind of like stalemate between both of the teams, not desiring to make a push across the map. And now Corki taking some damage from Kasu, trying to maximize it. He's jumping in. Here comes the Death Chakrams looking for the kill, but he gets dismantled on it. He can't use any damage during True Shot. He goes for the trap anyways, and he hopes that Tony can get pressure. It is Incarnation. They're cutting through Dark Pact. They're cutting through Unending Resolve. Are they actually going to be able to kill him through every cooldown in the game right now at 30% dampening? Numbliz is free of crowd control. Paralyzes Kasu, denying his damage. Has Life Cocoon available. Rolls away from Tony, trying to escape and be greedy with his Life Cocoon to save it for a later date, but Corki gets swapped too, and Tony's going to Cyclone him. Denies pressure. Caster's pushing into midfield, but there comes that Grimoire Felguard, double Felguard. Nice landslide from Luxia. Roots both Felguards, keeping them crowd controlled. Scattershot on Numbless. Luxia making a push with his team. Corki trying to cyclone potentially in midfield and keep them off of Erytros, but he's struggling. Does he have the gateway? He's down at half. No one any resolve. Dampening is high. It's going to be tough to recover at this point. The drop of Solar Beam onto Luxia, but it looks like it immediately got broken out. Luxia is going to be out of that and recovering his team in just a moment. Renewing Blaze up for himself. Tony Walls. They're trying to stay stable and on target. They force Dark Pack from Erytros. It's a shot in the dark, but it is still a chance for MYWAY.
MYWAY looking to try to make their last stand here. 35% dampening. Can they find some crowd control right now onto Numbless? Scattershot comes out. Erytros teleporting away. They get the full cycle. That's got to be Numbless trigger. Life Cocoon surely. He's not trading, and there it is. Finally makes the trade there. And now Tony's going to be in a lot of trouble here, realizing it. Trying to go for the cycle. Nice knock there by Numbless with that Ring of Peace. Luxia pulls him back there to safety. And now MYWAY trying to stay alive, trying to peel a little bit here. Who are they going to go after? Numbless is an exposed target. Erytros is an exposed target. They have the true shot here coming up in 10 seconds. They do have the damage here. Who are they going to go after? Can they actually close it out? Tony leaps in. Erytros with a beautiful teleport there, trying to stall for his trinket. There's a scatter shot. They're going for the win right now, Sid. Can they do it here? Erytros dropping dangerously low. Dark Pack coming out there. Cyclone's out on Corki. Caster trying to find the aim shots, but Erytros just line of sighting him. Nice route, and they get the disarm there onto Caster as well. Cyclone low onto Tony. Def's leg sweep coming out there onto Caster as well, and I think they have managed to stay alive long enough on the side of NICEBEAM. That was really the final push, but still a little bit damage left in the back pocket. There's the rapid fire coming out here onto Erytros, but Erytros not really falling too far behind. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. They got no mana left here in the tank, Sid.
4 seconds. Tony has Incarn. 3 seconds. There's no cooldowns for 10. If Tony can connect here, Erytros could go down. Here it comes. Incarnation is popped. Full trap. No trinket. They're going for the kill. It's the last chance to win the game. Can MYWAY pull it off? It's all or nothing right now to take him out. They get the sleepwalk. Numbless is out of the game, and they do it. They stay alive through the deep, damp, dark, and pull off a kill on Erytros. Now they need to be careful because Corki has Incarn. He could turn this around and turn it into a 2v2. Luxia has absolutely no mana. Incarn is active. Turtle is forced. Tony's trying to assist and help out with some recovery, but Numbless is getting offensive. Double leg sweep. Castu is low. Is he going to go down? Paralyzed on the healer. Castu, what are you going to do here, man? He traps the healer, but Star Surges are incoming. He's at 10%. Luxia wrapping around the corner with him. Has 0 mana to heal. Look at Luxia's just standing there like, please regenerate mana. Please let me drink. Castu is running into the corner to go for a camouflage, I think. They're just trying to stay max range from Corki, not let him poke him with one more Star Surge. Numbless is getting aggressive. Numbless is killing Castu. Is he actually going to get the touch of death here? Star Surge connects onto Castu. Numbless is rooted. Castu is on the run. Roar Sacrifice, but the Star Surge comes in. Castu is at 1%. He goes down. Numbless gets Life Cocoon. It's a 2v2. Both healers are and this is a situation that we have never seen before.
Corki with the hero play right now for NICEBEAM, trying to keep them here in the lead in the series. Looks like going for the disintegrators, looking for the damage here onto Numbless. Who is even going to win this? Look at the 2 cats there on the other side. You got Corki and Tony just running around the pillar right now. Corki trying to catch Tony right now. Tony actually getting aggressive here onto Corki. I'm not sure actually who's going to have the lead right now, but Corki has his Heart of the Wild. He's got Barkskin. He's got everything. I feel like Tony can just bleed and run and let Dampening do the work, but right now Numbless has the mana lead to kind of prevent that from happening. So it's really hard to call who actually will be able to walk away with this one. Tony right now bleeding up Numbless, bleeding up Corki, and then running around the pillar. I think that's the correct line of play here. Luxia going for the Dream Projection, going for those big healing over time effects. Fire Breath coming out here, and Tony going for the Cyclone here. He's got his bleeds rolling, and I really think a Feral Druid in this situation is super, super nice because you can just get those bleeds, run around, and avoid a lot of that damage that the Moonkin has available. But on the other side, you got a mana lead, and you got a lot of instant damage from Corki, but they might have been able to do it here. MYWAY right now. They land the kick onto Numbless. Numbless, how is he going to trade here? He's got Life Cocoon coming up in 2 seconds right now. I don't know who's going to be able to take this one. Luxia, though, is recovering a lot of mana, and I think MYWAY has this one in the bag here if they don't make any big mistakes.
I think on pressure, the Feral Druid's going to win, but they can CC Luxia with Solar Beams and Cyclones and Incaps, and I think with crowd control, it might be dangerous, so they're staying at the pillar for now. Dampening is so high, 60%. He has to Emerald Communion, just thin air. It's Incarn, I guess he's going to trade it 1 for 1, even despite being at the pillar. They're going on to Numbless. They got him in the middle of the map, but Tony gets bashed into a full Cyclone likely here. Corki gets interrupted by Luxia. Great support to shut down that clone. Can they finish off Numbless and still secure the win? They get Corki in a clone. No trigger for 5. Bleeds are ticking on Numbless. Tony reconnects. He's got wall. He can pre-wall and stay offensive here, maybe kill him, but diffuse is up. Tony's going to respect the diffuse, go back behind the pillar, try and heal himself up a bit here and get ready. Re-stealth into a stun He doesn't find the stun, unfortunately, on a Corki. Looks like maybe he got a precognition proc from Stealth. Tony's going to get cloned up, and he's not able to get back to the pillar just yet. Luxia is getting mana, though. He's got Rewind. I wonder if this game ever comes down to a res. I can't see it being the case, but it's possible. Luxia in a Solar Beam. Very scary moment. Locked on cast. Tony's trying to Cyclone. He's not able to find it just yet. Corki avoids it with Shadow Meld, but does ultimately get cloned afterwards. Tony is chasing down Numbless into a full stun. Fire Breath connects, purges all the hots. He ports back behind the pillar. It doesn't matter. Tony's all over him. He's back, bobbing and weaving. Bleeds are ticking, and Numbless could go down. He pre-clones him low health, switching pressure onto Corki, deep and dampening, and Numbless only has one life cocoon. And who does he use it on? This deep and dampening. He uses it on a Corki, which means he doesn't have it for himself. He's got a sleepwalk. He's trying to get away, but Luxius is chasing him down. Tony gets cloned away. Landslide roots Numbless in the middle of the map for Tony to reconnect to him in a moment. Looking for a clone now into Corki. He gets Ring of Peace on his cast, tries to find another clone, gets Spearhead striked by Numbless in this position. He's just getting bleeds up, but full moons are proccing. Tony's in trouble. He can't stay in the middle of the map any longer. Amidst all this chaos, Numbless has actually regenerated an insane amount of mana. Clone onto Corki, but Numbless doesn't have a lot of cooldowns. He's going to pop the Restoral. He gets it off right before the stun, but he's still going to trinket the stun. Tony into a bash. NICEBEAM, they really need this, man. They can't afford to lose their swing match advantage with how close these games are going. Luxia going to rescue Tony away from Corki, back behind the pillar. Dream Projection, remove the dots, stay ahead. Solar Beam interrupts the clone of Tony. He's wrapping around the corner. Double leg sweep. Luxia is struggling right now, man. He is struggling. The pressure is so high. I cannot believe this. Incarn's up for Corki. I think this could be over for Luxia. He's almost completely out of mana. As soon as that Obsidian Scales falls, if Corki can get dots on him, I think it's over. He stun clones Corki. They're trying to go after Numbless. They have to kill him here and now. Can they do it in the 2v2? He ports away from the Fire Breath. Numbless going to port back into midfield away from Tony. He knew it. He repositioned, but he gets cloned anyways. Numbless escaping off to the side. Corki in a sleepwalk, trying to connect damage. Has Fury of Elune available. He needs to go after Luxia. I don't think Tony is the right target, but he's got Nullifying Shroud up. There's not a good way to get rid of that. Corki has to press 3 clones. I don't think he's got the time to press 3 clones. Corki might just die through Parskin this deep into dampening. Luxia full channeled Fire Breath. They swap pressure onto Numbless. They interrupt the Cyclone of Corki, looking to finish off Numbless, reconnecting over, going back to the pillar for a moment, trying to pause it. Luxia, 0 mana. Absolutely 0 mana right now, but Incarn's up for Tony, and he's going for it.
Yeah, they're going to need to find the win right now for Tony because they have no mana left onto Luxia. Full Cyclone there coming out onto Corki. Corki looking to push for the win here. Dream Breath getting interrupted there by Corki. There's that life cocoon. Num's been holding it in his back pocket for such a long time. Nice Ring of Peace into the full leg sweep. Insane combo coming out from Numbless. Tony is ducking back to safety right now. Luxia, though, with the Emerald Communion, he's able to stabilize right now. He's able to get a little bit of mana. 77% dampening right now in this matchup, and these healers are still going right now. Numbless looking for a drink here, looking for the crackling Jade Lightning, realizing that at this point you just need to do as much damage as possible. The Tony now making his final push here onto Numbless. How is he going to stay alive here? Numbless has the teleport. He gets caught up in the stun.
Tony!
And he teleported out of it. Tony right now forced to duck away here, and I think this is it, dude. I think if Numbless can just stay back, this is going to be it, because the healing, it doesn't do anything at this point. Luxia has no mana, and Corki has full HP here.
Incarn's up for Corki.
If Corki can just get a couple of Star Surges here, it's going to be over for Tony. How is Tony going to navigate through this? He finds the stun onto Corki and into a full Cyclone there, now looking for the kill onto Numbless, but he has no HP here. Nice paralyze there by Numbless. Tony trinkets out, and they will back out there. Luxia does fall as well, so really nice game here, but NICEBEAM. Unbelievable, man. I actually can't believe that. 2v3ing their way back.
All right, they really want this 4th place, man. They want to be the final boss of the gauntlet. They only need one more win to take it, but MYWAY will have map pick and comp pick advantage, and this is looking like a series that is going to go all the way to Game 5. So what an insane finish. We're thinking Casu and Tony are dead at this point in the game, but they kept playing, they kept fighting on valiantly, taking any opportunity, and they found one right here to sneak the kill onto Erytros in the final moments of the game with no trinket for Numbless. He couldn't escape crowd control, and as soon as they secured it, Erytros would be toppled, but Corki says, nope, it's not over until it's over, and actually pulled that back with the Incarnation, found a kill on a Casu. I wonder if there's any way Casu could have navigated this differently. Like, is he talented into camouflage? Like, because I feel like camouflaging when he got into the corner there would have been so clutch. He would have been able to just heal up to full and recover. He is running camouflage. Like right here. See how he's in the corner? Does Numbless hit it? He hit Numbless. I swear he could have feigned camoed there and just been in stealth. I swear right there he could have feigned camoed and been in stealth and just running away and healing up. Maybe he didn't actually think it was possible to lose at that point. I don't know, but
So it's a hard decision to make. Is he actually playing camo?
He is playing camo on the overlay. At least it says he's running camouflage.
Yeah, he is. So I don't know. It's one of those tough calls that you gotta make, but that's really gotta sting. After MYWAY played such a nice game of jungle, man, it was so well played. The 3v3 portion of it, and then Corky just. I don't know. He just pops up here at the end. It's actually unbelievable how well they managed to navigate through this. I mean, Aritros was dead for a while before they got that kill onto Casu. And usually when that happens, like when they got the Cyclone onto Corky and they got the peels on the Corky and they got the stuns on the Corky, I thought, okay, well, at this point, Casu is most likely going to stay alive. He's just going to line of sight Corky and that's going to be it. But they're not able to get that camo. He's in the open field. Corky manages to blast off, and then they manage to win the 2v2. You got to give a lot of credit to how Numbless played that 2v2 as well, especially with how greedy he was with his life cocoon. I do think he would have. I feel like he would have camoed if he could, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe it was on cooldown. Maybe he just. I don't know. I feel like he was going for a camo play there, but yeah. Either way. NICEBEAM holding on to their lead there. That was absolutely scary, though. And now MYWAY, are they going to lock in the jungle again here? I feel like they will.
I mean, they have to, right? Trends in on Demon Hunter. I think this makes sense. They got the win with it on Maldraxxus. But then game 5, do they want to do that again? 10 minutes of just running through dampening. I almost wonder maybe a BM Hunter blind lock would be better. In terms of just overall pressure, but maybe the Demon Hunter becomes more of a problem in that matchup. MYWAY have a lot of questions to answer with this game. Like they won with the Marksmanship Hunter. They're so close in that last one. Do they stay true and give it a shot? Or do they continue? Do they swap back and play some of their wizard comps that they've been playing earlier on? They're taking their time and they're bringing him back in. Cassie's not going on the bench anytime soon. Marksmanship Hunter for life here. MYWAY, one of the only teams to be trying to pull off some wins with a Hunter on their side, and it's going to be a staggering amount of damage they have available for Trend. But still, I think Boomy DH, like if they connect the stars together at the right time, if the stars align, it's going to be pretty tough to survive for MYWAY. So they got to be on their wits' edge and on their toes, ready to go for this game. Otherwise, it's over. They're going to be out. They're not going to be fourth. They're going to be fifth, so they have to wait for 2 teams, I think, to make it, or one of the 2 teams, one of the 2 series to make it to them. So they would like to avoid that. There are other threatening teams, and also it's a different patch, so who knows, like maybe those other teams that are below them that get to them, maybe their comp is just going to be really good, and they could have avoided them in that situation by being forced. So could be some big consequences. You also lose out on the prizing for the remainder of the tournament if you go out in this position. So MYWAY, they want to make it through here, and they're relying on the Marksmanship Hunter to get them there.
That's the thing. Backs against the wall right now. Elimination match. Winner 4th, loser 5th in the standings, and no more opportunities left. This is the last cup. This is where it gets done. So like you said, the final boss of the gauntlet will be whoever wins this, and the loser, like, have you seen the rosters here in the gauntlet? There are some scary teams. We got the Fiends going to be playing an 8th tiebreaker for 8th, and that's the Fiends. They're a team that were looking super solid in a lot of these cups. You got teams like the Casual Granddads, multiple BlizzCon winners. The competition is stacked, so any one of those teams could rise through the occasion. So if you're going to be playing in the gauntlet, you may as well play as little as possible. So really a lot of standings here on the line, a lot on the line as well for this cup in particular here. And we're going to see if Tony can get it done here on the Feral, or if that game just straight up tilted them. It doesn't look like it right now, as Trent takes a huge chunk of damage. Ironbark already being forced out here from Numbless, but Trent holding on to his trinket. Numbless holding on to his trinket. Corky, however, has to use his basically entire spell book here. So definitely could be an opening here for MYWAY later on.
All right, Corky going for Incarn, gets cloned on it, no trinket, good shutdown by Tony, pressure mounting onto Tren, huge hit of damage, he's behind the pillar though, line of sighting the Hunter, so really good positioning from Tren here. It would have been his trinket otherwise, Casu can't attack him, but Casu doesn't care, he's just tabbing over to Numbless, half his health gone in a second, now tabbing back over to Tren, getting gripped away with that rescue, Tony looking for Cyclone on Tren at low HP, trying to prevent his recovery, bleeds up into Corky, Tony jumps over to Numbless, they're all over the place, but Casu is falling behind, imprisoned on Aluxia, they scatter Tren defensively, setting up a sniper shot, massive burst damage over onto Tren, and kind of disrespecting, not trading Blur. Very confident in his ability to survive here. I'm actually curious, maybe if he's running auto Blur. I know that that's been a recent pickup for Demon Hunters in a lot of competitive play. I was checking out the talents. I don't know if the AWC can. Yeah, he is running the auto Blur. So he's not going to have that pre-blur, but if he gets hit with like a huge amount of damage at the wrong time, he might even die through auto Blur.
Yeah, definitely could be an exposed target here. Tren right now sitting through a Cyclone, full scatter shot onto Numbers to get the freezing trap. It's going to be a reverse magic on that trap, and a big rapid fire coming out here. Casu actually trinketing out of that Cyclone right now to get aggressive here onto Tren. Big main stun, big damage coming out here. Fire breath looks just there with the disintegrates as well. Aim shots being loaded up. Tren ducking to line of sight, but does take a decent amount of damage before he manages to get it there. Gets back into the fight right now. Hunt gets casted here onto Casu. A lot of damage here. Luxia is there though with disintegrates, just powering through with the damage here. He's got powerful healing over time effects rolling onto Casu right now, and they're actually going after Corky here a little bit. Multiple pressure points is the name of the game. If you are MYWAY, you want to have bleeds on Corky, you want to have bleeds on Tren. You want to make it as difficult as possible here for Numbless to try to heal in this situation, to get a freezing trap there onto Numbless. Only looking for the Cyclone, not able to find it though. Gets it onto Corky instead. Can he swap it here onto Numbless? It could be insane. He does try, but Numbless there shutting it down with the bash, but that's going to be the auto blur procking and the darkness there as well being popped for Tren. Not feeling too confident now. Big damage onto Corky here as well, as he has to use Heart of the Wild. And once again, MYWAY in this matchup looking very, very confident, getting a lot of work done right now.
Another clone onto Numbless, pressure onto Tren. Clone on Tony from Corky, but Tren is still dying to bleeds. Casu gets stunned. They manage to recover. Numbless, no trinket. Really big opening. Full freezing trap. Reverse magic, but Tren is stunned. Needs to get over there. Ducks over with the Fell Rush. Gets the reverse magic. Looking to reconnect onto Casu. Rapid fire's coming through onto Corky. Oh my god, he's getting popped at the moment. Cloned at low health. Tren is suddenly low. His auto blur going to trigger. Is he going to die through it? He's just getting decimated. Corky's dying at the same time. He's ducking around the corner. Numbless is in a panic. He's got to heal two members of the team at such low health. He's bashed with no trinket. Tren has recovered, but maybe Corky hasn't. He's dying through Barkskin. He's just straight up dead. He's going to go into bear farm. Duck for cover and try and line of sight, and somehow, someway, Numbless does it, but it costs so much mana for him to recover in this position. Luxia has a huge lead, and that's going to be great for MYWAY. Solar Beam on Luxia, interrupting him on cast, but he manages to get back behind the pillar. Casu just tabbing over to Numbless, poking him, keeping him in combat, trying to keep him unsettled. We see a scatter shot, freezing trap, connects off the R. Corky's cloned low health. Tren ducking around the corner, reverse potentially on the Sleepwalk. Doesn't have it actually for 10 seconds. Sleepwalk is still ticking. Corky's in trouble in game number 4. Could be a double kill as they do it MYWAY in game 4. We're going to game 5.
Unbelievable. You could tell MYWAY, they just got even stronger after losing that 2v2. They're like, you know what, just get us out of here. Let's go to the next game. Let's go to game number 5. MYWAY manages to close it out in a very, very impressive amount of time here, finding that pressure, finding multiple kill windows, finding multiple pressure points is really the name of their game, and that's how they keep Numbless guessing. That's how they tax his mana. Numbless basically from just spam healing everyone. His team basically had no pressure whatsoever in the matchup, and it's just crazy to see how well MYWAY plays this jungle, because it's not often we get to see it, but when we do, especially with the Marksman Hunter, it is so beautiful to watch. But here, this is a moment where Corky has used Heart of the Wild, he's used Renewal, he's just used his Barkskin there, no trinket on him, no trinket on Numbless, and they get that stun here onto Tren into a full Cyclone, and Numbless getting poked there as well. It actually dispels the Innervate there from Casu, and then a scatter shot into a trap. Tren taking a lot of damage here. Tony gets the Cyclone, they get the Sleepwalk as well for good measures, and immediately Tren is going to be in a lot of trouble. But meanwhile, Casu is bursting Corky, and that's just going to be a double kill right there. Tony killing one target, Casu's killing the other, and what do you do if you're Numbless in that situation? Like, who can you, even if you come out of that Cyclone, like, who do you actually heal? It's just too much damage coming out from MYWAY, and now we're probably going to see that Wizard matchup, but let's be honest, that did not look too comfortable here for NICEBEAM. I think this is probably the closest series we're going to see all weekend. This has been an absolute nail-biter so far.
You know what I want? I want Casu to get some Jelly Beans tech. I want him to play the Sentinel Owl. I want him to be able to shoot through pillars as jungle, and then when Aeritros thinks he's safe and he ports, and just shoot the owl onto the board. Yeah, I feel like that could be like some sneaky tech against the Wizards. Like they think they're safe, especially Numbless as well on Monk. When they swap Monk, throw the arrow where his port is. It's like, no, bro, you're not, port don't matter no more. Sentinel Owl is up, and just like have a pop off moment. I would really like to see that. From MYWAY. I think it's a really underrated spell, especially with how much damage you do at the moment as marksman. If you can't be line of sighted, it is very scary. So we're going to Tolvaron, really big map. NICEBEAM, I'm imagining, or MYWAY, I guess, is the team that's it's really tough for them. Like, do we bring in Infernion and try the Warlock Boomy again? Or should we just keep playing Casu? I feel like you keep playing Casu, man. Like, you almost won Empyrean. Whereas, like, the Boomy Warlock, I don't think was looking very good in terms of offense. So I think you keep Casu in at this point.
I feel like it was sketchy, though. It was sketchy. Like, you almost won Empyrean, but what did it actually take? I mean, I agree. I do want to see, just stick with it MYWAY. Don't change anything right now. But at the same time, it was sketchy. It was a nail biter. And they're actually going to bring in Tony on the balance. So they are going for a little bit of a change here. So how does this do into a straight up Wizard mirror? Because I feel like that's what we're going to see. I feel like
play DH Boomy. I think it's tough for Tony to stay alive.
Potentially could be DH Boomy. What healer would you see with that though? Monk or Resto Druid?
Probably Druid. I don't think you want to deal with Solar Beam. Actually, you could do a Monk.
Why
is nobody doing that?
Yeah.
Why is no one doing that? I swear he's playing like Night Elf Monk or something in most of the games. But yeah, no Monk would be really good here in terms of mana and safety, longevity. I could see like a no Monk Boomy Demon Hunter. You could do Demo Lock if you're really worried about the Hunter killing you. I want to see Sentinel Owl from Casu and Tony Incarn through the pillar and just kill their whole team while they can't run. That's what I want to see. I want to see a Fire Breath through the pillar and an Incarn through the pillar and just kill their whole team. I swear that spell is the most underrated spell in the game. It's a little bit awkward to get. Like, you have to lose. I think you have to lose Steel Trap, which, I mean, honestly, in this matchup, if he's playing against Wizards when I'm looking at this, like, it doesn't matter. He's probably not even playing it anyways. I think he's likely has the talents open to be able to get Sentinel Owl for a matchup like this, if it's a Wizard comp.
Yeah, we'll see what the matchup is first. I feel like if it's a Demon Hunter, you probably want the Steel Trap.
Yeah.
But we'll see here what NICEBEAM decides to do, because this is a tough situation. I do agree, though, on the Mistweaver pick. I really would rather see the Mistweaver, because I feel like it outmanas the Evoker without actually having to drink. And I feel like these, Resto Druid, go and drink, it's a little bit sketchy, especially when there's Flare, when there's Hunter's Mark and things like that, actually stopping the Resto Druid from getting those drinks. So I would much rather see a Mistweaver, and we are going to see the Wizards return here for NICEBEAM. So we are going to see it with the Mistweaver too. I don't know, man. You lose the Feral Druid, you lose the jungle, but you gain the Moonkin. Like, I mean, Moonkin is very strong in the meta right now, but I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the jungle is MYWAY's biggest strength. Even when it's not good, they make it good.
Yeah, but it's a big map. At least on a big map, Tony doesn't have to like super compromise it. But it's better defensively. But I don't know if having an MM Hunter on your team, you want to better your team for defense. I don't know how much you can do, how much it'll matter, or how much impact you'll have in that regard. So I think a Sentinel Owl shoot through the pillar is like your one chance to win this game, and just like try and just destroy them all behind the pillar through line of sight. I really want to see it. Even just for my own personal, like, what's the word? Enjoyment. Yeah, just like I need to see it one time. I need to see a Sentinel Owl Boomy Hunter shooting through a pillar just to see what it can do. I want to see like the best team that could do it right now in the game. Like, I have to see it. I need to see the Sentinel Owl tech, man. Please, Casu. Please tell me you're listening. Please.
He's like, you know what? We'll just risk it all here for Super Team. Let's just send it. Who cares at this point? Game number 5. Loser eliminated from the tournament. Winner continues in the cup. And loser does get 5th. Winner gets 4th place right now. So there is definitely a lot on the line. I'm sure that the teams are maybe using some of their delay here to, you know, make sure that everything is set up, make sure that everything is ready to go here, because there's no second chances after this. That's it. You know, this is the last cup. You don't get any more opportunities here. It's going to be in the gauntlet. You know, your next chance to qualify for the final, it's going to be through the gauntlet. And making your journey through the gauntlet as painless as possible is definitely going to be key here. There's a lot of strong teams here in Europe. There's so many BlizzCon winners just waiting. So many strong teams that have risen up recently, veterans, all waiting to get the glory that awaits in that gauntlet. So you are MYWAY. You got extremely close with the Feral. Can Tony on the Boom King get the job done is the question. He's going up against Corky as well. You know, Corky has been holding down the Moonkin spec for I don't even know how long, decades at this point. And Tony, you know, he's been king of the jungle, but now he's gonna need to adapt here to the wizard meta.
Can he step and fill the shoes that are required for his team here? It's going to come down to this, a showdown for 4th place. Numliz had better make a gnome Mistweaver. I'm just saying, like, if I see him on a Night Elf and they lose because of it, like, this is 100% a gnome situation. Because if he's not, like, that root beam, 8 seconds, so I guess it's 6 seconds now, into trap, into clone, into bash. If it gets pressing roared, and then you're extending all of that CC by a lot, like, if he's not a gnome, man, I swear NICEBEAM are feeding. Maybe that's what they're doing right now. Maybe they're making a gnome. And maybe that's what they're using their delay timer for, because this is the type of matchup where you need to be a gnome healer on the side of NICEBEAM. But also on the side of MYWAY, if they're not careful with the hunter pet and Luxia gets caught in a beam and the pet is cloned, that's a really good way for NICEBEAM to be able to just win the game. Tony's going to lose out on a lot of extra instant healing as well from Feral, so Luxia is not going to have that extra support from the team with a balanced druid, but he'll be able to more easily kind of like get out of line of sight if he needs to and do damage when it matters. But they also won't be able to lock people down. They lose a lot of stuns. I wonder if the loss of stuns is actually going to hurt them too much, because Demo Lock is going to, you know, it's going to be axe tossing anybody in the middle of the map, and Aeritross is going to have way more setup for his team than on the side of MYWAY in terms of compositions and strategies.
Yeah, there's more unavoidable damage, more setups, more disruption. But real quick before we get into the game, Sid, MYWAY or NICEBEAM?
Oh god,
who's your pick? Who do you think is gonna win? I'm putting you on the spot right now.
I feel like Kasu is owning right now, but it's Demo Boomy. I'm going MYWAY, man. I'm risking it. I think this is me voting with my heart and not my brain, but I'm gonna trust my heart this one time.
All right, you know what? I'm gonna trust my heart on this one as well. I'm gonna go with MYWAY as well. My brain is telling me that NICEBEAM should win this, but I think MYWAY, they're just on that extra level right now. They're in the zone right now. Let's see if they can get it done. The gates are open right now, and immediately going after Numbless. Might just kill him in the opener here. He is playing that Gnome Mistweaver, which we wanted to see, and he does manage to stay alive here. But look at Corky. Meanwhile, he can't be throwing right now. Corky, he just got set up for this match. It's only 30 seconds in, and people are already flopping here on the side of NICEBEAM. But so far, no major cooldowns have been expended. Numbless keeping his cool here, making sure that everybody's topped up, and he is doing a good job just keeping his team alive right now.
Oh, Solar Beam and Luxia, where's the pet? Did they get a clone on it? Luxia's caught in that silence. Numla's into a clone, though, at the same time. Corky could be pressured. How much damage is going to come out? They're switching their damage to Aeritross. Fury of Elune ticking for Tony. Aeritross gets low. Numla's connects the heal there with the Restoral, trying to channel out the Soothing Mist, but he's struggling to heal him, even with Soothing Mist free casting. Finally gets Aeritross back to full health as he ports back behind the pillar, gates away from the engagement, trying to get some distance away from Tony and away from Kasu to try and pull them into a spot to take them out, I would imagine. Corky's got Fury of Elune available, but he's getting pressured. Wants to shoot that as soon as possible. It's really important with Fury of Elune on such a short cooldown that you're using it on cooldown. Otherwise, there's no purpose in the talent. So he's going to get that Fury of Elune rolling now. But Aeritross, he's on the enemy pillar at the moment. He's rooted up in that tar trap. They clone Corky. He's able to line of sight Kasu at least with this positioning, which is kind of the dangers, I guess, of their combos. Like, do you play in the middle of the map and just trade, or do you stay at a pillar and line the hunter? And that's going to be one of the most important decisions for NICEBEAM in the matchup. At the moment, they're choosing to play in the middle of the map, and they're winning the exchange. Kasu down at half, and he actually gets cycloned. Tony turns it around. Bash clone on Corki. He's not going to follow this one up at all. And Corki's trying to wild charge back away. Axe toss on Cassius, who's still at half health. Roar of Sacrifice is over. He's chasing out those death chakrams, looking for some big rapid fire pressure, and Aerotross immediately ports back behind the pillar, and he can port on the burst. So I really like that positioning. Play in the mid with your port in a position where you can port out of line of sight of the hunter as soon as possible. Oh, but a stun on Numbless. I love these swaps to the healer. I really think Numbless is actually the kill target in this matchup.
Yeah, I think if they can catch Numbless, that's gonna be key for them. Also, later on, they could definitely take Aerotross down when his Dark Pact isn't gonna be doing as much work. And honestly, Corki as well, if he gets caught up in a stun without any of his defensives, anybody could be a target here. Let's see what MYWAY decides to do. Get a full Cyclone here onto Numbless right now, looking to get some pressure going and maybe looking to swap to Numbless here, but actually going after Tony right now. Huge damage. Luxia is there though to lift him back to the safety of that pillar. Really nice Ring of Peace there by Numbless. I really like these Rings of Pieces that he does to try to keep the enemy team in the line of sight of his casters right now. Casu getting absolutely blasted here, but good damage coming out here. He's trading well with Aerotross, and it looks like actually it's going to be Aerotross forced back here. Numbers getting full Cyclone. Tony's getting full Cyclone. Corki could be in trouble here. Tony could also be in trouble out of this Cyclone here. Both Druids definitely feeling the heat. Numbers pushing back here to the pillar, defensive position, and now going to be able to spam out those heals, keep his team in the fight. Actually, looks like he's sitting down for a drink potentially here. Looking to see if his mana is moving. It doesn't look like it. Aerotross actually taking a lot of damage here. Numbless was trying to sit down there. He was actually able to recover some of that mana with that drink. Really nice window there. And he's going to be able to top off Aerotross as well without using any cooldowns.
Ooh, sniper shot gets coiled. Aim shot from Casu. Looks like he's going to have to Corki, but Corki's in bear form at Barkskin. He should be able to tank that quite effectively. He's going to wild charge back to the pillar as Aerotross is cycloned at the moment. Mana is even between the teams. They both want this so badly. They want to be the 4th place team for the cup stage. Who's going to get 4th? Full trap on the healer. Aerotross dark pacting immediately, but Corki's the target. No Barkskin. He's in bear form, line of sighting. Solar Beam hits onto the Demonic Tyrant and the Warlock at the same time. Clone on Numbless. And right here, imagine a Sentinel Owl. Imagine just right here, just boom, Sentinel Owl, and just you can just keep hitting them through the pillar. But it doesn't look like Casu is running that. Triple leg sweep from Numbless. Beautiful counter engagement. Casu immediately going to pop Survival of the Fittest, which is the Hunter shield wall during that after that stun immediately to reduce damage, along with Roar of Sacrifice. And they're trying to stay on top of Aerotross and Corki and stack up for Volley. So Volley with this build with Salvo applies Explosive Shot. So if Casu can get multi-target volleys, it's actually an insane amount of burst damage. So he's actually pretty happy if the enemies stack up. Pressure onto Tony. Pressure though onto Corki as well with the trap onto Numbless. Corki gonna get cloned on his trinket. Tony's in trouble. It's match point. Is he gonna go down? He's in touch of death range, possibly for Numbless. He's so low. He's gambling a lot there. Almost getting touch of death by Numbless, but Luxia keeps him out of range. Tony recovers. It costs a lot of mana though for Luxia. He's still actually low health. He's losing out on his mastery of the Preservation Evoker with his health being lower than his teammates. He needs to get himself back to full health as soon as possible, but Casu's dying at the same time. He does manage to heal Casu, but now he's in a leg sweep. Swap to Luxia right now would be devastating. He's got nothing. They're not finding the swap. He's going to hover back to the middle of the map, get Nullifying Shroud up. Tony got left behind. He's going to jump with his team and try and recover, but look at that army of demons chasing them down. It's match point. They're all rotting. Solar Beam hits, and Casu has to turtle. They're just getting ravaged by NICEBEAM. They have so much mana in this position. They have all of the pressure. I mean, Casu and Tony right now need to win on this next True Shot Incarn. I think if they don't win on this next combo of cooldowns, that I don't know how they're going to win. Here comes the Incarn. They need to do it. Can they? Cocoon blocks the kill on Corki, and they're going to pull away. And Casu is smart here. He split his True Shot up with the Incarn. He's not pairing that together, so he's still got a threat available, and now there's no life Cocoon. He's shooting out aim shots, but Tony's on the back foot. Oh no, Ring of Peace knocks him off the pillar into a coil. Touch of death range possibly threatening here. Paralyzed onto the healer. Numbless carrying in that position right there. Full clone onto Luxia. They're still going for the kill. Time dilation doesn't seem like it even matters. Tony's trying to heal on match point. Is he going to get out of range? He's cloned on his Emerald Communion. Tony's just going to go down, and NICEBEAM will be 4th place.
Unbelievable there by NICEBEAM. They really turned up the aggression there towards the end. Those low Cyclones, man. Corki MVP once again here, getting the Cyclone low, getting the Cyclone swap there onto Luxia, finding the pressure. Nice pet control there by Aerotross as well, getting his pets going in that situation, finding the damage there, and I think it was a full moon proc there at the end as well that took him out, and we're going to see it on the replay. Really, really nice stuff, but you got to give a lot of credit to MYWAY as well. They're going to be 5th, and let's be honest, having MYWAY as the 5th seed and having NICEBEAM as the final boss, there's a good chance that we see these two teams again in the gauntlet in a couple of weeks. So definitely going to be key. But here we can see it. So Tony drops low. Look at that Ring of Peace by Namliz. He's getting aggressive here on the Mistweaver, rolling in, gets the Paralyze onto Luxia. They get the Cyclone onto Tony, and then look at Corki here, pushing in, gets the Cyclone there onto Luxia. And then you got Aritros calling in his pets here and sending them onto Tony right there. They get the Reclone there on the Emerald Communion, and Tony gets blastified. So really nice stuff here by NICEBEAM, but they had to fight hard for it. They definitely did have to fight extremely hard for it, and they are going to be qualified for the championship Sunday, as well as top 4 in that gauntlet.
That was such a good final push, though. Numliz really enabled his team in the final push. I think this might have been the moment where he Ring of Peace and knocks Tony off the pillar. Like, that Ring of Peace just sealed the game, because then Luxia had to come in the middle of the map, and now Luxia's in the middle of the map, and guess what? He's cycloned because of that Ring of Peace, and Numliz is chasing him down. Tony's like, where do I go? If I go back here, I can't heal myself, but if I go over there, I'm going to die. They clone the Emerald Communion. Tony tries to duck in Bear Farm Renewal, but they got more than enough damage, and that full moon timing was just insult to injury there to really secure that he was dead. But that was a great push, and honestly, that's one of the difficult things about the Boomkin demo lock composition, is like being able to find the time for that push and end the game. So the fact that NICEBEAM are able to coordinate these types of pushes means that they're going to be a more formidable team as time goes on.
Absolutely. And sorry, go on, Aya.
No, you go.
No, I was just agreeing with Sid, basically. And we can see here how the gauntlet is going to look, actually. So we got Casual Granddads, the Fiends, or Castameta. So what that means is that on Sunday, we're going to have the Fiends and Castameta playing a tiebreaker to see who gets to play against Casual Granddads. And think about that for a second. Casual Granddads is going to be in the gauntlet in the first round. That's a team, that's such a scary team full of BlizzCon champions. And then you got Bamboozle. We saw them today. They're a team that made Echo bleed today. Winner of that is going to be facing them. Then the winner of that is going to be facing MYWAY. And then the winner of that is going to be facing NICEBEAM. So a pretty solid chance that we might get MYWAY versus NICEBEAM again. And honestly, if that happens, I would love that, because this was a great series to watch.
Yeah, most definitely was. Was it just another nail biter here for today in the European region? But right now, grand finals or for the EU is looking like it's going to be a banger of a day. Here is the bracket here for EU, kind of everything that we've seen so far and what we are going to be seeing tomorrow or Sunday on Championship Sunday. We're going to start off the day with the Agents versus NICEBEAM, and then Echo versus Admirals Esports. Are we sure we didn't just copy and paste this one from last week? It's looking like very, very similar.
I mean, Echo, Admirals, Esports, and the Agents have been pretty common place moving forward, so it almost always expected. I guess the Agents, although they've had some rough weeks, not getting into the Championship Sunday, so seeing them back here, getting the Shaman compositions, I feel like that's been really important for them, is getting Asgrath more reps on Resto Shaman, and that might be critical for them against NICEBEAM, considering NICEBEAM is playing the comp that Echo play, so they may have to utilize Asgrath Shaman on Championship Sunday to be able to overcome it.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing that series and how everything plays out. But that means we're going to have to wait until Sunday to figure out what exactly happens for the fourth and final cup for EU before heading into that gauntlet and the grand finals. But that is going to wrap things up for today, for Friday. And we are going to be heading into North America tomorrow, and we're going to be determining who kind of makes it over there. It's also like a lot of weird tiebreaker situations that could be happening over here. And then, of course, we'll keep everyone kind of updated along the way. But like we said, that tiebreaker also is going to be on Sunday for EU. But here is the bracket for North America, and we are starting off, of course, in the lower bracket. Luminosity Gaming versus No Answer. F tier versus Lost in Li Hui. And then F tier, that's kind of a newer team, like very new team into in this region here. Do we know much about them, Sid? I know it's Saul, Laros, and Mikey and Shaz is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so Saul is like one of the highest rated enhancement shamans. I don't know if he's currently the highest rated enhancement shaman at the moment. He's probably close to if he isn't.
Give it to him.
For a long time. Mikey's plays Windwalker. They play Windwalker enhancement shaman. And they also play Turbo, obviously, with Laros on Warrior. So this team is, complete unique compositions. I think it might be the first enhancement shaman in North America. We saw a little bit of it in Europe. So it's going to be really awesome to see what they can get done. If they have to make a really deep run, I think, if they want to get into top 8 in their first first opponent is lost in Leeway. And I mean, honestly, Turbo and Windwalkers could do good into their team. Warlocks and Shadow Priests that we've seen so far from them, it could be a decent shot for them to get a good run.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, I'm excited for that team to see what they can do, see what we can see, maybe some new compositions coming out from them. But, I mean, in your mind, Zico, what are the biggest differentials between the EU meta and the NA meta currently?
NA meta definitely has a lot more rogues than the EU meta. In EU, even like the best rogues aren't playing rogue, but in NA, everyone is even re-rolling rogue. You know, Trill having a monster performance on his rogue so far this season. Calvish, you know, on the Ducamified in that top portion of the bracket, in that upper bracket as well, doing really well so far in the tournament. Peekaboo, of course, and the Golden Guardians. You know, right there under Liquid on the standings as well. So just a lot of sub rogues and a lot of rogues in general in North America, whereas EU is a lot more Moonkin, Warlock, Moonkin Demo is the meta in EU, like Ellie Moonkin, Ellie Warlock, Moonkin, you know, just wizards with Demo X or Moonkin X.
Yep. Yeah. And we'll see how that all plays out tomorrow. You know, we got some new compositions over here today in EU. So we will see if that happens over there in NA as well. But definitely looking forward to tomorrow's game. So that being said, that's going to wrap everything up. We hope we see you tomorrow. We're going to be here at, of course, the same time, same place. Definitely looking forward to seeing what exactly these teams have in store for us for tomorrow. Since this is the last cup too, I feel like, you know, we're kind of seeing the best of what they are capable of. So definitely stick around, twitch.tv/Warcraft. You can catch us on Twitter as well at WoW Esports and on YouTube. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST.